Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday, but it's Friday, so it's Super Bowl Game almost Saturday, but we were off last week for the start of our annual Halloween block. So I wasn't going to make you wait until Saturday for this one. That, and also I initially thought I would have to be off tomorrow night for other reasons, but as it turns out, I'm only going to be off tomorrow night because we got a show tonight. So good to see you. Welcome to the show, everybody. As I mentioned earlier, as far as like a few minutes ago, as I started the spiel for the start of our return to MediEvil for the PlayStation tonight, we technically started Halloween Block 2 months ago because I got the request of this game from I'm Laughing to Death in our best channel on Twitch, of which everybody out there is part of. And thank you so much for joining the show as far as that. I said, we need to get that game started back in August because I want to make sure that we go through the game, and also since I don't know this game as well as other people, I want to make sure that I could be set to play it, I could be ready to complete the game, not that it's very long, but I just want to make sure I was set to it. It's also the case that, I guess they sometimes say with holidays, they start whenever they want, they end whenever they want. That's the case for us, because we started in August with another game as well, Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. We'll talk more about our return to that one, because that's going to be a case where Halloween's starting when we wanted to this year, and it's also ending when we wanted to this year, as is. We're finally in October. We are in the spooky season. We've got this great game for the purpose of the season. And what a great selection by I'm Laughing Death. Once again, thank you so much for the request of MediEvil for the PlayStation. Part 1 is going to be on our YouTube site at this time because it's been long enough since we did the last part that it is no longer on the Twitch site. But link below on the edit will be our playlist for MediEvil and also for all of our Halloween block shows. And in the Twitch window right now, you can go and find Part 1. We had a great time playing that. It was a fantastic case and a nice discovery. So I sometimes get this case from people I know saying, like, hey, add it to your list for games, of games I might have missed. Games also, I tell them, hey, you might have missed that, give it a shot. You gotta play it. Nocturne and I were mentioning that when we finished Croc, Legend of the Gobos a couple weeks ago on our last live show. And that was the case with MediEvil, and tonight we're gonna finish the game. Last time we met Sir Daniel Fortescue. Going back into the days, he was the first to die during the Battle of Galamir against the evil sorcerer Zarok. So, because of that, his death was treated as a blight on the heroes of the land. So we were banished from the Hall of Heroes, but with Zarok back a century later, he ended up reanimating Sir Daniel, and we have to prove ourselves by collecting all 20 of the chalices, which will ensure our entry into the Hall of Heroes, and it'll make the other heroes in there like saying, yeah, this Fortescue guy, he's a lame-o. It's like, yeah, no, we're gonna show them. It's our proving time, but also we do want to save the land of Galamir, because going into the pretty rich lore of this game, we used to be a hero to the king of the land. So in that case, we're going to reflect that, and we're going to get started with the remaining 8 levels. As seen up there, I have 13 of the chalices from last time, and tonight we're going to go with the remaining 7, and then we're going to go find Zarok. Also, we're going to do at the end of the show, since we're playing MediEvil, running the original PlayStation 1 version through its PS1 Classics port, which is available on the PlayStation 3. It's also on PS4 and PS5. But if you have it on PS3, you have the digital instruction manual. So we're going to have a live reading of the instruction manual, going into some great gaming literature as far as days of manuals, which we miss. I miss for sure, but I get the sense that chat always sometimes loves just going over this, going over those memories of when you bought a game, the case that it comes with an instruction manual to get a sense of how they're selling it to you, and also some basic information to get you started. I do that, and I think we might have some other cases going on with time permitting, because I don't know if it's going to take that long. Because this is not a long game. But I also said last time, I said, I don't know if I'm going to be ready to go the whole way. Even though at the end of the last time, I ended up actually going through one of the harder stages of the game so far, the Pools of the Ancient Dead, completely blind without having ever seen it. And got through and got the chalice out there. But next on our list, we're going to the lake. Because at the end of the last level, we met the ferryman. Kind of a takeoff on, I guess, something that Castlevania Symphony of the Night did, or other cases of Gothic horror. Which definitely is a case of, but also very funny with a nice British sense of humor from its developers over at Sony Computer Entertainment Studio Cambridge, or Gorilla Cambridge is known. But yeah, the Ferryman's taking us over with that great PlayStation 1 choppy animation, but the case at the time of it, it definitely was state-of-the-art in case of, yeah, this great, I guess, multimedia perspective of this game, which I still can't believe is from the developer of James Pond, but yeah, Mr. I want to get his name as far as who was involved in this. Chris Sorrell, he had a winner on his hands, as did all the other people who worked on it. And we're going to complete our time with this game tonight, but I don't think this is going to be our last stop for MediEvil. We'll get to that later. But alright, we're at the lake. So for the lake, we read the notebook. you haven't got your army now, better to charge in, instead of charging in, use stealth. And if the Watchers see you, they'll summon others. We want to ignore this advice, because we want to get all the enemies, and this is a level that's kind of difficult to get all of them through, because I've ran into cases when I've been playing where some enemies, you're going to be on planks a lot of cases. You're going to be surrounded by water. If you fall in the water, that's an instant death, and you lose a life bottle. If you have none left, that's game over, and you're back to the title screen. But the idea is that some of the enemies, when you knock them in the water, sometimes they don't come back. I've heard cases of glitches where they won't come back, and you might have to restart the level, but so I'm going to be very careful to run through this. That was the case of a lot of stuff I saw online, including the Super Gaming Brothers play of this game, as was. I will link down to that play, of course, in the link list below, and I edit this next week. Because it was a great perspective, but also interesting looking back on that, saying that was almost over 10 years ago when they played this one. So again, he says, okay, for us, I'm coming to it new. I don't know it as well as other people, but also showing it with more advanced tech as is, and getting ourselves going. Now, for the lake, what we want to do is, remember this game does have analog control. You have to turn it on as far as on PlayStation 3 by going to the menu, or if you have the PlayStation 1 or 2, you press the analog button on your controller. Remember, you press in the left stick, the L3 button, you toggle between walking and running. And apparently I've been disconnected from online. I've never seen that when running PlayStation 3, but it's fine. We're playing an offline game from 1998. It's not a problem. It's not affecting recording because it's going through the PlayStation 3. But alright, there you go. An error has occurred, been signed out of PSN. Alright, so yeah, PlayStation Network is down. But for the purpose of our show, that's fine. I'm just gonna keep walking. Okay, so we do have those fish there. They spit water. It hurts. Don't touch that. And in the case of Daniel Fortescue, it makes sense. Yeah, he's an undead warrior. And so how's he gonna go when it comes to getting yourself hurt? Also, we have this rotating platform. You have to slice at this plank here in order to turn around. But first, we're going to go down this way. I'm going to be very deliberate as it goes on here. But also the other thing is that you walk... Oh shit, he pushed me in. I said I was going to be deliberate, but yeah, I fell in. And that is an instant death. But I also have life bottles, so I'll be set. What I was going to show... I was showing you're in walking state. If you come off of something, he does like a little bit of stunning. Hold on. And also, there's the Guardians, or what they're saying. The eyes are over there, and then there's other ones they're shooting out water. Don't touch the water. But you go by those eyes, it'll get these enemies out. They hurt. They take about 5 or so slices with the magic sword. Unless you do a charge up. I'm going to try doing that. Just to make this process go a little faster, and also run around to avoid getting myself hurt, because they do hurt pretty badly. But also, the stronger attack that you hold down the square button for. So you go across the side. Where's the other one? Okay. No, I don't want him over there. Try and goad him away from the water if you can, but the idea is that they will sometimes take pot shots. So if they're close enough, or if they're too far away, they'll try and do that. So I gotta be careful. And also the camera in this game... Where'd he go? Yeah, sometimes they'll come back. Or he did come back. There you go. He's dead. Because those enemies are who we want to kill for the purpose of filling the chalice up. It's usually defeating enemies. If those growls over there, that means, oh yeah, enemies are nearby. If you see those, I guess those green shots coming through there, slice them up. And see the blood, yeah, it is a teen-rated game because of its violence and blood, but you also get a little bit of dismemberment for good measure, fitting for the purpose of this horror-themed action-adventure game. It's a great discovery. And that's what I love doing as far as the shows we do as far as the program, and also because I love taking the viewer requests, but sometimes people's like, oh, well, this is a great suggestion as far as the holidays for anything, or a game you really like, and I have memories with, so in that case, I get to learn it too. So it kind of works really both ways. Alright, so there's an energy vial that does increase my health, which I do want to have set. I want to keep this as high as I can going along. And we need the star to get to the end. That is where the end is. You do have those, I guess that aura of Zara coming off of that, but I'm going to talk to the gargoyle.
The ancient people of this long-vanished town once sought to harness the power of crystals found in the caverns below.
Yep.
Now,
yeah, this is an abandoned town over water. I think the idea is that this place flooded.
Arcane science.
Because there's a lot of backstory and lore to this game that really gives a sense that this was definitely a labor of love from the people who made it. And even with the stuff going on, weird with controls and camera, something I think comes off on the player. I can definitely speak to that, especially because I didn't play this game until this year. But alright, Crystal Caverns are down there, but before we go there, we're going to go around. We're going to get our way through the eyes. You can slice the eyes to close them, but you don't want to do that because you want to get all the enemies out that you can, because you need to get these guys over there, boom, 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 and slice them. and they're close by, try and goad them away from the water. They will usually come out from the water again, or if you don't, or if you get a case where they don't, and the eye is still exposed, just don't slice it pretty much. You'll be okay, but ow, I'm getting hit by the water. And also a rare case where you're getting hit by the water makes sense as far as your character, as you have the Chaos Rune. We do need those, of course, for opening doors. And in this case, I came here early so I could grab that one so I don't have to backtrack. Because part of the element of this game really is, in a way, how you route a level. Not that there are cases where it's a whole lot of complicated aspects of how you do that, but still a case where you want to try and maybe minimize your travel as much as you can. And you can kill the fish there, they do not count toward your chalice score. Also be careful because I'm running out of health. But for now, what I want to do is I want to go over this way. Also, one thing to indicate, with the walking, you also walk by default when you press the D-pad as opposed to the left analog stick, but if you double tap direction on D-pad, you do start running. So that's something that happened to me a lot when I was doing my practice, saying I started running. Not that it necessarily sent me off to die, but also a case where it got me in a case where, uh-oh, I'm in trouble. And also, when you knock the enemies off the bridge, okay, so I got hurt enough that I have to use my other life bottle, but that's fine for now. That they might appear behind you or in front of you or in a further position away from where you currently are. Now, we do have to go there, but I'm just going this way pretty much to find every enemy to kill. And that's the idea of what you want to do, especially on the lake. And this is one where you do have enough enemies to kill to go along to get that chalice filled up. But you do have to be careful about certain aspects, and I'll indicate those as we go. Also, we love the great atmosphere and the great music. And talk about a perfect reflection as far as Halloween now, as we are officially in the season. I mean, we did, as I mentioned, not only started Halloween block in August with the start of this game and Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights, which we'll also be coming back to after October. Okay, we'll go on that more in the schedule. We do have a specific date figured out on this one now. But also case where, yeah, we did have it last week, even when we were off doing The Wolf Among Us. I was even asked, as far as last week, when I was at Edwack and Nikki's wedding, in case of, oh, what do you have going on in Super Bowl Game Saturday? He's like, I'm off this week, but I have content going up on now, as I'm here, saying, you know, Wolf Among Us for the finale of that. Which I had to do anyway, because remember, the nudity of that, I can't show the game live. But alright, with the eye, I am getting the shots coming over from there, so you hit him from the side. Honestly, the color palette of the green and, like, the red, it almost looks like a little bit like representations of Hobgoblin in the Spider-Man comics. Particularly, I remember Spectacular Spider-Man. I always reference issue 200, where they take one of the more... Well, actually, no, that is an area where they do something pretty emotional with it, and the idea of how the comic handles that basically without words is absolutely beautiful. I know it's an ancient comic from the 90s, but I'm not going to necessarily spoil that. But if you saw Spider-Man 3 and know where that plot goes, it might give you an idea of what we're talking about as far as that. But what you want to do is we do need to go in the center right there, but that's all water. So what do we do? Well, first thing is I'm just going to get all the enemies out here. And he is thankfully jumping back. That one's going around. Yeah, off. Even though I'm getting myself hurt. And it's worth pointing out... Uh-oh. Right there. He's gone, so 61%. Alright, there we go. There is a book over there that I can read to get a sense of what we're doing here. But honestly, for this area, pretty much just walk around, and then you'll basically trigger the enemies to jump out of the water as you go along. And this is also why I got the Chaos Rune, because that means that I can go right here, and I can put it in. And over there on the left, there's an explanation why we're doing this, aside from, you know, opening the doors. That's kind of the idea of how this game is working. It's almost like it's like the Doom mentality in the sense that you get the key cards in that game to open doors. And this one you sort of do the same thing, but it's a little different here. Yeah, the crystal contraptions that we're putting these into, they can freeze the turbulent waters in the whirlpool in the center. So I have to take all the rune keys and activate the magical machines with them. Also, it's worth pointing out, I'll talk about this when it comes to where's our next stop in this franchise going to be. But the remake of this on the PlayStation 4, I think I put an edit for this last time, but I'll indicate it verbally this time. They actually do narrate all of the... Fine, they narrate the opening like they do in this one, but they also, on top of that, they add... I'm going to try and goad them over. Yeah, you can kind of goad him over and have him go backwards like that. You're gonna be in good shape. But also this one, oftentimes, I think it is this one where I've had the enemies where I knock them off, they don't come back. Or one of them will not come back. But there are enough that you'll be fine. In that case, I did a pretty good job as far as getting them over here. But yeah, in the remake on PS4, they narrate the opening and they also narrate everything that's in the books. And it is Lady Minella, the voice of Rouge in Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Heroes, who voices the narrator in that game and also did every voice in Bomberman World for the PlayStation that we played. Another 1998 PS1 game that I was not familiar with until our chat requested of us. Another one I had a great time looking at. And realizing a new favorite for PlayStation. And I find the 1998 games of PlayStation 1 continued also. We came with the medics involved with our play of Parasite Eve and also Spyro the Dragon, which Edwack and Nikki were with, which we did the remake of, but still, in case that there was another great game of 1998 for the PlayStation. I think in 1998, we said this when we played Spyro, but also kind of went this last time, the idea that 1998 was an amazing year for gaming. In terms of all the experience you got, even stuff like this, which were original as far as original ideas and properties. Because, I mean, you had games like this, you had games like a lot of the ones I mentioned, like Parasite Eve also being another intellectual property that was original. You also had, what's the other one? Oh, Half-Life. Yeah, that was original property. Remember the day when that actually was something original as we're sliding down. And you do have to freeze the area in order to do that. Probably other ones. We can go in that more great gaming of 1998, but also great effect when we're underneath the water. Seeing that kind of flying, I guess, elephant, woolly mammoth-like creature. Again, showing the creativity, the art design, and also the great colors that are used to reflect this. That you wouldn't necessarily expect to see maybe as something like this, and I didn't when I first got into playing this game. It does stand out. Get more energy vials and get some more money. So you can get that to get some ammo for our inventory, which we will be doing a little later. Particularly when we get to the final boss. That's going to be an interesting case, and we're going to go into that for sure. There's where the chalice is, but we do not have enough energy out for it. So here is the eye. There you go. You hear that growl, that means you're set, but again, I do want to try and lure him out here over to the shore so I don't actually knock him in. I just don't want to take any chances of anything else. Or in his case, he'll say, oh, I'm going that way. Like, yeah, go towards the money. You want money. Everybody loves money. That's why they call it money. To quote a heist from David Mamet. Oh, shit. But unfortunately, I went in the water. Yeah, sorry, Daniel. Yeah, he does not swim. I guess that's the idea of what that is, at least not in this game. Maybe in, the PSP remake of this, which is totally different from this one. And maybe in MediEvil 2, which is the sequel that came out 2 years after this. Maybe he does it in those. But I don't know. Ouch. So yeah, there's the water. Also, yeah, you are seeing how they're shooting that out, and it almost sounds like a geyser coming out. But alright, here is another gargoyle head, the silver gargoyle head. Remember, that is a shop. You come in here, and with the gold you collect, you can use it to enchant your gold sword. I mean, we have the magic sword, which is always enchanted and super powerful, so no real reason for that. Repairing the golden shield, we'll do that later, but I probably also should put it on. And also buying supplies for your ranged weapons. So throwing daggers, crossbow bolts, standard arrows, flaming arrows, spears. And we get something really nice for that on this stage, which we will have in a sec. And you know what, I'll run through my bronze shield. Remember, when you press the triangle button, you do a crouch and you get hit by something, it'll just do damage to that. I probably should be doing again against the enemies here. I gotta see. Oh wait, there's money. So look where the eye is. Also, I can run through this, or try to, and grab the star and get my star rune and get my way out. I hear growls. Come on, where are you? I heard the growl. Where are they? Oh, there we go. Yeah, you saw the light come through. All right, there. All right, there. There's a lot of them. Actually, let's crouch this down. Yeah, because it's taking damage off of that, which I probably should just do more in that case than just wait and hit him. And parts later, I'm gonna want to do that. Ow. But if I run out, that goes away. All right, life bottle used. He's dead. I can get the chalice. I can also kill him. So there are more enemies to kill than you need. So that's a good thing. I do need to go through here. Ouch, because there is one thing I want to grab here. Right, I actually have to go in there. I gotta knock that out. Okay, I don't have to. This is just a shortcut to the end. And since we do have the chalice, we're all set. But before we go, I'm going to walk across the bridge once more. Okay, do the walk. And then get that, and then we can go. She is going a little smoother than I might have thought it would. Only because I was afraid about the enemies, you know, not coming back. Yeah, but it seemed like it was smooth sailing. And then I do have 2 life bottles down, but that's fine. We can recover them. And we will be using 1 level coming up. I think it's like, you know, it's 2 levels from now. That's the best place in the game, particularly at this point of the game, to get health recoveries going on, and we're going to be using that particularly before we go to the final boss. Okay. Alright, just go this way. Yeah. Keep walking instead of running. Yeah, walk, don't run to the nearest exits. The nearest exit is over here. Now we have everything. Oh, wait. I got the chalice, right? Oh, yeah, I did. Because, right, I did because the percentage goes away. It goes away when you collect it. So we did get that. We can go, and we're going to Hall Heroes. Oh, thank God. First, I was like, wait, I was afraid looking at that saying we didn't get it. By the way, flashlight warning when we come in here, we get the item, and also when we leave. That'll be in every time case. And there's going to be some flashlight warnings going on a little later. We'll get into those in a sec. Let's talk to the gargoyle here.
Back and forth like a supernatural yo-yo. Maybe the master will make it harder to find those magic egg cups.
Okay, he's not making it harder to find. It's about being able to fill the chalice enough to get him. Because honestly, that's not really the challenge. Well, as far as where the chalices are, you just need to get the chalice filled up enough in order to get it. But just later on, sometimes they're off in different locations, so sometimes the idea of making sure that you keep track of the fact that, hey, you get it before you leave.
Oh, Danielle.
As you have Ravenhooves the Archer once again.
But I've no idea what it is. Do you fancy a little gamble, like?
I do, and it's going to be a flashlight warning when I take this, so just keep that in mind. That being said, we're getting the best ranged weapon in the game. That is the magic longbow. These would be very useful for the next level in particular. Because the bolt shots are very strong, the strongest of any of them in the game. And for enemies that do count for the chalice on next stage, and also are cases where they're flying around, you want to use this. And of course, after the end of any level, you get a free save. Alright, so take a look at the virtual memory card for card 1. Yeah, this, by the way, down here, this is my practice file. I also have myself set with full health going to the final boss. If it's a case where I don't have that, and I don't know, if it'll, actually, I'll depend on if I'm going to actually load this if I get a game over. Although, actually, I think for part of Xerox Lair, I'm going to show what game over looks like. But I don't know if I'm going to do that first. But in that case, we can put it right there. We don't want to play it because we've got everything set. Now, as far as where you go, you just go into the crystal caves that's over here. Yeah, because this is one of the few levels where the fog has already been lifted, so it's just to keep an eye on when you're on the map. Where's the green arrow point to? And it can point in multiple directions, seeing here. So in that case, go up diagonal left, and we're going to the crystal caves. Where that magic longbow is going to come in very handy. Particularly in the first room, and it is beautiful, whereas as far as where we're going, and also the music's amazing. Okay, so here we are. Again, start walking. Sorry, there you go. Those enemies, just shoot them down. They take 2 shots about, but they will come by, but that one is far enough. Alright, they're the flying shadow creatures. We'll see them in a little bit, because we got a challenge going down there. But yeah, shoot them right out of the sky. I mean, you do have the lock on. There you go. Shoot them right out of the sky, and they'll be gone. Yeah, because the chalice is right there. Alright, where are ya? Okay, there you go. So yeah, there's your 11% starting as far as this. And I love the music in here. I love the atmosphere. I love the idea of how the crystals are reflecting as far as that off of you, but also off of the enemies, and also the great colors that go with them. Hi, what's up, Gargoyle?
The ancient town of Meadowmead was destroyed by creatures known as rhinotaurs.
Okay.
They live on still, but in a state of hibernation, deep within these caverns. They use the crystals to prolong their worthless hides.
Alright, so we're gonna have to go through and bust them. Yeah, they're not lying. That's the whole conceit of this stage. I'm also gonna pull out the gold shield, and I'll pull out the magic sword. Yeah, everything here is in crystals, including those damn creatures that come out and steal your weapons. Thankfully, they do not, they're still as weak as they were before, and since I have that really strong sword now, just slash away, they will never take your stuff. But if you let them take your stuff, kill them as fast as you can, otherwise you have to go and pay a massive cost at the shop. Alright, so that's starting, that's the end of the level, it's over there, we don't have to go there yet. In the meantime, we're just going to take our nice run through here. And the bats are there, but they do not count towards your chalice score. The imps do. Also, you have this. This is going to hurt badly if I get hit by this, where those sort of lights are going. We have to go in here in order to get one of the runes. The earth rune, and I was going to say, can I get through that without taking damage? Yeah, you take tons of damage going through that. But alas, I couldn't get out without taking some damage. All right, there you go. Let's keep slicing. Oh, the flashlight warning, I'm going to open this because it's going to be exploding crates. Yeah, because it's going to bust everything in the area, and it does kill the stuff in there. And there are the rhinotaurs that they mentioned. Just hit them quickly, and you'll be fine. But just make sure you avoid their hammers. That's the part that hurts the most. Alright, here we go. You do have to bust basically every one of the crystals out to get them. There you go, we got another silver shield. Which I suppose I should start using, but for the time being, I'm good as far as I got. And depending on how you hit them with the sword, you can't dismember them. You can dismember them. This is also the area where you're going to start to see the game's frame rate go a little pokey. And you're going to see that a lot, particularly when there's a lot of enemies on the screen. There you go. So, yeah, we'll just keep killing everything in here in the sets. And honestly, I'll tell you this, most of the levels that we're going to go through are pretty straightforward. Right, there's another imp. I do want to get rid of him. Oh, no, it's not. It's money. There's the imp. Alright, what's in the book over here? Tread softly these caves, or an ill-tempered dragon is the lair here. That's a hint because there's something you actually have to do with the items we got last time. Key items. Specifically, we got 2 dragon gems. You have to do something very specific in this level, otherwise we can't progress. I'm going to show you what that is in just a sec. Go away. Alright, so we're going to go in here and go through the waterfall. Alright, so you gotta go lop his head off. These just kind of run around like crazy. I probably shouldn't be this reckless, but... Oh wait, that's a way backwards and I don't want to use that. At least not yet. Or is it using my shield? That's probably the idea. Or pull out the silver one. Because I don't want to use the gold one quite yet. Because you go in here... Actually, yeah, I definitely want to get some stuff here for this. Getting the energy vials. Because, yeah, we are in... They're going to tell us a dragon's lair. Mean dragon can be summoned by inserting 2 dragon gems in the eye sockets of this relief. Ratchet Dragon doesn't come out much. He's afraid of the roof collapsing over his head. Alright, that's a hint. Also, I want to change my weapon. I want to change the hammer. Oh, you do have to make that jump over to get everything, and also to get this rune. Okay, so when you're in this room, what you gotta do is you gotta go and take the dragon gems we got. So you have to go and help the witches and get these. And you don't have to be standing in the right area, you have to stand actually right in front of this. There's the relief. Alright, so that's one eye as far as the one gem, and then there's the other. Alright.
Who dares to enter my lair and wake me from my slumber? Aha! Prepare yourself, little man. I shall roast the flesh from your bones.
Alright, here you go. This is going to be a little bit of a boss. I think it's one of the only cases where we have
Well, in that case,
a real boss. Oh, sort of. No, we had another case. I was going to say, we had other cases where we didn't have boss battles during levels, but actually that's
I'm
not
just
true.
going to give you a good hiding.
Okay, so here's the deal about how he works. You have to hit the hammer there. You have to be off to the side of where he currently is. He'll change his position. And so basically what you do is, you gotta be careful getting yourself burned, and that has more of a distance than you might think. Basically get to the one that's right next to him and hit the hammer to the ground, and the rocks will drop off. As long as you move quick, and also don't get yourself caught on fire, you should be okay. Ah. As you're seeing there, it's also something where it might not be clear like where he is, as far as like what's next to him. So basically go in a circle. I believe it's then, in that case, the one directly to the left of him. Ouch, get hit. Just keep hitting him. Oh no. I'm losing my bottle there. I'm not even gonna try to pretend that. That being said, I do have another recharge station I didn't use. There you go. Get him enough, he's done.
Enough! I yield! I really hurt. What did you have to go and do that for?
Yeah, I do love that idea of kind of the comedic perspective, like he has like the stars over his head. Like, yeah, what'd you do that for? It really hurt me, man.
Drink it when you need it. It gives you armor that is impervious to heat. Plus, it lets you breathe fire. Now, go away.
Alright. Well, thank you, Mr. Dragon. Sorry we had to get violent, but there you go. That is the dragon armor. We do need this to complete the game. Yeah, what you do here is you hit the X button in order to shoot out fire, but he is right. When you do get hit with fire, you take no damage. That includes from enemy attacks. So if there's any enemies that are going to be using fire, put this on, you will not take damage from that part of them. Oh, shit! I said I didn't want to go in the water there earlier, but yeah, I was like, no, the money was too tempting. Wait, this one is a safe path. That being said, when you are at a, you know, I'll show killing things with this thing. I was gonna say when you're at a far enough distance, you might not want to use it, but in this case, no, I do want to use it. Though in this case, I guess I can't bust it without pulling something else out. So all right, we're gonna have to then stop that. All right, there you go. There you go. Just chop his head off. There we go. The imp, go away. Yeah, thankfully, it's just one slice with the magic sword, and that's gonna be no problem. All right, there you go. As long as you keep killing everything as you go, we're gonna be fine. And since we do have that rune, ow, we're good. So that's one I missed. Actually, let's go back and get the recovery station. A little bit of a preview we're gonna be doing at the end of this game. Remember, you use this, it fills up about 2.5 of your life bottles, more or less. Basically, you wait until it fills up all the way and goes away. And if you're running this game on PS4, PS5, you do have trophies that come along with it, and one of them is completely empty when it is. I could have used that for practice, but actually, here's the weird deal. Because like I said, I bought this on the PlayStation 3 because I wanted to put it over to my PSP to practice as far as cases when I was out of town or at work on lunch break or something like that. But I didn't have enough buttons completely to run it, so I said, okay, maybe this isn't a good idea to be able to practice this one. as opposed to the game we're doing in 3 weeks from tonight, on Halloween night, as it's going to be. But because we're running on the PlayStation 3, I got it there for that, but also because it means that I can run it on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 if you have the same account. I don't know if it works backwards, but at least it works front ways, I do know that. But, and we can get the chalice on this, so I do have to go back. I'm going to kill him, do not leave before I go get the chalice back at the start. But I was testing on the PlayStation 5 to start. Then, okay, use that, but I actually realized for some reason it does have the rumble going on the same way that this game supports on PlayStation originally, and of course on this console. For some reason on the PS5, it's rumbling so much. I think I said this at one point when I was trying to get a sense of what version of Epic Make Me Rebrush should I be picking up, which I don't have the game yet as is, and now go to Hall of Heroes. On the PS5, the way the rumble was going, it kind of was hurting my hands, and usually I've never had that happen when it comes to rumble. So I don't know if there's something about the way that DualSense rumble goes on PS5. Also, because I think it's overdone in the case of the port of this. At least of this game. I don't know of other stuff. Or if MediEvil 2, because we're going to have to use PS5 for MediEvil 2. Because they never did a PS3 port of that one. So in that case, we're going to run on PS3. I'm running a PS3 anyway for the purpose of the digital manual, which you cannot show on PlayStation 4 or 5. They do not give you the option. So in that case, I said, fine, we're running PS3. As I said, I don't know if they changed the way the rumble worked, or maybe there's something weird with my controller. In fact, I know one of my coworkers,
Wouldn't this make a wonderful
he
tourist attraction?
said to me,
Come see,
as we're going to be getting our
Stella
case of our
Body.
carnival perspective of this
Come
game
and
from the
see
Gargoyle,
the last of the centaurs.
which of course is going to be
Oh,
sticking the knife
and
in as
see
far as
that
that saying, like,
dork
oh,
over
that
there?
dork over there, Daniel
That's
Fortescue.
Daniel
Like, fuck you, we're going to prove you
Fortescue,
wrong.
would-be
But anyway,
hero.
my coworker, he bought another PlayStation 5 DualSense controller. He did a firmware update through the console, and for some reason, the analog sticks drift really badly, so there's nothing I could do to fix it, even when they did firmware updates on the controller. I didn't see it myself, but I don't know if maybe that's a side effect. Maybe I can look into that, and if I find something I can put in a link with saying, oh yeah, this might be what's going on. And maybe also, if nothing else, I think I mentioned to him at one point, maybe I can get him an answer as far as like, he said, I only have one, I want to get a second one, so I'd have as a backup, or if, say, my wife wanted to play something, on the rare cases where she'd be playing PlayStation 5, she could usually run Switch, as far as that from what he was mentioning to me. I was thinking, well, I'll have another one. Like, no, I gotta choose the other one. Like, look, you spend a lot of money on a controller that way. I mean, now we have, like, the Switch 2 Pro controller that's, like, almost $90. So, in that case, it's a way to fix it. Maybe fix it, you know? I mean, I can only do so much myself because I don't have, like, a, I guess, an electrical engineering background. I do too much special with repairs that way. But I do know a little for certain things, so maybe we can find something. But anyway, when you come in here for this stage, that door was not open. It is open now. In fact, let's see in the book. When you're worthy as a hero, you ascend higher to hall, which we did. Pay homage to the heroes in the lower stairs. They become solid, and also this door opens. So hello, hello.
Daniel, there you are. I was so worried about you.
It's like, wait, you were?
I know you have the heart of a hero.
Oh, wait, there's somebody in
Now
here behind the
what
door
is?
who actually does
Would
believe
you
in
like to take my
Daniel's
magic
skills.
lightning bolts? I don't have many, but they're very powerful.
They are. We're going to take this. Flashlight warning when I take this, and also when we use this weapon. Yeah, yes, please.
Off you pop then, and keep your chin up.
But even saying, like, yeah, maybe watch your words on that one.
Oops,
Like, oh, sorry.
Daniel. Now take care. The good people of Galamere are depending on you.
Okay, this is lightning. That's a power-up. It does run on percentage. I don't know if we can actually recover this. There's a specific purpose I want to hold this for, so I'm not going to use it yet. And when I use it, it's going to be a big flashing light warning. Not as big as that one room we were at last time we played. That was when we were in... Oh, since we're going back to the map, I can at least get an answer what the name of that place was. But still a case where it's noticeable. I mean, it looks awesome, but it's like, yeah, it's strong stuff. Alright, so that is where the next area is going to go. So after we do a save, I'm going to take a look at what that other area is, just to get a reference of it, because I don't want to put in an edit. And I'm on the map screen, so I can see what it is right away. Okay. Okay, so that level was... It wasn't the Pools of the Ancient Dead, it was the Enchanted Earth. Yeah, the part where you had to do the puzzle within the cave, where it had that really big flashlight warning, which is the biggest in the game. but the lightning is going to be a big case of as well. As we're going to the Gallows Gauntlet, we do need that dragon armor to get through here. Also, this is the best place in the game if you need to get health recoveries, because it gives you a quick exit if you didn't get the dragon's armor, which I didn't on the practice. I actually, wait a minute, where is this thing? I had to look around saying, what do I do? And I was like, oh wait, I gotta use those dragon gems in the last level. But you have a recharge station pretty close by, and they give you an exit saying, oh, by the way, if you can't do it, and you don't have that armor, go back and get it. But it also saves any health recovery you have. So we're going through the Gallows Gauntlet, and they're not lying, because you do have, I guess, tortured creatures. That one's, they've like spikes sticking out of their chests. In that case, you gotta slice them. They can hurt, so you gotta be careful as far as that. But don't wake the Serpent of Galamir. This is a powerful supernatural creature that's bouncing within these chasm walls. You counter it, run! Alright, we'll be doing that. Yeah, right here. This is where the recharge station is. So if you're running low, particularly at the end of the game before you get to the final boss, come here, then leave the level. You do have to do the exit of the level through the door, which we'll see as we walk along. And just keep doing that. You might see me doing this a little later, or I might pull that other save file out where I recovered everything. But we'll get a sense of that. Because I don't think the rest of this is going to take that long, but it's also something that it is long enough that, yeah, we can really show on it. And depending on if it's a case where it's really short, along with the instruction manual read, I might also toss something else in as a bonus. Or I might say, you know what, I want to do a little bit of practice on the game within 3 weeks, because, yeah, that's the challenge of what I got up on the schedule for the rest of the year. Alright, the dragon armor is forged by the dragons from age ago, so they will tell you about it if you don't know where it is. See any remaining dragons if you're to claim this. And they did give you the hint in the book in the other one, but it's also, you do have to pay attention. Sometimes in case of a little bit of a puzzle. Okay. If you do want to avoid them, because they do take a lot of damage, just run around in a circle and slice, slice, slice. Oh, sorry. There's the exit right there. You get a case of, I don't have the dragon armor. And, yeah, speaking of gallows there, they are hanging from the gallows. The creatures, and it actually is the gallows themselves, like almost, I don't know, like a coat hanger or coat rack or something on legs, and then it knocks off because the creature's hanging on top of it. It just swings them around. Alright, there you go. Yeah, if you're unable to pass through the dragon gate, because you do need that dragon armor to do it, which will show in just a second, only use this if there's no other available route to return to the map. So it's useful for that, but it's also useful if you want to get health recoveries, because at this point in the game, you either do that or you go back to the beginning of the game to do that as far as like level 1, but this is the best place to do it. It doesn't take that long. And for the final boss, we're going to want to do that. Okay, so this barrier was constructed by dragons of old. If you have the dragon armor, you pass through. If you don't have it, you get hurt touching that and you can't get past. It might kill you, I don't know, but I'm going to turn the dragon armor on. You also get that great attention to detail. Let me also put on the Dan cam. Pressing L1 or L2 and R2 to do this. I do want to do enough of a turn in this area so I can show the front of Daniel Fortescue, or also perhaps get a case of saying, let me pick something for the thumbnail. I don't know if this is what I'm going to take, but at least... There you go. That looks pretty nice. Yeah. In that case, I am hitting that X button to do that, but alright, here we go. And you can burn the Gallow creatures, if you so will desire. And killing them will count for your percentage. Normally, or doing this way, or you basically pull that serpent out. Remember, it's the good one. It helps kill the monsters in the area. Actually, let me also just get out. Well, okay, I do need to have that for now. Let me get the magic sword out, just so I'll be able to have that set as I go along. Although there's not a door through. Actually, okay, no, I think that serpent might have hurt me. Unless in case you're not touching it. Oh, okay. That one's also really close to the fire. Yeah. You have to kind of inch up in order to get it. Okay. Now, you have these switches. You gotta walk onto them. You can open all these. You do not have to go and back and forth to get all these as far as it. So I'll open up the one area that has the shop. The one area is that life file. This one, which will open up those two gates where one of the runes is and also a treasure chest. And the other one will open up that chest over there and also a chest for the money. Alright. I can also get a sense of this as far as the PS4 version. I don't know if, chat, you know. I don't know if you have a case of being able to switch weapons aside from going on, or switch weapons and stuff like that by going into the inventory. Not that it takes really that long. Which is a case that I don't know if there's like a quick hotkey case of that in either of this game's two games, either one on the PS4 or the PSP game. Given how different that PSP game is, I would not put it past to say, oh, by the way, you have that set. Also, love how clipping of game works. Yeah, there you go. Because in that case, I can look through the walls. Like, Daniel has X-ray vision with that one eye. I was like, yeah, hi. There you go. That's a good shot for the thumbnail, although there are also a lot of CG cutscenes coming up that also would be a good case of it. Or I can put a collage together. I'll figure what I'm going to do with it. Okay, so I need to get the star rune, which is in one of those gates. There are those enemies. I can pull them over here. Hit this. Flashlight warning. I killed a couple of them because of the way that the energy took them in. But other ones, it just hurt them badly. But that helps enough so I can get through and set. Yeah, the Frankenstein monster honestly is not too hard to deal with. He does hurt a bit, but it's also something where his reach is not that far. Alright, so in that we got another silver shield, and we also have the rune, which was, where was that? I was like, oh wait, the rune's at the beginning. This is not a long area, it's just in case you have to be careful of where the enemies are. And also just make sure you go back for everything you need. Oh, right, that's another switch. That opens where the chalice is. Wait, that's a chest. No, it's just a switch. Okay. This is the most important one in here. As I mentioned, we were going after all the chalices. Not that it's too hard to do it, but it's also something that I need to be familiar with the game enough to actually get through and do it. This is where the exit is. Just kill everything in here that you need for the chalice, then go back and get it, and then go back and we're out. Alright, chalice has been collected. I'm gonna go get it, and I'll be back. Yeah, hang on, guys. I'll deal with you in a minute. There we go. Alright, there comes Frankenstein's monster. This game now is going to love putting those enemies in the door to leave. Which makes it hard if you only have enough enemies to kill, like when they're right at the end. Like, yeah, walk through there by accident. And maybe that hasn't happened to me, but I saw it happen. I was like, oh, I see what you're doing, you cheeky bastards. Which is something this game, I guess, would do based upon how its cheeky style is. Okay. So, let's see, what's the comments from the peanut gallery in here? I did aim myself ready.
Wouldn't this make a wonderful tourist attraction?
Oh, right, they keep talking about the tourist attraction.
See Sterngard the Mighty.
I don't know if we saw
Come see
Sterngard
the
in this
last
game.
of the centaurs.
I'm also looking back
and
as far as
see
this.
that dork over there? That's Daniel Fortescue, would-be hero.
Yeah, we're getting so close. You're seeing that as far as how we're getting with the chalices. Yeah, they might not believe us, but we do have someone in here who does. But in this case, she doesn't have anything to give us right now. In this case, I believe we do have to go back to Stormhooves for this one. Or Ravenhooves, I should say.
I've got something
I'm thinking
here
of
I can give you, but
Megwin
I've
Stormbinder.
no idea what it is. Do you fancy a little gamble, like?
Yes, let's take what you got. A life bottle. So yeah, that is another health bar on top of my other ones. Yeah, we want to get every single one of these we can. And the way we're doing this, we will. Right, so one more flashlight warning, we're out. Oh, there we go. Yeah, for some reason I did the mic unplug and then it didn't come back when I plugged it back in. I don't know why. But it came back now. Thank God. Like, I have to do that just because I don't want my tech to go bad. Although, I'll tell you one thing. since I'm going along. And the next, as far as where we're going, is the Haunted Ruins. Let's go there. But yeah, I do those mic pulls because something sometimes happens, but I'll actually tell you, I ran into enough cases over the past month or so with OBS doing like, what is it? It's doing, on my end, it's like having issues with the picture going weird, but it's not coming off on the video. But it's also something I actually was having my PC crashing a lot. I said, hey, wait a minute, do I have to get another one of these? Well, I reconfigured Windows as far as Windows 11, and even though I do still have cases where it will turn off, I was nervous because I was doing the Shadow Hearts Covenant edit from about a few weeks ago, or about a month ago at this juncture. Given how long those parts are, especially next week's, where I'm going to be splitting it into two, I'll get into that later, it's something where I was like, uh-oh, can I even trust this when I'm doing an edit? But it hasn't been doing that too much. I think I did see what, hey, it would turn off every so often in an error, but I basically did everything I could to do it. So I don't know, maybe the thing with the issues of how the audio's going maybe don't happen anymore, but I'm not taking any chances. Found a way that works. It's also a bit of downtime, and also in case if I have to unplug for, hey, an emergency, or like, hey, I want to cough or something, and I don't want that coming off on the mic, we're good. Okay, so you just saw here, we're in the village. The drawbridge is up, so what you want to do is you want to get the chickens over here. In fact, it'll say in the book, to give you a little bit of a hint, just like, wait a second, what do you gotta know? It'll give you enough of a hint to give a sense. It's the Shadow Demons. Okay, that's who we're seeing here. We saw in that cutscene there, there's some people in the village, they're tied up on ropes, and they're over fire. And they're feasibly going to be killed if we don't do something about it. But yeah, the animals have gone hungry, so what you do is you get the chickens here, slice towards them, you can't kill them, have them eat the feed. You want them to eat that one over there. You don't necessarily have to have them all going over to that same pile. That's the biggest one you're seeing, getting a little smaller. If they run away, just hit them over there. Because there's a switch there that's going to bring the drawbridge down. Basically, the feed was weighing it down. And you're seeing over there, yeah, over on the left, the feed is going down, so yeah, the chickens are having a nice meal tonight. That does get away in. You have the gargoyles. What do you know about this area?
Welcome.
Yeah, this is
to
Castle Peregrine. Yeah, we talked about the king last time, who we did have a good relationship with.
Power and home to the royal household.
But yeah, those days are over, so now it's home to ghosts and forgotten memories. And the shadow demons. We're definitely the worst cases here. This is a case also where you might have to switch between running and walking, but you do need to make sure you change to running quickly. Because down there, over there, you have those creatures or the people who are tied up. Also, over there on the left, you're seeing that button. Over there are shadow demons over there. As soon as we walk down, they're going to run towards that button. We got to go and kill them before that happens. Yeah, being held in the courtyard, they're the farmers. So at the first sign of trouble, the shadow demons will sacrifice them to the flames so they can get moving. But before we do that, we do need to go over here, make a bit of a precarious jump to grab the Chaos Rune. Now, so be careful going backwards because of the fact that that is a bottomless pit in that gap there. Also, we have the Flying Shadow Demon. I mean, I should do what I did last time, which is use the magic longbow. Where are you, man? There you go. Still 2 shots, and you're good. All right. Okay, I do want to get my magic sword, and I don't think you can use the chicken drumstick to kill them, so I'm just using the magic sword. I got my run. There they are. Pay attention to where they are. Jump down and go slicing and move. There you go. And don't press the button yourself by accident. And let's pay attention where there's another one. He might be sort of running towards the way if he sees you. In this case, it is 3 slices. You're good. Okay, we got them. Now, to free them, another case where it's not completely obvious. Don't push the button, otherwise we drop them and kill them. We gotta put the fire out. Now, remember, we used the club to set on fire for lighting things. So I'm gonna put it out. We actually kind of want to do what we did to the dragon before. We're gonna pull out the hammer. You want to hit here enough, so you're far enough away, so that the air pocket of your hammer hitting the ground, or the wind it generates, puts the fire out. You do have to be, from what I understand, you do have to be kind of careful, because I think you might still be able to kill them. I never ran a case where I was able to, but in that case, what you want to do is just center the camera, keep some distance away. As they're saying, free us. Like, yeah, we're gonna free you, don't worry. You know it's working when the light's going down, but there you go. There you go. Good job. It also shows the strength of the lighting engine in this game, which is amazing. That's over 1998. It's awesome. It works as technology and also as great art direction. Yeah. There we go. When you put down all of the fire, put the fires out, jump on the button and drop them, and they're free. And they'll be set. So we did save them, and they're going to be going off through the gate. So it does open the gate, but we don't really have a reason we have to go back there. Now, as far as in here's concerned, those are tar pits. We don't want to touch those. I also want to get the earth rune and put it in there. I hear this great mysterious music as we're going. I was like, yeah, it sounded like a castle. Something's going on here. The shadow demons are here, and they do have cannons. Just be careful as far as that, although those are things you don't need to worry about that much compared to the shadow demons. Those are the things you gotta worry about. But as long as you keep slicing, they'll go down. Hello, hello. Alright, so supplies, I don't necessarily need to buy anything yet. I'll wait a little bit to do that, but not yet. Okay, so next what I want to do is we're going to climb our way up. This is where you're going to notice how the levels are starting to become a little more tightly packed in. But in a good way. In a case where they're dense in just the right way of saying, yeah, they kind of have these nice levels and layers to themselves that give a sense of you're definitely making some nice forward progress. Which is an interesting thing to think about how a game is kind of giving that sense. Saying, okay, you can just go to the castle, but we were outside of the gates. We had to bring the gates down with the help of the chickens getting their feed for the day. Then we had to save the farmers from the fire and put the fire out. Then we're climbing up the sides of the palisades, and then there are the from the shadow demons, and then there are the skeletons with the chainmail on them, and then slice them down. So there's a great build going on. What do you guys say here?
Sir Daniel Fortescue.
Yeah, welcome back, because we did sit at the king's side as one of his protectors back in the day.
But it is sad that you should see it so. The jewel in Galomir's crown has become a corrupt haven for Zarok's army of shadow demons.
Yeah, but this juncture's nothing we can't handle. Alright, so we do need the Chaos Rune, so that's why I got it early. You can go back and get it. Since I was there, let's get it now. Actually, there's also a water puddle there, like, not a pond, just like a bit of water there that actually I did not look at when I was doing my practice on this. Not that it really has a purpose, but a case that it just looks kind of nice. Okay, so there's another silver shield. Let me put the dragon armor on, and I do want that on because there's fire, so whenever you see fire, pull this out, and you'll be safe from it. Alright, but what do we have in the book? Well, go, this is the throne of King Peregrine. Now foul demons stalk the corridors. His spirit must be saddened. Maybe there's something we can do about that. Yeah, sometimes the ghost can be seen wandering as far as the king on his throne. Maybe we can find his crown and we can summon him away. Yeah, that is a trapdoor. We do need to take that trapdoor, and that is his throne. That has a nice look as far as that, but we do have to go down. Also, I'm gonna grab. Actually, let's get this. Let's get the flaming one though. I mean, the fire arrows do residual damage. That's a good thing. All right. Oh yeah, I was also noticing. Yeah, there's Gemini96. He's actually streaming. He's speedrunning Paper Mario for a Nintendo 64 game. I know we're gonna be doing at some point. I also want to see. I'm curious on his point. I basically went into his chat, muting myself as far as that's like, hey, give him that perspective. But also looking at, as I can also get them set. Because I'm curious, I'll have to ask him about this. Is he using the Nintendo 64 original, or is he using the Switch Online version? Looks like maybe he's using the Nintendo 64 original, or he's emulating it or something. Or is the Wii or the Wii U Virtual Console version. If he's using the Switch Online one, I do want to get a sense of, is he seeing the stutters that we tend to see when it comes to running, Nintendo 64 through the Switch and Switch 2, as we do. And I think it's most every game on that does it, but alright, I probably should take off the, the arrows. I mean, they're good as far as the fire arrows, and by the way, that is where the crown is, so there's this crown. We have to go back to the throne room and use it. But this castle was constructed on top of a volcano. The floodgate stands between you and a hot shower, but don't worry, we've got what we need, but we do need to go through there, and we cannot currently. Because the area is locked. Alrighty, so... Okay, I just want to make sure, like, where's my, OBS window? I do want to have that set as far as what... Unless it's a case that, hey, there's something going wrong with the audio levels or something. But I am using the same ones that I used when we did part 1. A good benefit as far as, when I run the audio checks, as far as that thing. Oh yeah, I got an old video I did 2 months ago saying, what was the number that I used? It always is going to be different, no matter what you run, as far as when you do streaming. And like me, you always want to balance the audio correctly so that the audience can hear the great audio of this game, or any game. Or even the horrible audio of a game, depending on what it is. And then getting a sense of balancing that with voice, as far as when we do, like, voice case. Fine, our show definitely does it, but just in general. Just make sure all that stuff is being set. Okay, so, we got that set. We're almost fully recovered. That's our way through. Here's the throne room once more. And, actually, let me just see what I got in my inventory. Do I have... Oh, I don't have... What is it? I don't have that rune, but I also have to be careful for that. So, in order to summon the king... Actually, before I do that... I am gonna go back... Just a sanity check. Let's get the dragon armor out. I want to go back down to the bottom where the, where I saved the farmers. I want to check something. And also see that I... Because the where the chalice is, I believe the chalice is around here somewhere, so I do want to make sure that I'm set. As far as that. Wait, those are the cannons. That was that. I want to go around the other way. Just keep running. As long as you keep running those, and jumping every so often, you will not be hit by the boulders. Or the, cannonballs, I should say. Yeah, because I don't think I went this way, and I do want to go this way, because this is where, well, this tar pit, let's talk that. It's hot, scalding oil. Yeah, if you get touched by that, or walk into that, that is the same case as getting yourself, you know, dropped in the water, and it's death. Or loss of life bottle. So I don't want to do that. I also came back for this purpose. Grab that energy vial. And up here is where the chalice is. Not that I have enough for it, I just want to confirm that that's there. It is. Let's grab the money and we'll go. And I'll come back here because... And I did want to scope this out specifically for another reason. We'll say that in a second. In this case, with most of the threats eliminated... Oh, yeah, okay, don't want to jump off. Because I can jump off by accident. I just want to get that set. But with most of the threats eliminated, we should be in good shape. Also, let's look at something else. Yeah, nothing else. I guess this is going to be a case of saying, looking as far as stuff when it comes to streaming the game. Alright, there's more energy vials. I don't need... Okay, I could use the one. That's fine, so I'm at full health. Not that that's my concern here, really. But also the case of I'm saying, looking around and saying, hey, just seeing like how my tech is, making sure that's all good and all that stuff as well. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump onto the throne of the king, and then we're gonna put his crown on. Or I have to jump on that specifically, or I might have to take off the armor. Okay, I have to stand on the right case. I gotta step on his throne right there. Come on. Okay, so no, it is here. As long as I'm on his throne and use it, that should be enough. There you go. I just wasn't facing the right way. Okay, so here he is. There's his throne. I don't want to sit on it.
Noblest of my courtiers, bravest of my captains. Oh, that we should meet at such a dark hour, with the fate of this realm lying once again in your hands. Good God, Fortescue, what's happened to your jaw?
I was dead. Oh, fell off. Okay, because I was in the grave for 100 years.
Bad luck, old man. Now look, Zarok's army of shadow demons hide beneath us within this very mountain.
And of course, you're hearing the great voice acting.
To invade fair Gallowmere. If we are
Yeah, so he wants to invade again. Remember, we were killed first time out when he invaded it last time 100 years ago, but
we must unleash the lava.
we have to
Floodgates.
unleash the lava on the
I can
floodgates. We gotta
you
take
to
this
the
place
gate's
down.
Control lever, but you alone can pull it.
Okay.
Of course, it's a highly dangerous mission.
Right,
Even for a dead
it is.
man.
She's not lying about that.
I dare say that when that fiend sees what you've done, he'll make sure you spend eternity in the most unspeakable torment. But then, I know these things mean nothing to a man of your iron will. Eh, Fortescue?
Yeah, the king knows. He knows our good side, but even he's saying, like, oh, I'm nervous.
Splendid.
But, yeah,
Good
we
luck,
got
old
this. He's
friend.
right. Alright, so what he's gonna do is he's gonna drop us in here. Now, we gotta hit that. Before we hit that, because we're gonna have to be on a bit of a time limit. I also want to get out... I'm trying to think what I want to use here. Oh, right, I want to use the dragon armor. But first, let me hit this thing. Because when I do that, that opens the door, but we have a specific time limit to get ourselves out. The lava's been released.
And then the castle is collapsing.
Yeah, you do have a time limit on this one. We do need to get out of here in 2 minutes, and we also got to go get the what was it? We got to get the chalice for it. Okay, so I do want to use the fire as far as the dragon armor. So there you go. The golems. They will slide along as I push them in the fire over there, so they'll go off. And they do count for your chalice score. Maybe they don't. Never mind. You want to go? There you go. He's gone. Okay. All right, let's get ourselves going. There are going to be more enemies here, so let's pull out the sword. And time will stop when you're in the menu, so just make sure you do that. There's more of the shadow demons. Just slice as you go, and then you'll have the chalice filled up at the end. But we also need to go into that area over here. Actually, we need to go in here because we need to make the, we need to drain the area of the oil. We need to put that on and run. Okay, we don't have to kill any more, but in that case, I do want to do that. Since we have the chalice set up. Okay, we did drain that out, so we do have to do that way. I'm going to go grab the chalice. All heroes awaits, but we do need to also get out of here as this place is burning. So actually, we don't need to go in that door. I thought we did, so never mind. Okay. But the castle's about to be destroyed, so the book knew. The gates are locked, so we have to get our way out another way. So the way we're going to get our way out is we're going to get some money. So yeah, that's the end, but the door's locked. What are we going to do? Well, hit the switch. Yeah, so remember, we're at a castle. We're doing like the castle siege in reverse. We got to get our way out. We'll bust that through, and then we'll get on the catapults. Let's go. And there we go. So we're getting ourselves thrown into the next area, but first we're crashing through the window of the Hall of Heroes. And coming up next is where we're going to have the game getting pretty CG cutscene heavy.
Wouldn't this make a wonderful tourist attraction?
I mean, this game would, I think, as far as something like that, if Sony had a way to do that. Or, actually, something I remembered... I remember something I'm laughing to death mentioned. We played Twisted Metal last year when she made the request for this game, saying there's a thought that they might be wanting to make a movie based on MediEvil. That was like 2 years ago. I don't think we heard anything about it. I don't know if Sony says they want to do it. I know we had that movie based on Until Dawn that came out earlier this year, which did decent numbers on a not massive budget. So that's always good, because I think that maybe that's the case of where movies are going now. The case that they probably don't want to spend like $200, $300 million on something anymore because they're afraid that it's not going to break even. That's happened a lot with some big ticket items this year.
Well,
But that being said, a
stranger.
case of
I've
that
got
thought of
a friend.
maybe delivering something like this because it would be a perfect
Shut
fit, you
your
know?
eye and hold out your hands.
And now that I played the game for myself, or playing the game for herself, as she's going to give me an item, I see it, and I do like that, as there's a couple of health files. There we go. Okay, so we're going to our way out of here, and next up we're going to be going to... Yeah, we're the rest... Well, most of the rest of this is going to be not on ground. Yes, the only place to go next is up. And remember, we did get launched out of the catapult, so that's going to take us to the next area. That being, as I'm seeing up here, that ship. Alright, so we're getting close to the end. Yeah, we don't have a whole lot to this. But I just want to make sure that we're going to be set as far as, especially because, as I mentioned, I don't know this game really well. It's like, hey, I'm going to give the game fully as far as how we go, but if I'm in a case where I don't know it as well as other people, I'm thinking like, hey, we might need another part as we're going to go to the ghost ship in the air. I'm not gonna force that. We're gonna go through the game fully, especially because of your request, and we're getting this great CG cutscene. I don't really need to mute through these. The only thing you're hearing are basically gonna be the yells of Sir Daniel as it got launched up this way. But remember, they said be careful of the dragons. It's like, uh-oh. I also love that animation. Like his lip droops now, or his mouth droops. I was like, uh-oh. So the thought of saying, would a movie like this, that would be great. I mean, I guess in case where they could do something with it, and I guess the thought of, you know, would Sony want to do something and would people want to see it? I mean, I guess so. They keep coming back to this franchise every so often for the remakes, and that brainworm, which is a factor in the PSP game way more than in this one. They actually personified in that PSP game. That version of the game is actually way different than I think I thought it was. But that being said, yeah, the Eagles, we're flying with the Eagles, and they're taking up the ship. So even with Sir Daniel being an undead warrior, the case that the living also have our back. Okay, so here we are on the ghost ship. It's pretty straightforward, but this is a part where I'm going to be bleeding out life bottles. Because the enemies hurt a lot. There's a little bit of a hint to everywhere they're giving the dialogue, and also in the book, as we see as we go.
Captain, I thought you ought to know we have a stowaway on board. I've told the men to scour the decks for him.
Good! I want that scurvy dog dangling from yon yardarm by his bowels!
Is that really necessary? Couldn't we just give him a good tongue lashing and drop him off at the next port?
I do have the captain of the ship, and also even though one of his lackeys saying, "You really need to go that far." In a way, it's not dissimilar to something like The Secret of Monkey Island, or a lot of other LucasArts games a bit, as far as that idea of how they kind of talk. He's like, I'll tear him a new orifice. Like, well, you don't have to tear me one. I'm undead. I've got a couple already. Uh-oh, that enemy's coming here. Alright, so the skeletons, they will go down and die, but there's other cases where, as the book is going to tell us, they're under control of the few officers without them being headless chickens. Basically telling you, kill the officers first, and then if there are any other of their lackeys around, they'll all collapse dead. But they hurt really bad. You're seeing there, that one, yeah, took off like 40 bits or 60 bits of health off my bottle. I'm gonna run through these life bottles like crazy. This level actually is... I did die on this level when I was doing my test for that very reason. Okay, I know I'm stuck in the wall there before. Okay, I didn't see this on my test. You know what? I don't know. I'm gonna try the chicken drumstick, see if that works. Yeah, this does flashlight warning. No, it doesn't. Actually, this is the part of the game where it's not gonna work that much. Okay, he's gone. Okay, he's walking through that. Okay, look at that. As I said, it shouldn't be happening, but also I can get him back. Don't worry. I think I can. It'd be hilarious if this is the level where that happens, saying, oh yeah, I can't kill all the enemies. Because only the officers count for the chalice completion. Oh shit, he's still through there. You know what? I'm gonna actually... Oh, no, I can't. I was like, can I leave this level? Can I... think about this. Maybe I can use the lightning? Yeah, he's stuck there. Unless maybe I can get him over. Or I can kill him through here, maybe. Actually, you know what? He's down there. I can use the hammer. Let me see something. Can I lure him away? Or maybe I can use the lightning. I didn't want to use... Oh, actually, no. I can also use... Okay, I can use the spears. So if he gets stuck under here, use the spears. There you go. That got rid of him. Okay, I did not expect that to happen. Alright, thank God. I'm glad I was able to do that. My first thought was saying I'm going to have to exit this level, but no, I do not. Also, there's the recharge station. There's another one as well. I'm going to want to use every single one of those in this level in particular, as you got the barrels rolling along. I also have to see about doing a clip out of that for the Twitch site for, like, I never saw that happen before. I mean, this game is a little janky, as you're seeing. But still, a case like when we finished Croc a few weeks ago, the case that it still is a lot of fun to play and you don't want to stop playing. But also a case that, yeah, only to us could that happen. Unless maybe people have seen it before, so I don't know, maybe it's not just only us in this case. Alright, we do need a star in here. In order to get that... Ouch. I need to... Let me go back down here, now that I don't have anything to worry about. Okay, I don't have anything... Okay, let me rephrase that. I don't have anything to worry about when it comes to not getting the captain. There's not a captain down here, so in this case, you just have to knock down the skeletons. And even great attention to detail of how their death animation is, where they do crumble to a pile of bones. The fact that they did animate that so well. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're good that way. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, right, I can... Okay, I can't go through there. I'm trying to remember what I had to do to get the, Okay, I think I was so focused on this. No, I gotta leave. I think I might have missed that rune backwards, so let me go back. Okay, there we go. No, that's the... No, that's it. Oh, wait, no. I have... Well, let me hit select. Right, I need the moon rune. I need to go over here. Let's use that dash. Let me go in. Here we go. Right, I have to go here. Ouch. There's a captain here, so yeah, get the captain. There's also a life vial, or energy vial, I should say. Grab that. Yeah, there you go. Since I did the Lapis head off, the other one fell down. Awesome, there we go. So I didn't need to get the strong rune from here. That's what happened. They're still staying there, so in that case, just get myself running. He's like, yeah, we know not to stay around as far as this. Be careful of the barrels. Not that they're not what you have to worry about here, but any damage I can avoid is this one. We want to do that. Even means running yourself away from the other ones, because yeah, that still hurt a lot. Also, apparently that death is too graphic for us to show on the show, based upon the fact I'm hiding behind here. Okay, no, now it isn't. Yeah, the game's now saying, like, no, too graphic for your show. I was like, no, you can show... Okay, never mind, it is. Not really, but is it for this show? I was like, yeah, well, you're totally independent, and you don't have to answer to, you know, Google or Amazon. Like, yeah, no way. Okay, now... Okay, that's a little later. You just pay attention to the interval of the cannonballs and we'll be set. Okay, crap, as I walked off. Yeah, so you still can walk off. Yeah, he's there, but I don't care. Also, right here, to get across, you bounce on the nets, but you do want to go down because there is another room and another captain. But I guess it's a fair question saying, wait, why would I want to jump down there if it's a case where I can fall and die? Basically, what you gotta remember is that as long as you fall off the sides of the ship and not in the center areas, you're fine. Alright, here there's no captain, so basically just run and grab everything that's here. So in this case, grab those energy vials. You do want to get every single one of those you can find. Even seems like you're going out of the way. Okay. Now for this room to get out, it looks a little weird. It's kind of hard to see. Right here's a hole in the wall, so just jump in. Got these big cannonballs. You do have these divots in the ground you can kind of hide in with that one. And then basically wait for your opening and go. In this case, we also have boxes that I can stand back from. For this, wait and go. And also use the dash. That dash that's on triangle button, the thing we got earlier that I got the sense that maybe we didn't need. You do get yourself moving quickly by using that, so actually this is a great place to use it. And then when you got everything you need, basically you just bounce on these. If you hold down the jump button, which is on circle, you're able to bounce yourself higher. And then in that case, just follow your shadow and you should be good. If you bounce it so high, it'll make that a non-issue. Now, I have two ways to go across this. Well, three, technically. And because of my health situation, let me see this. This is a little bit of a risk, but I think I gotta take it. Because yeah, right there, the last one, that comes down. Alright, and coming this way is good, because that means that I'm able to get my health mostly filled for where we're going next, particularly for the boss here. Not that the boss is hard, but also the way I tend to get in case of it, I've been surrounded by enemies that really hurt. Okay, so for this one, you do have to make some tricky platforming, and it is over that area where those energy vials were. So if I fall down there, we're going back there. Now the chalice is over there on the left. I'm going to the right. Oh no. Crouch down. Alright, the silver shield is gone, but that's okay. Come on, Captain, you're going down. At least that captain. There's only one captain, it's Captain Dietrich as far as this program. Actually, then again, if there were other cases as far as captains for this, like, yeah, we'd deal with that as it came along. Okay, I just want to check something. No, okay, everything's good. I'll use this. I will also make sure at some point I gotta go and get myself, get my shield set. Actually, I can. Right here. There is a area I can do this, actually. Let's crouch down and slice these. I do have to kill them first, because then the barrels drop down, and then I can go and kill them. Alright, there we go. So I can go get the chalice. I do want to get some more energy for the shield. And for the silver shield. Alright, so on my services, let's repair this. On supplies, that's just... Okay, actually, no, I'll find another silver shield later. Okay, so we do have to go back here. We have to go back to get the chalice. In this case, you might want to use D-pad just for the purpose of walking, even though, yeah, you gotta be careful not to double tap. Yeah, and also that'll pop up into existence. So in some ways, you almost treat this like a 2D game when you get up here, in the sense of saying, just go left and right. So go left over here, there is shit. Also, by the way, when you fall, you come back to the last area you were on solid ground from. That does not always mean, hey, you know, you're going that elevator. But it will come down and it'll be set. Okay, in this case, I'll tell you, that happened to me on the practice as well, which is that you have to go to the left, but you want to be running fast enough to get the energy vial and also get the chalice through the Hall of Heroes Awaits. Now, I can do that. Oh, that was lucky. It looked like I was going to fall. Alright, so I want to try and get my ass out of the way of those enemies. But, oh, hang on. Yeah, that one came up here. I want him gone. Yeah, this is the captain of the ship. We gotta take him down. We need something more powerful than weapons or inventory to knock him overboard. We need the club. And you don't have one of these. They give you one in the chest right there. In this case, I want to try and lure the skeletons away. 'Cause I have to light the club and then use the what is it? Use the cannons, take him down. I'm pulling him down here. I'm trying to anyway. Because I'm too close to them, they'll come back to life. So right now I'm going to stay here. The captain will not attack you, so you don't have to worry about that. The hardest part as far as this is just getting rid of his minions. Just wait. Come here, guys. Ow. I was afraid how this is going to go, but alright, club. Remember, hit square when you're next to it, and then light the cannon. You do have to get it. He's going to walk in a circle this way. Keep hitting him on the rebound, and in this case, time it so he walks in, he gets hit by that, but he'll keep doing that. My problem, as I mentioned, is those guys. So you might need to switch between your magic sword to get rid of them. And then also the club to set everything set. If I can get him off here, get them over here to kill him, we'll be set. And then take advantage of the time you have to set this up and hope they don't come back to life. But they keep coming back to life. That's what makes this level hard. But I've seen cases of, this is the game runs play of this, where they ran into, they were off on the side and I was okay. I'm afraid I'm gonna die here, I really am. Okay, we got him. And also, damn, look at that frame rate. Yeah, this is, out of my way, guys. Don't have, okay, they're down. Oh no, they keep coming back up again. But you can set them on fire, so we'll be running around. That helps, too. Yeah, I'm not doing as much damage on him as I'd like. Because even though he goes the same direction, it's a case of making sure that he's going to be, you know, aiming right, or you'll be close to him. No. Okay, they're standing still. I don't know why, but I'm glad they're standing still. They're not realizing I was there. Thank God. It's 50 points a pop for each hit of the... each cannonball hit that goes to him. You could also use the shield. Or the dash through. I'm out of fire juice, but don't worry. Almost, come on. One more. I don't want to die here. I died on the test here, and I don't want to die here. Got him. Awesome. And when they go too. Thank God. Jesus Christ. Alright, and we got that. So, at this point, we're going to fly this ship home. To Zarok's home. But first, stop into the Hall of Heroes. Okay, so here we are. Thank God. Aside from the final boss, it's actually... I mean, it's because of the way the skeletons are, that is one of the harder parts of what we're going to do tonight.
Come see Stengard the Mighty.
Yeah, we'll go see him later. And also, I'm going to be joining them soon enough. But alright, there we go. We got that done. And actually, the next level, by comparison, is going to be a bit of a breather. Okay, so, let's see, who's next as far as giving stuff. Basically, if you're like, hey, who do I talk to? Look for whoever's in gold.
You are back here for the skill. I think this
yeah, thank you for the shield. I appreciate that, my friend.
But I have something else I can give to you. Something you may find very interesting.
Okay, I am interested. I'm interested in this. Oh, money. Oh, fitting. So, alright, I just realized how perfect it was when I quoted from Castlevania Symphony of the Night. We'll do that. I want to scope that game because I want to go 100% on it, because we usually go 100% on everything. Especially that one. But perfect. So, thank you. Okay, so next up, we are going to, I believe it's the entrance hall, which is not bad at all. And we only have 2 more areas, and then we have final boss. So actually, I might be done with this a bit quicker than I thought. And so depending on how that is, I might show off some other stuff. we'll definitely read that manual, no question. Okay, so next is the entrance hall. We do not have to worry too much here. This is actually a small area, and it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, we are flying the ship in. There you go. Look at the great design of the ship as we go. And Daniel says, like, yeah, I got the place myself. It only needs a crew of 1. It's a ghost ship. It'll fly on its own. So yeah, where we're going as far as Zarok's lair, it is in the sky. You've seen how great the CG cutscenes of this game look. Along with the game itself, it looks really nice. Okay, so for entrance hall, you gotta do is basically just go around the way. Get rid of the imps again. They're here. But first, let's talk to the gargoyle.
Said Daniel Ford,
Yeah, this is Zarok's castle.
standing bold as you like in the foyer of Zarok's castle. Who'd have thought it? Not us, that's for sure. We's afraid the master of the house is out trying to plunge the land into eternal night.
So they work for him, so I guess that's the idea of also what you're getting the sense of the gargoyle saying, yeah, the master might be able to make things harder for me. But it's like, yeah, there's like, oh yeah, come in, make yourself at home. Yeah, and also get stain the carpets with the blood of the imps. Yeah, the imps are back. They're shielded by magic, the naughty creatures, but don't worry, just keep slicing, you'll be okay. But again, keep them away as much as you can. But because it's a short area, you're just going to see where are the enemies and just kill them, and this actually is going to be a bit of a... As we compare to the next level where there's a lot going on. And that one has a lot of moving parts. Not that it's insanely hard, but a case where there's things we got to pay attention to. And also seeing the great atmosphere of, yeah, looking at us as far as looking in the light there of the castle. Oh! Get out of my way! And the good news is that the imps are still just as weak as they were before. And yeah, you maybe saw the texture warping. I think we show that there. Actually, when I first walked down here, actually, it was right there. First I thought, wait, an enemy's gonna pop out of that. But no, that's just the way that the, Shit, you motherfucker! Get me that sword back! Do I want to take a chance on that? I need something to kill him that I'm gonna kill him for sure with. Longbow. Oh, right, they're shielded by magic. Don't use magic. Right. Shit. Oh, he took... Okay, he took the axe, but I got that. Okay, so he took both of them. Alright. Thank God. I was so nervous when they took that. Okay, good. Oh, they took the longbow as well. I didn't even see them take it. Okay, thank God I got that back. I was like, yeah, if they steal those things and I have to go buy them again... Yeah, that's gonna be bad. Alright, that being said, we're gonna get a little more lore on the game. So let's take a look at the spellbook. So on the table of consciousness is raising the dead, putting a town to sleep, looking good for the over 400 crowd, robbing people of their free will, summoning demons, and card tricks. So this is the stuff that Zarok was reading. In fact, this is actually in the intro of the game. This is actually what we saw where he was doing all of the spells. I just realized that now. Okay, so here's the secret diary. We're gonna read it. On years I spent in exile, that's true, using my anger to keep me warm, feeding off my suffering, and relaxing with my angst. Soon they'll pay all of them, including Fortescue. So he had us in the plan. So it wasn't necessarily an accident of saying, wait, he brought Fortescue back on purpose. So I was the first one to die, but apparently that wasn't good enough. So he said, alright, I'm going to take care of everybody else, and then Fortescue, you're going down too. He thwarted my first plan to conquer Galamir, and then he posthumously claims to have killed me. Did I? I mean, I was dead, so I don't know necessarily that way. Or maybe that was the legend. Maybe that's also why the other people in the Hall of Heroes said, yeah, we don't like Fortescue. When I find him, I'm going to get MediEvil on his bony behind. Never liked him anyway. I was hanging around the court interfering. Where you going at that dead cat, Zarok? Where'd you find that brain, Zarok? Wretched busybody. So I guess it's a reference going back to when we were working with the king. Okay, there's where the chalice is. So he has to come back to his lair to grab it. So just go around the other way. And I think I should use something else that's not the magic. Okay, so I did realize when I said, like, who cares about the thing with them being shielded with my magic? It means that the magic longbow or any other magic weapon I got, okay, does nothing, but then again, I'm slicing with the magic sword. Okay, I'm slicing with the sword. That's probably what's going on. I'm not really using the magic part of this. Oh, and there's a recharge station. Thank God. After what we had going through the ghost ship, I need that. And this is how things are gonna go. I'm gonna need to go and get more health recoveries before we go. Okay, well, not before we go to the next area, because it's the second to last area, but definitely before we go fight Zarok. And we're going down the spiral staircase, because nothing says horror case of itself than a spiral staircase. And you're looking for the rest of the enemies, they're over here, because this is where the end of the level is already. There you go. Oh, he's running away. He's like, yeah, you better run. After what happened with the sword, as far as you stealing with that, yeah, you touch that again and I will kill you. Alright, so let's go back the other way. Basically just go from one area to the other, and you do need to go from one area to the other. Or you go there first and you come back here, but this is probably a better case. As it looks like I'm sinking into the stairs as I go up, but good. There we go. Alright, the Hall of Heroes awaits, and after that we'll only have one more chalice after we get the reward from this. Alright, so yeah, a bit of a breather, but also one that it made me a bit nervous when I realized, wait, they stole my magic sword, and I didn't want that to impact anything. In this case, yeah, I'm just gonna... Okay, I can't. Can I jump off that? I guess I can't. Alright, I gotta walk my way down. That's fine. Yeah, slice him on the way out, and we're out. Whew. That was more nerve-wracking than I thought, but it's not a hard level. You just gotta avoid the imps. Which I did on the practice, that was fine, but only on the show could it happen. But if nothing else, it shows you the danger of the imps and why you gotta kill them as soon as you can. But alright, I think they're gonna have one more perspective of their carnival. Yes, they are.
Wouldn't this make a wonderful tourist attraction?
Yeah, maybe. Alright, but yeah, we're gonna shut them up on the next level. Because after this, we only have one more chalice to go, and we only need the 20 to get our way in. Hi.
Hey, Danny man, how's that sword bearing up? I told you it was magic, right?
Yeah, I almost lost it.
I've no idea what it is. Do you fancy your chances, like?
Yeah, I'll take that over what we had before. Alright, another life bottle. Hooray. Yeah, basically we want every single one of those we can get. Alright, so next up we have one more stage, and then we have the final battle with Zarok. So actually we're probably going to be finishing this like within 2 hours total. And then we'll read the manual, and then I'll figure what else I want to do for tonight. I mean, I guess I could have done this then in one show. Well, I don't know. I mean, it would have been like 7 hours. I guess I could have done, but either way. Alright, the final stage for getting the chalices is the time device. Looks like we're going to the planetarium. Yeah, but they have a strict no-touching policy. Alright, so we're busting through time and space as far as where we're going here. This is a really interesting level, and this is also where the art direction of this game maybe hits its height. Which is saying a lot, given how beautiful and really imaginative this game already is. Okay, so, for the time device, we gotta open a bunch of doors, and we gotta kill a bunch of things here. Okay. First, we gotta slice that going through. Yeah, there are the soldiers from the town again. Slice them through. We also have flying clocks. We don't have to worry about that. We also have eyeballs. We need to get rid of those. There's a lot here we gotta kill for the purpose of getting that last chalice. But what about the gargoyles? What do you say?
Using a dark magic called science.
Yeah, because science is, I guess, a new thing as far as the 13th century.
Mechanical measurement of time.
So yeah, time. We're gonna have stuff going on with this.
Keep your eye on the flying timepieces and get ready to reset the hands of the master time clock.
Okay, yeah, how this is going to work is right up here is the master time clock. You have these bouncing, I guess, brain things. This clock, we do have to set that. Having said that, there are a few things we got to do. Okay, when you walk by these two doors, you see the clock showing up there. So in this case, we have, and it's randomized what it's going to be. And don't worry about the clocks flying around; they will not hurt you. It showed, what time did it show? It was 8:30. As I said, that is random what it shows. So if we want to open that, we go to 8:30. In fact, because of my health situation, I'm going to open that one now. But I do need to get that set. Now, to change the clock, what you do is jump on the button. So it's 8:30. So remember, big hand is the silver one, and the little hand is the gold one. There you go. It opens down the side. Now, there is a life bottle. We got to get that. We will get that. But ouch, if you touch that, you get yourself hurt, so we got to take that down. But first, I need health, and I want to have as much health going through this part as I can. Because on practice, I beat this level just barely. Because there are a lot of things in here that are going to want to kill you. Okay, so that's that. Now, I'm going to bounce on this. It works like the net as far as the net we're bouncing on the ghost ship. Ow. Okay, actually, Jesus Christ, I don't think I actually saw that during the practice, the idea that the eyeballs were hurting me. Oh. Okay, well, let's kill them. Alright, we do have to go back that way, but before we do, gotta go down on this way, and don't get hit by the hands of the clock, they hurt. Oh, in this case, you have to make a jump. That is not a full bridge, and yeah, avoiding these things. You have to time it to walk through. It's like, uh-oh. I do love the way this looks. Uh-oh. Yeah, careful of the double tapping thing. It's like, yeah, with the D-pad. I'm using D-pad. Like, no. Maybe I just hit. Ouch. Yeah, time killed me. Quite literally, as far as that. Alright, there's a silver shield. I do want one of those, at least. Yeah, he's got gun. Alright, so you get that to get the time rune, and then I can hit that switch to open up the door over there. Okay, so wait till that goes down and jump, because there's a gap. Now, to get what we need to go through this door. Get that time rune, that gets rid of that. Now, in order to open this, we gotta see what time is it. And since it is randomized, as I mentioned, you do have to go and check it. So time on this one is 6:05. Okay, let's get going. So it's 8:30 and 6:05. So 6:05. There we go. 6:05. Yeah, so that one closes, so we're gonna have to go back to 8:30 in a bit. But before we do, go through this and be careful of where the of the blades here. But we have to jump on this that takes us up, so we can go and kill these guys. I don't think I have the chaos rune. I will need that to get in here. This is the metal keep. This is where the end of the level is. This is where Zarok's train is. It'll get us to the lair, but we have to handle stuff with the gates and go through stations. We're going to have to go through every single station. Okay, so we'll have to go get the Chaos Rune, but there's also a lot of other places we need to go. Right, he's looking also up at us saying, yeah, this angle's weird. Don't worry, Daniel, we got you. No, right. Ouch. Get running, and we'll go this way. Whoa, shit. Now, avoiding those things is not too bad. You just go on the side. But other cases like this, you don't have enough space. Now, I'm going to try and do the thing with the chicken drumstick, because I'm not going to really have much more opportunity to use this. So let's toss this down here. Flashlight warning, unless I don't hit the ground. Unless they just don't die to that thing. Uh-oh. Right, get out of the way, shit. See, now I'm nervous of those things. I was not nervous at all of them during the practice. Who cares? They're gonna be fine. And no, they shoot out the laser. Ow! Crap. Uh-oh. Honestly, yeah, those clock things there, that's not gonna hurt me much. Alright, so now, jump. And even the blades don't hurt that badly. They hurt enough, but not horribly. Okay, now I'm afraid of the eyes. Okay, so for this one, you also jump up into pipe. Right there. Okay, the enemies there, kill him, kill him, kill him. The getaway eye. Now for this, oh, yeah, you're seeing that timer, we'll show that in a second. You see the lasers going on there, so what you want to do is you want to hit this, it sets off a timer for 3 seconds. You basically got to hit these out of the way so that the light turns off. So in that case, I can go over here, I can get the rune we need to get. Or a rune we need to get, the earth rune. And over there's money, I will show how to get the money. Basically step onto that triangle block, it'll go across. It didn't look like I was really standing on it, but trust me, I was. Come back here, go there. Now for this, I do need to hit this, because this is where the chalice is. I do want to have everything open enough. What you gotta do is you gotta press this enough so that it's in a box. And then that'll destroy that. It busts that, so we can come back and get that later. And then at that point, it also turns off that area where the life bottle was. So we're gonna have to go down and get that. In fact, I'm gonna go do that now because I don't want to. When it comes to my retraversal this level, because yeah, you do have to go back and forth in this one, kind of like the passage of time. Fitting. Ouch. I want to minimize my movement through here as much as I can possibly do, so I don't have to go through every area again, especially on the health I have. So, all right. Let me go back here and let's set the clock to 8:30 and then 6:05 once more so we can get back. Okay, so. Okay, there we go. Now get the life bottle. Thank God, this is the last one. We do want this full, and after I'm done with this level, we are going to go back. I'm going to recover everything for this in the one level I mentioned. Oh wait, I gotta set it to 6:05 again. And this is the last time I have to set this, thankfully. There. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so let's go to right here. Once that passes across, go through. Now I got the chaos rune, I can open this up. Okay, so here we are. We're at the station. This is the last part of the level. And we have to open each of these doors. That's where the end is. But before we do that, we're going to open this one. Now, they mentioned you have to push the train here. It's worth pointing out there's a gap in the center. Be careful when you're walking across this. So the front of the train's right there. We got to push that towards... We got to open the gates for each of these. We have to push that towards the one that I opened with the earth rune. So what you want to do is press onto the hand here. And be careful as you're walking, because oftentimes you might be aiming yourself downwards inadvertently without meaning to. And you also need to be careful of where you're jumping onto, because you have to jump onto the train. Or onto that platform and then jump on the seats. So choo-choo, let's get going. You know what, flashlight warning, chicken drumstick, kill these things. Alright, it's not working now. They've learned. I thought they died to it before. Okay, never mind. Okay, so yeah, over here is the oh fine, more enemies to kill. Alright, there is the moon rune. Let's see something else. Just to get a sense of this. You know, I'm not gonna buy more supplies. I'm gonna wait till we're done here. And if you need to go back, jump on the seat of the train again, and it'll take you back. But you do have to stand on the back of it. In this case, we have to open each door and then go back to the center. There we are. We're back here. Now, where is the door with the border room? Right there. There it is. But also, with this, enemies will come out of the door, and this does mean you'll have a better sense of being able to get the chalice. As you know, I want to try something else. I want to try and kill these things with, I don't know, magic longbow. Okay, it's 2 hits for that. I just want to get a sense of that for something we're going to do a little later. Okay, so the way out's right behind us. So I gotta, or the way out to the next area is right behind us. Keep pushing. If you do get a sense you're going downward, just move upwards. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's this part I'm a little worried about because we have to go and hit both those switches to open up the last gate. And the last enemies are here. But be careful because there's also, again, a gap. Okay, we can get the chalice. I do want to kill these things, so let me get the magic longbow, hit him twice. You just hit them from distance when you hear the when you see the target go to them, and then pull out the anything that's melee based, the axe in this case. Let's do that because it's right there. Yeah, because I had to open each side of the gate, so I need to pull out this again and go to the other side. And when you're walking your way back, it is fenced here. When we get to the end of this, it's not fenced. So make sure you stay in the center right here, because right there, it doesn't look like there's a gap, but there is, and I fell down it in my test. Oh, there's a health station. Want that. Let's go get it. Nothing else, it will mitigate the damage I gotta recover before we go to the final battle. I mean, on health, I am doing way better on this than I was on practice, hence why I do practice. That's definitely the way to go. That was absolutely the smart way to handle this. Okay, so we're almost done. We can go get the chalice, and then we can get our way out. Alright, let's back this train up, guys. Now, I can put it in position for when we need to go, and I'm going to do that, and then we'll go get the chalice. I'm doing better on health coming out of this than I thought it would. Now, the end is directly over there. I have to push it one more turn around. Oh, no shit! Yeah, that's what can happen there. Hence why you have to be careful when it comes to pushing that. And also, I drop you down. It's basically right where the pit is, so you can fall down again. But with this, yeah, we do have to go back there again. Whoa! Back here again. Okay, yeah, I wanted to be sure I was going to be safe there. Okay, there we go. We're done. We got that. Even here, I don't want to fall off the end. There you go. That is the final chalice of the game. We're going to the Hall of Heroes. We are finally going to become one with the Hall of Heroes. And we proved everybody wrong. We did it. They said, with one exception, they all said, yeah, you can't do this. You were, okay, not a coward. You were a disgrace because you died first. We're disgraced no more. I do love that idea of the hero's journey of Sir Daniel in this game. The way that goes, it's wonderful. It's very satisfying. Yeah, we're gonna wipe that smile off their face, or that smirk, or that making fun of us case off and show that, no, we did have it in ourselves all along. It was a bad case. We got ourselves killed first, but we got a second chance, and we're going to be showing everybody. Right now. Okay, so one last case, and now we talk to the gargoyle.
You prove us all wrong.
You got it.
Maybe it is destined to be a hero. Maybe it can defeat Zarok. The people of Gallowmere may never know of your past mistakes, and you will indeed be remembered as the people's hero. Your time in exile is over. Welcome to your new home, Sir Daniel Fortescue.
And that feels good. The case that, yeah, we were basically being shat on the whole game by most everybody in here, but we're also going to go to the one person who doesn't believe us. And yeah, we are definitely a hero, no question. We did have a setback, but that's the idea. If nothing else, I love that perspective, saying, yeah, you know, Sir Daniel had his glory days before. They were seemingly almost erased because of what happened when we took that arrow to the eye. But now, in this case, we proved ourselves again, showing that, yeah, we do have what it is. And it kind of something that's very, you know, relatable, honestly. In a game that has this nice mix of horror and comedy as well, you know. So one last gift. We'll accept it. So one last flashlight warning. Get a bunch of life or energy vials. Okay, so that's a good amount. Having said that, actually I want to read the book. Since we did get everything now, does that change what's in the book? Oh, we're now worthy as a hero. We did do it. Actually, I want to see one other thing. Because I didn't actually check this as was. There's a case we get to talk to everybody right now. But there'll be time for that later. Because now we have to go take care of Zarok. There's H House, but we filled it all up. We were all set as far as everything we did. And even the gargoyles are saying, yeah, you're the hero. Okay, so we have one last thing to do. We got to defeat Zarok. But before we do, I'm going to go back and I'm going to get health recovery. The other thing I could also do is I could load my other save file. I don't think I'm going to do that. We're just going to save it right here. Because honestly, you know what? I don't want to do that here because I saved my lightning. Which is going to be very nice to have on the final boss. But in this case, we can go back to any level we want. So for this, you go back to the Gallows Gauntlet. So we're going to replay it. Remember, the exit is pretty close. So in that case, we'll be all set for the purpose of what we got going. Alrighty. And even though they do hurt, it's okay. As long as you're careful enough, you shouldn't be in a case of having to recover too much health from all that other stuff. Okay. So in this case, just sit back, relax. We'll get ready for the final battle. And trust me, we do want to do this for the final battle. The final battle is pretty tough, and you do have to kind of adjust to things that you might not think you have to adjust to. Alright, so that's spent. So in this case, just run away from everything else and just get your way to the exits. And then just come back and repeat the process. In this case, it's not going to take too long. It's alright, it'll be a little longer than 2 hours as far as we beat this, but it's not going to take too much time. And in that case, we'll do the instruction manual reading, and then I'm going to figure other stuff. I think I got a couple ideas about what we're going to do. It'll involve other games, because I may as well. I mean, if I had one of the other versions, or if I had MediEvil 2, I'd preview that, but it's not going to be that because I don't have it. I don't have any of those games yet, but I think on the back of this game, I'll get to my final thoughts. I do think we're going to take the rest of the games in this series. Alright. And now there's a little bit of a calm before the storm, saying, alright, we have to prepare. Or I always think of, I'm trying to remember what game this was. I think it was Crusaders of Might and Magic from 3DO, which was on the PlayStation. There was an advertisement in a magazine, all the picture here, where it says, prepare. Where basically, the main character is forging his sword to get ready for, I guess, the battle that goes along. And that's a franchise, as we're pointing out, I have not much understanding of. The Might and Magic series, there have been a bunch of those, particularly in the PS1 and the PS2 era. And sometimes question of, are they actually good games or not? Depending on who you ask, sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. I've heard one of them is very similar to a game I probably should show on this show because it's technically the first RPG I've ever played, that being King's Bounty for Sega Genesis, and I've taken tons of damage here. But given the fact that I only have one life bottle left to fill, this should be okay. I'll be able to fill it all up as far as my health here, and then fill that up completely. Okay, there we go. That is the end. So we got everything we need as far as our health. Avoid the enemies. Just go here. Yeah, you want to play with us? No, go home and play with yourselves. Play with all your friends here. Yeah, the Gallows Gauntlet has a lot of other people you can talk to and have a fun, macabre time with. Okay, we did it. So we got our full element of health. Let's go back to Zarok's lair, because that's the last challenge we got to do. And we're going to save right here. Also, another thing I'll do, if I beat this on my first try, I will also show what happens when you get a game over here, because there's a unique element on game over. But I'll do that later. I'll try to beat this thing to start. Okay, so here we are. This is it. We're at Zarok's lair. So yeah, this ends tonight, and we are coming in on the train in style. And look at that. And just right in there, but they also give you the gargoyle to talk to and then a shop.
We never thought you'd get this far.
Yeah, if you asked me a year ago, I wouldn't have either. I would have asked, was it going to be ready for this one? But that's also why I said, we'll do it this year, as far as it. I did make that promise, and I always say, I keep my promises on the show, no question. You know? Because I love doing that, you know? I love to give the games you want to see, but also say, I want to be set to it. I don't want to just pull it out quickly and then say, we're done. It's like, you show it off badly. No, you made the time to come to the show and say, hey, I want to see this. I'm going to give you the whole way. But good luck, Daniel Fortescue. So he's telling you some stuff, saying a little bit of a hint here, saying, surround yourself as a natural bodyguard. You may even the odds by calling on the lost souls collected within the chalice. That being said, it's stuff that they don't completely tell you. But having said that, let's go to the store. All right, here's our last stop of shopping. All right, let's look at what we got. Okay, we don't need to enchant the sword because we got one that's enchanted normally. Okay, for this, I want to buy magical arrows. I'll buy spears. And honestly, the rest of the stuff I don't really need. I just need spears and magic arrows. Those are the ones I really want to have. Okay, let's get going. And also, for this battle, there's going to be a lot of flashing light warnings. I'm just going to warn you right now. It'll save me edits, but there's going to be a lot because of the fact that I'm going to be using the lightning here for parts of it. But I'm also going to be using something that's in this box, which you need to beat the game. This is good lightning. And this is where things are going to get a little unique, because this boss has 3 phases to itself. And trust me when I say you want your health full for this. You'll see in just a second, but as the gargoyles told us, put the chalice right in the front, and we're going to be set. Here's Zarok again. We saw him on the second level tossing the boulders at us, but this time, we're going to fight.
Worm food has done nothing to diminish your naive obsession with the freedom of Gallowmere.
Right. Alright, and now, yeah, we have the gladiator ring as far as this. So, yeah, they're coming in.
Prepare to attack, my warriors. I want the dogs gnawing marrow from those bones within the hour. Ah! What is that, Fortescue? Your lucky cup?
Yeah, the chalice. Yeah, because we're not going to be fighting this battle alone. We have some undead soldiers helping us. But we have to keep them safe. Yeah, you're seeing they're green. Here's the deal. You have good lighting. Flashlight warning. When I hit X. I have to shock them. I have to keep their health up enough. Keep an eye on when their health is going down. It goes from... Oh, shit. One already died. Okay, that's bad. Because here's the deal. You take damage when you use this. You do have to walk around and shock your troops for this. If they go to red, they die. And they'll be killed by all the elements of Zarok here. If you just walk around, you do take tons of damage doing this. You cannot avoid this damage. You can't avoid these flashlight warnings either. But having said that, you want to walk around, you want to keep as many of them alive. I already got one killed. If you get them all killed, it's an instant game over. I'll show later what happens if you get them all killed. The fact I got one of them killed is not a good sign. But just keep an eye on the area. It's tempting to hold X the whole time and just shock everybody. But you lose a lot of health that way, and it's also something that they don't necessarily need. You just pay attention when they're getting weak. There's also, sometimes we can be double teamed, so be ready to recover them and make sure they don't get in red zone. Uh-oh. Yeah, they're ganging up on him. But you can even the odds as they kill the other ones, because they will kill them along the way if you do this right. And then they'll start surrounding them, that'll help. If you have them all set as far as alive at the end, you get more life bottles. I actually have not seen what happens when I have one of them dead. But if you have all of them die, it's an instant game over. They will come and kill you. I will show what happens later on that. Yeah, right there. He killed the one, he's coming over here, and then they'll gang up on all of them. And when they all go, we'll be all set. I'm just gonna sit here and wait. Yeah, go take him down if you please. It is in your best interest to keep as many of the minions of yours alive as you can. And also, if you do try to hit the other ones of Zarok's, you will not do any damage. So don't bother trying. There we go, got him. The battle's over. Here we go.
This battle is ours! We are free for the victory of Zarok!
Yeah, but one of them did die, so... Yeah, they're going to be dropping down as far as that. This is an unskippable cutscene, but you can also move around and grab the energy vials if they change the camera enough and you're able to be in the direction of saying pick them up before the battle. If not, you take a after this fight. Because again, you want to get as much health recovery as you can. Right, there you go. If there's another bottle there, there you go. But also, you might be stopped by the cutscene.
You were fortunate in battle, Fortescue.
Yeah, we were.
Let us see how you fared against my champion, the late Lord Cardok.
Alright, Lord Cardok is the next part. This is a three-pronged battle. The first part was what we just saw, but there's Cardok. And we need to use the lightning on him. Or you can use other things, but if you've saved the lightning like I have, this is where you use it. And flashlight warning again when I use this. Alright, so he's on horseback. Alright, so let's get the normal lightning. Hold down square to use this, charge it up. Now let go, and there you go. He does damage, but he might be using shields, so you have to be careful when he's not shielded. Alright, there you go. Yeah, when the horse bucks up like that, just hold that square button and take him down. Yeah, the flashlights are bad in this, just to let you know. But it sure looks pretty. Is it a preview when we look at Skies of Arcadia next year? Also, be careful when you get his health down enough. Yeah, he'll be under shield like that. And you have to wait till he starts moving again in order to get him. Ouch. Also, there is another shield in there. Trust me, you want to use that in a little bit, but not yet. Charge up and get him. We almost got him. Okay, we got him. There's a life bottle. Now that he's dead, I'm gonna pull out the magic sword. This is the last part of the fight.
Bugger.
Yeah.
Right then, that's it. I've just about had enough of your meddling.
So now Zarok is gonna get his own hands dirty, but now without a little bit of comedic flair.
Where is that spell? Ah, yes. No, not that spell. Oh. Oh, not right now.
Okay. Yeah, you're seeing there, yeah, he is it sounds like he's running like an old printer from like the 90s, but no, he is using his energy as far as that, but yeah, he has to get the spell right. Because this is Zarok's final form. He's transforming himself into this creature, whatever he is. When he's blue like that, he is invincible. So you have to take cover from there and use your shield. I have that other silver shield over there. You want to hold on to that. Because he can tear through that shield and he tears through your health.
So prepare to die, Fortescue.
This is not easy, so let's get the set. When he bucks up like that, start slicing, but if not, crouch. Yeah, because look how much damage he's taking off. You're also seeing, yeah, 2 of those and he hurt, and he gets rid of the shield. But I can go get the other one, so where is it? It's over there. Ow. Okay, since I do have my stuff set here, let me grab the gold shield. Come on, buck up, my friend. Oh shit, there goes my gold shield. Alright. You can run around and avoid him so he bucks up and that green, or that blue aura, I should say, goes out. Reset, but he's not doing as much. Oh, come on. If we get him down low, he does have a stronger attack where he shoots out fire. I gotta be careful of that. Unless he doesn't do it. Which he might not, and since I did, okay, got him. That went way smoother than I thought. But it actually is, it can be a lot harder. But we did get him. We're done. As I said, I will reload the save. I'll show what happens when you, fail the first part of the boss.
If I am
for parts 2 and 3, you just die as normal and you go back to the title screen, but there's a specific cutscene that goes with it when you do it the other way. But you do have to lose the first form, and I did the first time I played this because I didn't know that I need to use the good lightning. So make sure you go get it. Yeah, he said, I'm gonna kill you with me, but no, he's dead. I didn't know you had to use it, and then I realized, wait a second, that you do have to use it, and if you don't, yeah, they just go by and kill you. But I'll show that. There you go, we are done. But we got ourselves blown off. Hold on to the clocks, Daniel, we got this. And since I do have this going on, also seeing the great case of the cutscene, I'm also keeping a little bit of an idea on Gemini 96 saying what he's doing on the speed run, where he's at chapter 2 with just hitting an hour as far as this. Because yeah, we're gonna play Paper Mario for the show. I don't know if he wants part of that because Crochet Nerd 64 recused himself from him. He said, "Nah, I don't even want to sit on this necessarily." Not because he dislikes it, but he said, "You handle it." I mean, I guess I can. But I guess also a case that, well, because Gemini 96, he has the 2 Paper Mario games after that. He has Thousand Year Door and he has Super Paper Mario. I know he loves both those in particular, and I know Super Paper Mario is the case where I know he really likes that one. So I guess in that case, I'd probably do Paper Mario. But we'll do that before, we'll do Paper Mario 1 before we get to those. I guess if we are going to go in order like Electra suggested years ago, we then do Mario Luigi Superstar Saga before we do Thousand Year Door, but I mean, we can adjust that. I mean, I sort of previewed Superstar Saga already, but a case of being able to show more. But alright, here we go. We are seeing the fruits of our labor. We did come back. Here's the Hall of Heroes. Here's everybody, you know, out of their stone perspective. We're having a great time. A great night. And there we go. We are having a good time. And, yeah, we're ready to celebrate. Everybody's looking. It's like, yeah, there we are. But, yeah, let's get this party started. In fact, let's get started enough as he's doing the nice backflip to the table there. It's like, yeah, he's got the chalice. He's getting wine poured or mead. And I'm pouring wine as well because I have a bottle of it that I actually have not finished drinking like a few months ago. This is Kadaroshi Dugal, Cabernet Sauvignon Merlot Veneto from 2023. I'll have a picture of this when I go. Yeah, there you go. That idea is like I'm enjoying a nice drink along with good old Sir Daniel. So, cheers. Definitely the kind of game you know you relax to with like a nice wine or an alcoholic beverage as far as that. For the celebration. Okay, there you go. That is MediEvil for PlayStation, ladies and gentlemen. Developed by Sony Computer Entertainment of Europe or Sony Computer Studio, or Sony Computer Entertainment Studio Cambridge as well, or Gorilla Cambridge. I mean, we should go with my final thoughts, I guess, now on this one. As in this great collage of all the stuff we did. And also some stuff of concept footage, I believe, or concept art that they did as far as some of the enemies. Along with some renders of actual artwork from the game. It was then realized that way. And I think it is concept art because you're looking as far as like their arrows and like they have crib notes written down as far as some of the stuff. Yeah, thank you so much to I'm Laughing to Death again for this great request. A great game for the Halloween season. It's a case where it has some weird stuff with camera and controls, and parts of it can be a little cryptic, but not too cryptic, and not too frustrating in cases like that where it's like, oh, I don't want to play it again. It's like Croc. We played that and finished that a couple weeks ago. Case that maybe something that's a little janky, but something that there is a passion to this. There is a strong atmosphere and fun to this. I have a great time just playing this game, sitting in, and I am a new convert to this game for that very reason. I just had such a great time kind of getting into this, and it's worth pointing out, I'll say this. I did say at certain points earlier this year, I said, am I going to be ready for this game? Because I always said, I want to make sure I'm that way when it comes to the viewer requests that we do. But something as I played it more, I said, okay, I think I'm ready. It's one of those cases that I just had to kind of get over the hump, like with anybody. First time you play a game. Just getting used to, okay, what are we doing? What's the whole idea? How's it feel? What's that play? Understanding all the little nuances of the game. And in that case, it kind of became second nature. I said with part one, I did use parts of that Super Game Brothers play of it as a little bit of a guide, seeing, okay, they know the game very well. I find Matt Metelli, who played the game for them, he knows it really well in particular. So maybe use that as a little bit of a guide, but then as far as this part, no, I can kind of maybe do some of this myself. Except in cases like, wait, what do I do? Because I want to make sure I'm understanding it, and then also understanding the stories and everything that go behind as far as this game. But yeah, this is a very clever, very charming, and a very magical game, you know? And it's a perfect case for Halloween. It is a wonderful, wonderful suggestion as far as that. Case of why do we take our viewer requests? Our viewers have great ideas as far as stuff they want to see, but also cases of thinking, put the idea of what's a perspective of a game for Halloween. This is a great case. Also, this game is dedicated to the memory of Mr. Apple, if only we never removed his magic hat. It's not a person, at least I don't think it is. If it is, I'll let it down below, but it's like that apple guy with the hat. I guess they had to eat the apple. And there is the case of Zarok. I guess he turns into like Daniel Ford's skill where he has the eye missing, but there we are. We were the original. We had a missing eye before it was cool. And before we were a hero, but now we are a hero. Yeah, I really had a good time playing this game. And if you've not played it, I would suggest you give it a play. And there you go, as far as looking into the graveyard as far as this. If you haven't played it, it's available for $6 to download on PlayStation 3. If you have PlayStation 3. And if you do, I'd say get it that way, because in that case, it is a bit cheaper than the $10 they're asking for it on PS4 and PS5. And if you're having the same account, you can carry it up to PS4 and 5, and you don't have to pay for it again. So you save some money as far as it, and on PS3, you get to use the digital manual. We'll show that in a second. But I'll show you what could have happened if we were in trouble. In fact, I'll show on the practice file I had. Which is most like the other one. The only difference is I had a lot more money as far as this practice file. I had less of the lightning. So actually, I ran out of lightning. If you do run out of lightning in the second form of the battle, at the second stage of the battle, I'd say use magical arrows. That's your next best bet. I also upgraded my health fully as far as that. Also, just to give an idea, like what would I have going on. I had way fewer chicken drumsticks. I actually was not able to use that. I had copper shield still, which I used as a little bit of backup, but you do only have 150 points to the copper shield, so you can only take 2 hits before it collapses. And everything else was the same. Okay, so with this, I'm going to walk through. And then also, after I show what could have happened.
We never thought you'd get this far.
Yeah, we did, but we're going to show what happens. I'm also going to skip through this as it is since we saw it already. Yeah, if you've never played it, it is available on PS3. That is the cheapest way. But if you only have PS4 or 5, it's only $10 to download it on either of those systems. But as I said, if you have PS3 and then you have PS4 or 5 like I do, go the PS3 way. Basically, just add funds from your PS4 or 5, which you can do way easier than doing it on PS3. And then just use that money. Save a couple bucks. Also get digital manual access as far as this, because why not? And we'll show as far as why not, to get that indication. Also, it is on PlayStation 1 as is originally. You can get that for like $25, $30. Not bad. Compared to the sequel, it's nothing. We'll talk about that because it's the question of what are we going to do when we come back to MediEvil. We'll get into that probably after we show the manual. So yeah, we do have the same case going on here of the soldiers. And also, as I said, other ways to get this game. There's the remake of it on PlayStation 4, which does have the original ported within it, from what I understand. And you can also play it on PlayStation 5, and there's also this remake that's on PSP, that's MediEvil Resurrection. They're different experiences, especially MediEvil Resurrection, to the point where, I'm not going to lie to you, I think we can justify showing off both of those remakes, especially Resurrection. Resurrection is so different, in the sense there's levels that have been removed, levels that have a lot of changes to them. Some of the puzzles that are in this one were taken out, like the chess puzzle we saw when we were in the garden from last time. The case that they actually give a personality and personification to the brain worm in Daniel's eye. I'm also going to show what happens. So in this case, you're seeing the case that they're having the fight here, and you're seeing as they're going red, or from green to red, they're going to get killed. And yeah, if you don't, you have to use the good lightning for this. Otherwise, yeah, they're not going to survive. And they're going to collapse, and they're going to gang up on everybody. But as I said, that's going to be the idea. I think we can show those remakes. Like, what's the point of showing all of them? They're different enough, both of them, as far as it, that I think it would justify showing off all 3 of them. Also, in case otherwise we have only one more game to go, which would be MediEvil 2. Yeah, the battle's over.
Not such the big man now, are you, Fortescue? Guards, take him down.
And yeah, in that case, they do take me down, they slap me down, that's an instant death, and that's a game over. So yeah, that's what could have happened, but it's not what happened. So yeah, game over as far as Sir Daniel. But because we went the right way, we did beat the game as far as how it was. I had a great time playing this. And if you haven't played this, I think you'd really like it. I was actually telling Nocturne a couple weeks ago when we did Croc, even before we did the show, I said, you'd really like this game. It's also a case where it's has a great horror atmosphere that is kind of scary, just scary enough. And also cases where it's also kind of funny. As you saw there, the case that they actually did set up a unique game over case where you let everybody get defeated as far as all of your minions. Yeah, there is Sir Daniel Fortescue. We know his name now. Actually, when we did Twisted Metal last year, it's like, what's the name of the character of this game? I'm not making that mistake again. As there we are as far as in the graveyard, and you do have the skeleton guy going there. Okay. So there you go. That is a great case. And next time we come back to MediEvil, as I mentioned, we should at some point play MediEvil Resurrection and MediEvil for the PlayStation 4. But the next time we come back to this game, as far as the franchise, I don't know when we do this, but next time we come back to MediEvil, we'll play this game's sequel. That is MediEvil 2, which came out in 2000 for the PlayStation. We're pointing out, for that one, we are going to be using the PlayStation 5 port of it, because it's only $10 to download on that. Nowadays, that game is actually shockingly expensive. It is like $90 to $100. I was surprised that it was that much. And it's also a case that I don't think that MediEvil 2 sold that well. I know it's a case where it has a little bit of a mixed reputation. In some cases, I don't necessarily know whether people like it more or less. I know going back to the Super Game Brothers case, they liked it less as far as it, but now because it costs a lot of money, well, what am I going to do? Because they didn't port that to PlayStation 3. I'm actually very surprised they didn't. But they did port to PS4 and PS5 actually not too long ago, about, I think it was earlier this year. We got that, and there's other games from PlayStation 1 that have been coming out for that PS3 didn't get. There's a lot that PS3 did get, tons, and stuff that PS4 and 5 still don't have. But MediEvil 2 is one of those that the new systems got that the PS3 never got. Twisted Metals 3 and 4, which I'm pretty sure with, what was it? I guess it would be 4. They'd have to relicense Dragula from Rob Zombie. That's probably why, which is also why when we get to that one, we're going to have to figure where that music is and mute it. The next time we come to Twisted Metals to go to that, it's going to be Small Brawl, because I did actually find out. Crusader64, he did mention on this program a few weeks ago, he said, I think I have that game, which is also like $90, $100. He does. So at some point we'll play that as far as our next look at Twisted Metal, and then after that, he'll be involved when we do Twisted Metal Black. But for MediEvil 2 is our next stop. In that case, because it was only PS4 and 5, there's no digital manual, but still, we'll get that experience because this game, I understand why people adore this game and why this has, in a sense, a cult following, but I don't know if I'd necessarily say this is a cult following. It's somewhere between a massive hit and a cult following, from what I'm understanding. In case the people know about this game, they know it well enough, and I think Sony knows about it well enough because they keep either re-releasing or remaking the first one, and also porting MediEvil 2 as it is now, and they made that game as far as its direct sequel. And they did have Sir Daniel Fortescue in PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. Keep thinking about this, and the thought that maybe they do a movie. We haven't heard anything about that. I don't know if they're gonna think about that. Maybe they will. I think there's a lot of potential here still. And on the back of this game, yeah, I'm a convert. I really had a great time playing this. Especially for Halloween. It is a great choice for Halloween. You're like, I want a Halloween game that maybe I missed, or maybe you didn't miss this. Maybe you knew about this, and it's a case where you realize immediately, like, oh good, you finally got to this, you realized how great this game was. I said, yeah, because I didn't have PlayStation growing up, so that's part of the reason why I came to this one late. I'm glad I got to it, and I'm glad it's a case where it's never too late to, kind of find something new, and also get a sense of something like this. Like, I probably would have really liked this growing up, just because of kind of the atmosphere of it. Especially if you're a fan of like British comedy and also like The Nightmare Before Christmas and a lot of stuff like that, or like anything like Tim Burton, say, or in the case of Nightmare Before Christmas, Henry Selick. I think this game is going to be right up your alley. I mean, it's got some weird stuff with controls and camera, and from what I understand, the remakes do those parts of it better. But even still, I had a really good time with this one. And there is an aura to this that, as was known, I knew we were coming back to this week. I said, oh man, I'm really looking forward to coming back to this. Even over just the past 2 months before we came back to it tonight to finish, I said, man, this is a good one. And I was just really excited to play it again. And I think that's kind of a sign there. Like sometimes a case that are going to be really, really looking forward to. Not just because I'm doing a show, not just because I'm delivering it for the chat who asked for it, but just on my own element. It would be like, if I wasn't going to do a show for this, I was just saying, oh, I just started playing it like a few months ago, but I had other things going on myself as far as like just doing it on my off time. Like, come back, it's like, ooh, I got to come back to this. Even as far as Nocturne, you can ask her in a couple weeks when she's on for Mega Man 7, the case of how excited was I telling her about MediEvil, in the case of this thing, like, I think you'd really like this game. She probably was like, yeah, he was really excited about this. And it sounds really appealing. And a perfect one for Halloween, absolutely. Okay, so with MediEvil looked at, we're going to take a look at the other part of this, and I will also have segmented out as far as the show when I edit the chapters going on, because we are looking at the digital instruction manual. Here is MediEvil, released in 1998 on October 9th, 1998, so yesterday was its 27th anniversary. So yeah, we came pretty close to it as far as that. There it is, rated teen, of course. Take a look as far as that, looking at the MediEvil tips line, as far as seeing like what's going on. Also, you can turn the page on the L1 and R1 buttons. I think that skips 10 pages, so I'm not going to do that. Here you go. Also, as I mentioned, epilepsy as far as, flashing lights. So what I say as far as the flashing light warning. For this game, you can kind of get a sense that also if you have a projection TV of the old way, unless it's LCD, don't connect it. That being said, we did once connect NES to a projection TV my grandparents had to look at, of all things, Back to the Future 2 and 3 from LJN on NES, but it was like a one-time case. And I think it was later when I read the manuals for Sega Genesis games where they say, don't do that. Like, yeah, we can't do that. It was like, okay, fine, we don't do that. But it's either way. Also, you do get this game physically. Be careful about how you handle your disc. And if you have questions about what to do, call this 1-900 number. Get stuff from the tip line. Okay. There's this great artwork, going back to that as well, as you're seeing all the table of contents going on here. So this is like gaming literature. And as I said, I miss instruction manuals. So anytime we play a PlayStation 1 game or a PlayStation 2 game that I have digitally on PlayStation 3 like this, we'll be reading the manual. Trust me, we'll be reading the manual every time because it is worth doing that. And actually, I think... Okay, we did do it for Parasite Eve. I think other cases where we didn't. I mean, we didn't for Mega Man Legends 1 or 2 because actually Nocturne owns both those games physically. I have them on this. And she also owns The Misadventures of Tron Bonne, which is one of the rarest games on this system. She has that physically. Because of me, admittingly. Because she's made like, yeah, you bought it from me years ago. When it was not as expensive as it is now. But in that case, anytime we do something like that, we'll do it. Although I guess when we get to The Misadventures of Tron Bonne, because I'm going to be the one controlling that, I might just get a sense of saying, hey, Nocturne, let's record part of us just looking over this manual digitally, so at least we can also show all of you that way as well. Okay, but it's giving you a sense of what's going on, how to use your controller, the map of Gallowmere. Let's take a look at all this stuff. So here we go. Here is the good old gray box of the PlayStation console, the PlayStation game console, as it was called in the commercials. In this case, yeah, we're using the PlayStation 3 saying, yeah, make sure the power is off before you turn the game on or insert it to compact disc. They load in the top loading tray. There you go. So, okay, just want to make sure I'm looking at all the pages right. So here we go. At the introductory scene, we see the graveyard guarded by one of Zarok's malevolent monsters. Okay, so actually I did not know that. So the thought is that the skeleton is one of Zarok's men, which makes sense. Saying that you can have a new game to commence your adventure if you have a memory card. Select load game, see page 10 for more information on how saving and loading works. How controller works, because remember also they split these across individual pages. As far as how to do the panning of the camera, pressing in the left analog stick for L3. The analog mode switch, which you do kind of lose that a little bit because it's kind of cut off in the center for this. The case of that on PS2 and PS3, or no, PS2 and PS1, you can press that and switch between digital and analog control at will. L2 and R2 for Dan Cam. Let's see, what else? Yeah, Docker, if you have a shield, use defending of that. Shoulder barge when you get that via the daring dash. And then jumping and all that other stuff as well. And R3 doesn't do anything. Okay, so here's the legend of Daniel Fortescue. We saw it as far as the game. But based on the manual, in my case, I did usually read the manual beforehand, because it's usually a case where you rent a game, you might get the manual from the video store that you rent it from. Or when you buy a game, it's like, hey, you're coming back from the store, you're not driving yet, as far as your young age, as far as how that was. It's like, hey, what's the game I'm going to play? What's going on? Getting a sense like, let me get myself started looking at this. So, hey, if it's like 20-minute drive home from the store to your house, saying, okay, I can be ready, so when I go home and get to play in this game, I'm all ready to go. I'm all caught up. So, these are what's tell the heroes, so Daniel Fortescue, that's us, single-handedly halted an invasion of zombie hordes by Zarok the Sorcerer, but the history books are wrong about that one, because he regaled the nobles of Gallowmere with wild tales of slain dragons and vanquished legions. So basically they're saying that Daniel Fortescue basically lied about his history, and that's what Zarok was saying. King Peregrine was so impressed by this, he made Daniel a knight and appointed him head of the royal battalion. It was only an honorary post because we hadn't seen a war in centuries in Gallowmere, but the king liked stories, and Zerdan was a great storyteller. By then, evil Zarok, the mad magician, returned from years in exile, and embittered with his wrath, he threatened to unleash an army of darkness that he had built using the most sinister of magic. So he's desperate need of heroes, that was us. So Dan was thrust in the front of the king's army to face a monstrous enemy. The battle commenced, but within seconds, Sir Dan fell to the ground, struck in the eye with the very first arrow fired. So the thought is, and we just sort of see this in the game as far as what was going on with the king, the fact that the king trusted Sir Daniel, but the case that Sir Daniel maybe was full of shit, basically. Just kind of talked a good game. Although it's kind of weird looking at that as far as the game, because in some ways, I don't know if I necessarily say that as far as what it was. Apparently he must have believed in, or the king must have believed in Daniel enough to get a sense of saying, hey, hold on. Maybe he just didn't pick up on it. But I don't know. It's kind of a weird case. And then I guess that also creates one question, which is, if that's the case, is Daniel only doing this to kind of satiate his, position as himself? Or is he actually a real hero who has the right ideals? In a way, I think he might be having the right ideals to a certain extent. Or maybe there are points where he didn't. Maybe he got into it as far as not having the idea and built it as he went along. But of course, the army fought without him. But they did win, so Zarok's legions were defeated. But because we didn't get Zarok, everybody was embarrassed by that. And so King Peregrine declared that he died in mortal combat seconds after killing the sinister wizard. So basically, he told the story of what happened. I mean, they did do a hero's tomb. The history books inscribed tales of his valor, and then they forgot about what was going on with Zarok. But he didn't forget, and he came back. And 100 years later, scheming happened, and he returned. So, all right, so King Peregrine did give his perspective. He was embarrassed, but he said he wanted to hide that perspective from everybody else. He wanted to give them a sense of, no, he was a hero. Maybe the thought of him thinking, the truth would be too much for them to take. So that might be the reason why he did it. But even a case where I didn't get anything from the dialogue going through as far as him remembering, or even when his ghost came around saying, oh yeah, you were, that, hey, you died and you made us look bad. So as I said, I don't know necessarily if this is 100% accurate or what is, but it's kind of complicated. I kind of like that idea of saying it maybe isn't that simple. The case that is Sir Daniel fully a hero or maybe just a charlatan, but in some ways it's not completely clear, and I like that. Okay, so the idea of make sure you have at least one free memory card block on your card. Let's see. How saving works. You get free save anytime you go to a level and you beat it that's new. If you want to see the map of Galmir, we'll see that. How to load, as we indicated on page 5. Then go here. If you have only one memory card suited or only one to save games on, you'll be taken directly to the load screen area. But if you had multiples, like we have digitally speaking for PlayStation 3, it's going to be there with more than one. Okay, so here's the element of the game screen. They're showing the idea of the stained glass monster we fought. There's also going to be another one in 3 weeks to go into that at least. And giving you a sense of your money pie, your life bottles, current weapon shield strength, life bar, the Chalice of Souls when you have that going, and the life bar when there's a boss, and how the camera status is. Okay, so in many areas you can pan the camera hitting L2 or R2 or enter Dan camera hitting both of those buttons together. But when they're unavailable, they'll give you a warning icon saying, like, yeah, there's an X, yeah, you can't turn the camera. And the pause menu usually showed the idea that you can set your settings up, including stuff for game settings, controls, or quit out to the main menu, as far as how it is looking at his tomb there. Many aspects of audio, sound effects, speech, and elements of the in-game lighting to adjust, as well as screen adjustment and music volume. Game controls. Basically everything we looked at on part 1 as far as what it is, and also walk around toggle, where if you have analog mode, you have to have either a DualShock controller on PS1 or PS2, or in this case, the DualShock 3 or any of the PlayStation 3 controllers, because they all have the sticks to be able to do this. So, yeah, using the L3 button to do the walking as far as it. You can toggle between walking and running as far as this may be useful in narrow areas. Actually, I want to look back at one thing before I go on. I want to see as far as the movement on D-pad. I want to see this. Yeah, double press and hold to run. We're saying D-pad, you basically do the movement, and then on analog mode, move when in analog mode. So it does tell you to do the double tap. I just wasn't sure as far as it, or the fact that you can do it on D-pad. I just want to confirm that because I was not completely sure. Okay, so next, the amount of life bottles and energy vials that we saw. When the energy meter is empty, you die and you go back to the title screen, but if you find life bottles and it automatically recovers you to full health, you can use that at the Fountain of Rejuvenation, which we found a couple of those tonight, and then fill your life bar and bottles, and then after the exhaustion of that is going on, it disappears. Once your life bottle is empty, it's game over. Small vials top it up a little bit. But also when you encounter bosses, they have an energy BR as well, so deplete them before they kill you. Worker weapons are going to work best, but generally speaking, you might want to use projectiles from a distance. Maybe a couple life bottles hidden in Sir Daniel's crypt at the start of the game, giving you the hint of saying, hey, remember there's that wall we had to bust down with the hammer, or with the club. Yeah, saying, hey, maybe there's something over there. So giving you a little bit of a clue. As far as we're also seeing all the weapons we use, including the broadsword, the club. Saying, yeah, you can light it on fire for the purpose of that, which can set enemies on fire by pressing the special attack button, that being square. And throwing knives, as we had as far as that. And then we just saw like the hammer, the axe, the crossbow, and then fireflies, which appear for the targeting. Actually, I didn't know that's what they were, but that's the idea of how that is. You might find many useful items in your inventory, which is on select button, and you can use that, which we saw a lot. But if you try to use an item in the wrong place, it goes doo-doo-doo as far as a negative sound. So there you go. Rune stones, because of that, we use those as keys to open the areas. They can use to open gates and lock doorways if you have the correct stone placed in there. You find one, work out where it should be placed. For example, only moon rune stone will open a moon lock, as with the chaos rune, going to the chaos lock, and so on and so forth. And here's the map. At the end of each level, you see the areas upon where you've gone. Zarok's black clouds obscure areas. When you complete areas, the map is more exposed around. You also guide the green arrows either on D-pad or on the left analog stick for the purpose of going to the next area, and hit X to start level. Kind of basic stuff, but also the gargoyles. Neither particularly like Sir Dan because they know how much of a failure he really was when he was alive. But they don't hear grudges and can be... Okay, they don't hear grudges and they can be of great help in your quest if you use correct, including the information ones who talk to you. Yeah, the Ogre Star carvings, they sit and silently observe, but they can't resist showing off how clever they are and often give handy hints and clues, even when they're trying to rib Dan as far as that. And the Merchant Gargoyle, they're miserable creatures, only exist to drain brave heroes of their treasure. But you have to give money in return for the purpose of doing that. Yeah, you can use replenished weapons you gain from the Hall of Heroes, buy extra arrows, spears, daggers, and all of other stuff to get yourself set for a boss or battle with an enemy. The books we saw as far as reading information, some giving information about the great lore of this game. That's another thing about this game I don't think I mentioned when I was going to the final thoughts. The lore of this game, it's really nice, and it really is something that... It's something I maybe underestimated when I was playing through the game, saying, oh yeah, you know, there's some really interesting backstory to this that does get some kind of interesting complications going on. Particularly when I was saying, hey, you know, is the idea of Sir Daniel being a full coward for his entire life, and now a hero, where does that really fall? Maybe not completely clear, you know? But also you can find some of this stuff to learn a little more. Of course, the treasure paid those merchant gargoyles and the Chalice of Souls. We had to make amends for our ignoble death and prove that we're a real hero. To join them in the afterlife, which we did. And right there's the chalice to make sure that as enemies are dispatched of specific kinds, that you have it filled up a bit more, and then once it's filled, you can get it, and you're worthy to go to the Hall of Heroes to get a reward. It's in almost every region of Galamir, and well guarded, so only a true hero like we are collect the full set, which we definitely did. Here's the Hall of Heroes, except over here, typo. They spell it without the E. It's the Hall of Heroes, so like the sandwich. Oh, maybe they did it on purpose. No, they didn't do that on purpose, because it says right there, Hall of Heroes. Yeah, Crochet Nerd 64 taught me best, I guess, as far as saying, how do you find typos in games? Here you go. Or in this case, in the manual. Various heroes are spending eternity resting, feasting, and changing tales of their greatest victories. We compare respect as far as it in the ghostly colored glow. Stand in front of them, and they'll give you something as far as accepting. You get only one reward each visit. Sometimes you can pick up more than... you can select one of many at a time, but you'll eventually get all of them, as we did. Don't go pestering other heroes that just ignore you. It's 2 levels. Only when you're worthy do you get to go up the stairs, and then later go through the door at the end of it. And one last hint. The Daring Dash, which we found. When you get this, you press the triangle button while you're moving. And you can use this to broken down the wall to reveal areas as far as this. Yeah, during this a little later in the game, there are areas that you might have missed. Just keep looking around and use this handy skill. Now you're ready to fight Zarok follow Zarok through Galamir and look through our exits. By the green glow of his trail, the residue of his evil magic as the game indicated as well. And here are your credits. There is Chris Sorrell as the game concept and direction of the game. It was that great soundtrack by Andrew Barnabas and Paul Arnold, as well as all of the designers, programmers, and artwork people, and sound effects designers, and QA testing as well. All the people who came together to make this really terrific game, as far as out of Sony Cambridge. Yeah, and our hats are off to them for sure, as far as how they are and what they did, because they really came up with something special and something unique, even against other games like this. I mean, there's something to be said about the fact that there are also other games that were kind of taken off from this. There's something on the PS4 5, whose name escapes me at the moment. I think it is trying to go after this game a little bit, as far as like a little bit of an homage of sorts. But it also, I guess, goes to the reason, I guess, why people have such a strong attachment to this. And the PlayStation was filled with games like this, of cases where Sony first party, they did take chances, eventually even on games like were 2D, like with Tomba when we played that last year and finished at the beginning of this year, and saw that there was something really interesting. Cases where you were getting games on PlayStation you were not getting in other places and on other consoles, not just because Sony was publishing them, but also because of that style that they had. So the idea of Sony, like with any game developer, console developer, saying, we have a game that we're making and we want to, we have a style of games we have, or maybe a multitude of styles, and gives them an identity of who are they really, and what gets people to remember games like this, and to also want to pick them up. Because here's the thought. Remember a day when you have a lot of big franchises that you might love, when they were kind of an original intellectual property, the case that we'd never seen them before. It's easy to dunk on something like Call of Duty, because we've seen tons of them over the years. Go back to 2003, as I mentioned, we previewed it last year, saying there was a time there was something new, and it was a fresh breath of air, a breath of fresh air, or a case of, wow, this is something neat amongst a sea of other stuff. And MediEvil's a case like that. You can say that about any franchise, really. But something like this is like, this is an idea they came up with. And even the way they marketed this game and kind of playing with the humor. I have a link also to the commercial of this game saying, if you fail in your adventures to save Galamir, you're going to be a corpse. If you succeed, well, you're still a corpse because you're still dead. And it's a great case of that as well. And here's more as far as the people who did the credits on this, all the testers, the lead localization, and also where in Sony Computer Entertainment America as far as getting this released over here. And of course, your software warranty, you have 90 days from the date of your purchase as far as the purposes, but this game does work really well, and there's the nice case of the logo and the back perspective of when they ported this to the PlayStation 3. That is in 2007. So there you go. That is MediEvil for the PlayStation 1. I had a great time playing this game. As I mentioned, next time we come back to MediEvil, it will be MediEvil 2. I'm buying it, as I mentioned, on PS5 because, it's like $90. And since there's a cheaper official way to get it, I'm going to do that. And I don't know when we'll do that. I don't know if we do it next year. There's a lot of other Halloween games I got to figure. And I don't know what else we're going to do for next year's installment. I guess I got to focus on what we got this year to start. But I think because I did finish this game a little sooner than I expected, I could end the show now. But then again, I don't know if I want to. So I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to quit this game. I'm going to look at other things horror I have. Just as a little bit of an element, I could show the game we're doing in 3 weeks, which maybe I will, and I'll also edit around that Elgato No Signal, as the case. Okay, so as far as stuff we have, I do have Fatal Frame 3 The Tormented. That's a PlayStation 2 game. We haven't shown Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly yet, and there's the remake that's coming out next year. As far as this stuff horror, I don't know if Persona 3 is counting to that, although we were going to show this as part of our, Super Bowl Game Saturday scoping sessions. I guess that's going to be the name of it, unless Nikki comes up with a better name. As far as we're going to do one of these a month, we're going to take a game that's really, really long, stuff that I know chat you've wanted to see. I know Electverse wanted to see this game, and say, I'm not going to be the way other people have been said, even Edwack, saying, no, don't do this. No, I'm not going to say, no, we're not doing this. Electverse said he wanted to see it, he loved it. I said, I'm not going to say, no, you don't get this. I want to understand this too, and I want to come to it the same way I did with something like MediEvil, or any cases where games where they passed me by. And honestly, everything in this PS2 list is stuff that passed me by and then became expensive, except, okay, this isn't that expensive. This is, and this hasn't been remade or re-released outside of the PS3 here. This is another one that's really expensive, and they're never going to re-release this because of some of the social elements of this. There's no way in hell this game would ever fly when it comes to political correctness nowadays. And some of that I absolutely understand, but it's a case where, it's something that I downloaded because of that. I know they're never releasing this again. And maybe same case would show up from Natsume. That's a game that costs a lot of money. I know, actually, Gemini 96, he has this game physically in box, fully complete on the PS2. So hold on to that game. It costs a lot of money. And then Gradius 5, which is by Treasure. It's actually part of the Gradius franchise of Konami's, but Treasure made it, as far as the PS1. In PS3's case, I have stuff of demos. I may as well go over some of this. We have the Fantasy Pants Adventures. I'm going to show that for the Delisted Xbox Live Showcase next month. There's Dead Life 5 Last Round. They give you the core fighters as freebie. Metal Gear Solid 4, the Metal Gear Solid 4 database that goes with Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots. The Baconing, that's a demo of the third game in the Death Spank trilogy. It's only available on the PS3 and on the PSP. No, on the PC, I should say. They listed it on 360 for very complicated reasons, as was. Here's Space Jam 5 Part 2. We're going to play that on the show eventually. Here's God of War Ascension. We have a demo of House of the Dead 4. We're going to be using this to play that. We're going to play House of the Dead 2 and 3 before we get there. Demos of Ni no Kuni, Pinballistic, which is a pinball game that's a freebie on PS3. Demo on Buzz Quiz Player. We should probably play some of those. Demos on Wipeout HD, Sound Shapes, Sly Cooper 4, Thieves in Time. Folklore, which is a game that costs a lot of money on the PS3. This is like a $150, $200 game. Very early in the era of the console, which there's a demo of. Actually, there's 2 demos. Alro Stranger's Wrath, which got an HD version of itself. Journey, More Storm RC, like remote control cars, and Echochrome. But as far as stuff that's horror, it's mostly going to be in the PS1 category because I got tons of stuff from PS1 to look at. We probably should look at this. I don't know if I use this version to play Resident Evil when we get to that. There's also Echo Knight. This is from Software, back when nobody knew who From Software was, and also back at a time when I mentioned this before, and I have always been serious when I mention this. Nowadays, whenever From Software makes something, it's treated as the second coming of Christ. Back then, it was a case where, you know what, it was honestly a question where was anything they made actually worth anything? Although Echo Knight is not a bad game, looking back at it. Actually, it was a pretty interesting one. It's kind of like a bit of a haunted house survival horror game. It's actually really interesting. There's a sequel called Echo Knight Beyond, which also costs a lot of money. Chasm22 has a copy of that. He's like, yeah, he had a box of games that his brother gave him. He's like, I have stuff on the PS2 I don't have anymore. I don't want anymore. He said, like, I might sell some of this stuff or give them back. He's like, I don't know if I necessarily want the stuff in this box. And I looked through. He's like, Ed Wacka and Captain Dietrich, take a look at this box. Anything in here I should keep or anything that's really interesting. I looked at this, like, Echo Knight Beyond. He's like, what's this? Like, it's a horror game. He's like, I don't know. Do I want to have that? It costs $200 now, and it's from Software. He said, oh, yeah, right, yeah. I said, you keep that. You do not let go of that game. Please. Not just because they'll say, like, hey, we can use it for show, but just because, hey, hold on to it. He also has Haunting Ground on the PS2. It's like, well, $600 now. It's another one of those cases. As far as other stuff are, there's Silent Hill, the first one from the PlayStation. We could show a little bit of preview of that. Let's see. I don't know how Persona 2 Eternal Punishment counts as a horror game. I mean, it's like a case of a grisly death going on. This is $600 unless you buy this version on PS3, which is $10. So it's a steal. So is this because it's like $700 nowadays. Let's see. There's Parasite Eve 2. There's a survival horror game, so that would sort of fit as far as showing that. Let's see. What else on the horror direction? We played Parasite Eve, the first one. Resident Evil 2, because I bought Resident Evil 2 as well. Castlevania Chronicles are doing that in 3 weeks. Because that's going to be a Friday show as well. Let's see. What do we got? Let's make a little bit of a look of a couple of these things. Let's look at Resident Evil. Let me put in the line on this just to have a perspective of this. Let's see. I also had to pick the right one because remember, this is the original. Well, sort of the original. This is Resident Evil Director's Cut. This came out in 1997 for the PlayStation. It's a re-release of Resident Evil 1 that adds DualShock support so you can have rumble and analog control going on in the game. It's also a case where they take some scenes that were cut out of the original game and they put them back in. They also fucked up on one of those because in the intro that I'm going to show you, on the Japanese version of this game, there's a scene where there's a severed hand. They show it fully in the Japanese release. In the original version that came out on the PlayStation in 1996, they didn't. And they said, oh, by the way, the director's cut, we're going to have this. They made a mistake with the discs when it came to the release of it. So it's not in this. So when we get to this, I'm going to see about the Sega Saturn version of Resident Evil 1 because it came out on that in 1997. I'd absolutely be importing that because it costs a lot on Saturn in the US. But I think that one might have been uncensored. If it is, I'm going to get that one because it's all in English anyway as far as the voice acting. So we're going to take a look at that. Let's just take a look at this now. Because we haven't shown Resident Evil on the show yet. I think we should. And I will also edit in, as far as you're seeing the Elgato no signal, I'll insert in the PlayStation 1 full intro music, which I tend to do anytime I do a PS3 game, or a PS1 game on PS3. On PS2, I don't do that, because we don't have that feed cut case, but it still will not turn the show off. Also, you're going to be experiencing some of the best voice acting ever, and a game that contains explicit scenes of explicit violence and gore. This game is rated mature. It is from Capcom, of course. It's a game that definitely took survival horror and kind of put the idea of that genre on the map. Now, that was the first game to do it, because there was also Alone in the Dark that was on 3DO and on PC and other stuff. As you're seeing Chris Redfield looking there, it's like, oh god, here we go. As we have Resident Evil. And this is our first time showing Resident Evil on the show. And I guess we're going to have to start with this one. And we probably should do this next year, because next year is 30 years of the franchise and 30 years of the original. We have Resident Evil 9, Resident Evil Requiem that's coming out in a couple of months. Celebrate that. So, that's going to be Resident Evil. Also, flashlight warning whenever I make an option select. And when we play this, I'm going to be muting the mic when we play this, but for tonight, I'm not going to do that. I also make sure I get the controls set. Basically, it's tank controls. You're moving forward and backwards on up and down on D-pad, and you turn left and right on left and right. And you have fixed camera angles going on. You also have item usage as far as R1, L1, R2, and L2. And as far as doing attacks, you get ready on... Dashing is on square, action is on X, and then get ready on Y button. With stereo mono, this version adds rumble. It did not have that originally on the PlayStation 1 when it first came out. And Saturn never had that because they didn't have a rumble element on their controller. As far as this version of Resident Evil 1, they've not re-released this much in the years. I think there's a GOG version on the PC you can buy. And outside of that, the last release of it actually was almost 20 years ago. That was Resident Evil Deadly Silence for the DS. Because what happened is that in 2002, Capcom remade it for the GameCube, and they've re-released that version a lot as it is. Which changes aspects of it. It's a great remake too, and like MediEvil, it's kind of a case where we could justify showing both versions, honestly, on the show. They're different enough that it makes sense to show them both, but we need to show this one too. Let's take a look. Flashlight warning, hit that X button now of... Oh, right, you have also difficulty options. The flashlight warning, hit X on this. You have original mode. As far as that, you have the arranged mode. That's new for this one, and beginner, so it makes it a little easier. We're going to run original. So flashlight warning now as we go. Resident Evil 1. Yeah, because this is the first one. And you do have your options of campaigns, and when we play this, we're going to have to play both of them. We have Chris Redfield, and we have Jill Valentine. We're going to be running with Jill Valentine to start. Okay, so let's go. As I mentioned, when we play this, as far as the intro, it does not have subtitles. I will be muting Mike on that, but not today. So, in July of 1998, in the forests around Raccoon City... Yeah, this is where the game started. Also, the opening in this version is in black and white. The Japanese version is in color.
Around the forest zone situated in northwest Raccoon City, where we're searching for the helicopter of...
And this game is, as I said, the voice acting is known as being hilarious, but also in some cases... There is an effort you get out of this that in some ways maybe turns it into the good case of itself.
Bizarre murder,
including the discussions here saying about the bizarre spelt wrong without an E. And also I think with two Z's. That's wrong, I think.
Of about 10 people.
Saying what's going on. There's horror in Raccoon City. There are more victims dead.
Bravo team went to the...
And we have a Bravo team, or STARS, the Special Tactics and Rescue Service, who are sent to save Raccoon City. Because remember, Jill Valentine, she always says, I'm a member of STARS. So we went out in the forest to try and see what's going on. With a full motion video opening, and this looks great. And when this came out in 1996, there's another one I came too late, like MediEvil. It was like 2004 when I first played this on the PlayStation. I was like, wow, it's still looking impressive as far as that. But think back to 1996 and saying something a little more adult, something a little darker. I mentioned that with Splatterhouse, we played that last year, saying, hey, we can do some darker stuff. As we have Barry Burton, we have Wesker, we have Jill Valentine, and we also have Chris Redfield. As far as our members of STARS, and Rebecca Chambers. She's a part of it, but wait a second, there's something coming around here. And that's Carlos. But as you see in there, and it's kind of hard to see without the color that the Japanese version had. As far as I know, yeah, this is the shot they censored, by the way, and they didn't fix it or uncensored here, and they said they're gonna. You saw on the other end of that, that's a severed hand. They just stop it right there on this version. But it sees that Carlos is getting himself attacked by those dogs. Oh no, Joseph, sorry. Okay, Carlos, I'm thinking Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, which is on PlayStation. So yeah, it's Joseph. So Joseph got himself killed.
No!
Don't go! So yeah, they're leaving us here. So yeah, the Raccoon Police Department is leaving us on this perspective. So we have creatures out there, the dogs there, I guess. They're going after us. We're just gonna run our asses away. It's like, yeah, fire on them. Hold on, guys. We're gonna make it.
Jill, run for that house.
Yeah, we're running for that house. The good old Spencer Mansion. That's where we're gonna be starting. Here we go. As we go, we're also gonna get an intro of like, yeah, who's our cast of characters, and also that dog. Yeah, look at that. It's amazing to think about how far this has went. But here is our cast of characters. So I have the roll call. Here is Chris Redfield. So they show this part as far as in color of the opening cinematic, but not the other part. There's Jill Valentine's. The idea that they actually had people getting actually set up in costume and saying, like, here are the characters. Here's Barry Burton, of course. He's the one with the gun right there. Look at him. And there's Rebecca Chambers. She's also the star of Resident Evil 0, the prequel to this that came out on the GameCube many years after this. And Albert Wesker. Yeah, there's unbelievable music. We'll go into aspect as far as credits when we get here, but I want to give a sense of it. Here we go. Yeah, we escaped into the mansion. We thought it was safe. Well, how safe was it really? Here we go. Here comes the voice acting. Oh my god, it's glorious.
What is this? Wow. What
a mansion! Oh my god, so good.
Captain Wesker, where's Chris?
Stop it. Don't open that door.
But Chris is...
Alright, there's a gunshot. Maybe Chris is over there.
What is it? Maybe it's Chris. Now, Jill, can you go?
I'm going with you. Chris is our old partner, you know.
You're damn right.
Okay, let me handle this.
Alright, so yeah, we're gonna head off.
Stay alert.
Yeah, no problem. Also to point out, there's differences in the music in this version, which was kind of changed again over the original release. So as I said, depending on how this is, I'm gonna figure what the best way to show Resident Evil original like this is. I don't know if it's gonna be this way. Let's chat. You have a suggestion. How do you want to see Resident Evil 1? I mean, the remake is gonna be a separate question, because I think we'll do both of them. But here we go. So yeah, remember, you do have tank control, so moving left and right, you have to get that set. Down is moving backwards, and every time you have that, far as it going forward, you basically move forward anytime, and the camera's going to shift. Hold the square button to do running. So in this case, as you go, even though it's changing, and it's changing for effect very nicely here as far as effect, always remember, as long as you keep holding forward, when you go to a different scene, you'll be set. It is very weird as far as how it goes, and you can interact with stuff by hitting the X button. This is just a looking grandfather clock. And also, I believe this version does change some of the text a little bit as far as some of the fonts here and there.
What? What is this?
What's up?
What is it?
Blood. Jill, see if you can find any other clues. I'll be examining this. Hope this is not Chris's blood.
Yeah, maybe something happened to him. Yeah, it is very kind of overwrought as far as how the voices are concerned, but it's also something that you really do get the sense that people made this, they did really kind of care about it, and it's worth pointing out, this game does, or Capcom did openly come out and say, we were inspired by Night of the Living Dead from George Romero, as far as this one. So I don't know if maybe some of this perspective they kind of were intending as far as, I mean, not like the voice acting as far as it being cheesy. Also, the door's locked. You can't go that way. But the case, like, maybe like a B horror case, but also this case that, I don't know, it's been ridiculed as far as it, but if we have a lockpick, we can open that, but we don't have one yet. Maybe a case that, I don't know, sometimes the case when you talk about bad voice acting in games, sometimes there's a difference between voice acting is bad, we get a sense that there was not a passion or a care to that, like Chaos Wars for the PlayStation 2, and then one like this, where everybody in this cast is going for it, and my god, I love it. In some ways, even the case where when Resident Evil came out on the GameCube as far as that remake, they changed the entire game as far as how it was. They redesigned the idea of what this was. The voices were changed. So in that case, it's better, but it's also something that maybe the style of how it was the first time was something that people really liked, you know? Also, I'm going to take a look at my perspective. I got my Beretta. I can hit that button and hit that. Also, I want to see if I can do this here. You hit the R button, R1 button to get it set. Okay, I'm trying to get a sense of, there's certain areas in this game where if you shoot straight in the camera, you will, shoot a hole in the lens as far as of the view. You also have your first aid spray. You can use that for health recovery. That being said, there's rankings on this game. I don't know how I'm handling that when it comes to running this game. Those are the combat knife. We can use that. You can also combine items when you have it. You also have a pretty limited inventory, although I believe Jill has a little bit of a bigger one than Chris does. And she also starts that first aid spray as far as what it is. And you also have a map of the mansion you can get as you go along. Also prepare your weapon as far as that. We use that for doing slice, and also you can slice downward by aiming that way to down while you're holding the R1 and then hitting X button to do that. Or something like that. Alright, so here we go. And also pretty seamless transition into the F&V scenes. Yeah, I got to get that set. No. And you know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to get my gun out. Sorry, hit start. Oh, I'm in danger. You know what? Fine. For the purpose of this, I'm using my first aid spray. Yeah, stop it. I want him dead, so I'm going to shoot him. Alright, there you go. I just want to survive for a little bit. I'm not going to show too much of this, but at least want to give a little bit of a preview, because it's going to be a while before we come back to this. Then again, we might come back to this next year. I got a sense of that. I know there might be people who want to do some of the other ones. I bet Medics might want to do Resident Evil 2.
Barry?
What is it?
What's up?
Watch out! It's a monster!
Let me take care of this.
Yeah, because Barry Burton, does have the pistol, and if you do hit strong enough, you take his head off. We can do that later, but not now.
What is it?
Kenneth was killed too. Maybe by this creature. Anyway, let's report this to Wesker.
Okay, so we did see that's the idea. Kenneth is in the mansion as well, but he's the one who's dead. So, alright, come on, Barry, let's go. Oh, they know what to talk to. Can I talk to him? I don't think so. I think I just have to go and, Oh, wait, there's dinner utensils as far as this table. Also, the great design of the mansion. It looks great. There's a reason why this is such an iconic area as far as your horror game. But alright, here we go.
Wesker!
Yeah, where'd he go?
Help me look for him, Jill.
Sure.
And don't leave this hall for the time being.
Alright, here is the typewriter. If you have an ink ribbon, you use that for saving. So you are weapons-based as far as that idea. Yeah, don't leave the hall. Well, let's look around. Where the hell is he? But in this case, you use the X button to interact with stuff, including going up the stairs. I mean, I'm not leaving the hall, but it is a case where we're going down the way. Getting that stuff set. Yeah, search this hall first. Yeah, we are searching the hall. So we'll not let you go out of the way. There's one element I want to show before we go on. So in this case, I might actually show a couple things. Especially because I don't know when we're going to get to some of these. Alright, so... And it's also kind of hiding a load screen as far as that, but alright, didn't find him up there.
Find anything, Jill?
No.
Nothing. What is this all about? I can't figure it out at all.
Beats me, too.
Now it's Wesker's time to disappear.
Yeah, why'd he go away? Where is he?
What's going on?
Well, it can't be helped. Let's search for him separately.
Okay.
I'll check the dining room again.
Okay, I'll try the door on the opposite
And here comes one of those famous lines in the game and ever.
This mansion is gigantic. We could get into trouble if we get lost. We should start from the first floor, okay? And Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we are the master of unlocking.
Maybe I'll need it.
And we are going to need it. I will show it being used.
Listen, if something happens, let's meet up in this hall. This time, I'll be there.
Wait, you think you wouldn't? But alright, yeah, I love Barry Burton. He's awesome. And so is Jill. So are all these characters. Cases where you remember every single one of them. And especially that line of the Master of Unlocking. It is, yeah, it was considered a hilarious case. But also something when you play it, as far as like, oh my god, it's wonderful, you know? It went into gaming lexicon for a reason. But I am going to show how I'm a Master of Unlocking. I'm going to show how the lockpick is. And yeah, the scenarios, by the way, are different when you play as Chris and when you play as Jill. Which is why this is a game we got to play twice. We got to play the GameCube version twice, as is. Although I don't know if we used the GameCube specifically for that one, or if we used one of the newer versions. Okay, so let's get the lockpick out. There you go. In this case, you just have to use that to open the door. So it does change also where you can go in the mansion to start. Since she has the lockpick, and that's exclusive to her, you can go to different areas. But one thing I'm going to show is, yeah, the piano. Fine grand piano. I don't know if I could show off it playing music. Because it does play music. And seeing the pre-rendered backgrounds, because that's the idea of this game. You basically go around, you have to solve puzzles, and unlock different doors and find weapons, and when zombies are around, or other creatures, you have to go that way and make sure that you keep yourself alive and you don't get yourself killed. It's a lot easier said than done. Let's push that down and see what do we got here. Yeah, will you take the music notes? Yes, you will take the music notes. So yeah, they always will ask you that, saying, hey, this item here, do you want to use it? But also in this case, now we can go to the piano. It's a fine grand piano, so if we hit the start button, I keep thinking to hit the triangle button, but no, we're going to use that. You can check what it is. Say, okay, here are the notes. You can look around. Sometimes you have to look on the back of stuff to find details or hidden items within something. You can combine it with stuff if you have things to combine it with. In this case, I can play the music right now. It's the Moonlight Sonata from Beethoven. And by playing that, oh, we do open that area. Well, I did have to turn that music up quite a bit, so I don't know if maybe the audio mixing's weird, because I had to turn it up massively from what I had already. But when you do stuff like that, you get an area, you're like, hey, here's a crest. We take this gold emblem, and we use that usually to open other areas. But sometimes you might be in trouble, like, uh-oh, that closed. Now what? Oh, right, I forgot. We can't get out of, we can't take that yet, because the hollow emblem was in, so we're trapped here unless we get another one. So yeah, there's going to be a puzzle later on. We have to use that to get through. But in that case, it closes the door behind us. So yeah, we can't leave as far as how it is. Alright, so yeah, that's going to be the idea. That I'm not going to show too much, but at least I want to give it a bit of a taste. Also because, as I said, when we got into Resident Evil for the first time, we're going to do this one. Although I said, I don't know if we're using Director's Cut. I mean, I'll go back to the main hall and I'll pull something else out. I'm only going to show, I think, a couple of things and not go for that one. Actually, wait a second. Hold on. Actually, I know what I can do. I'll do one better. I'll take that emblem. And I will go back and do that, and then I will swap it off with the other one. And some of this game is linear as far as what it is, but if you do have certain things, you can kind of go out of order of the game, and based on how this goes, going back to Gemini 96 when it comes to him speedrunning Paper Mario, as far as how it is, and I'm giving an eye as far as just a sense of what's going on, because I'm going to be curious to watch that too later. It's something where, yeah, speedruns this game are pretty fascinating, because if you know what you're doing, you can beat this game pretty quick, and the game actually encourages that, because of the fact that you get ranked as far as it, and it is based on speed. So, alright, that closed. But now we can get through this, because what we're going to do is we're going to take the wooden one, we'll swap that through. So in that case, they don't know that that's what's going on, but the gold one, that is all mine. And it is what you gotta do. I don't remember if I have to put that into that crest, because also we're pointing out, I have played this game, but I've actually not beaten this game. As far as the Resident Evil games I've beaten, I beat Resident Evil 4 many times. I think I beat Code Veronica. Wait, did I? I thought I beat Code Veronica. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Or if I didn't beat Code Veronica, I came really close. Because honestly, the first Dreamcast game the first Resident Evil game I played was Resident Evil Code Veronica for the Dreamcast. That's what I'm gonna say. Not the first Dreamcast game I ever played. That was Sonic Adventure. I've been putting that there. That opens that area behind the clock. We can go and see what's behind that. So yeah, it's not just combat as far as what this is. There's that element. Once you see that shiny thing, go grab it. Got a key. You got the key to the mansion, or a key to the mansion, which you can use in other places. Okay, so yeah, I think that's going to be the idea of what it is. I'm also going to see about saving. I said the case on Ink Ribbon, but I don't know if it's a case where... I mean, I think you do need him in this game, but I want to see... Oh, right, I can take the Ink Ribbon that's right next to it. So yeah, you are limited on saves. And if you have an Ink Ribbon, you have to use it for the purpose of saving. That would be a case in this franchise until Resident Evil 4 came around, so I'm going to put a save down. I love that type out. So, yeah, typing out Jill, 1, main hall, first floor. There you go. Alright, so here you go. Also, as we're pointing out, we are not going back outside, but just to show that idea. Yeah, there's the dogs there, so yeah, do not go out the door. And I think if you try again, it's like, yeah, it's too dangerous to go outside. Yeah, it's dangerous to go alone, too. Right, there you go. So that is, first look at Resident Evil 1 via the director's cut. Yeah, good one for Halloween as well. Okay. So next, I'm going to take a look at something else. Let's see what else we got. I mean, I guess I may as well look at... You know, I think what I'm probably going to look at is... I won't look at Castlevania Chronicles. I need to practice that myself for the purpose of running for the show. And besides, we're doing that in 3 weeks. So Halloween night, come back here. We're going to have a live show. We're going to be doing that game. Let's see. I just want to get a sense of what I think I should show extra. I think I think what I'll do is I'll show off Echo Knight and I'll show off Silent Hill. Let's look at Silent Hill first. This is from Konami. This came out in 1998. This is the start of its franchise. We haven't looked at this franchise yet either. I know I owed one of my coworkers this. He has not indicated in years past, like, hey, he still wants to do this. So I don't know if it's a case where he'll be ending up doing it as is, but let me also change the game name. Do not play Resident Evil anymore. There are violent, disturbing images in this game. They're not lying as far as this. And my experience with this franchise mainly is Silent Hill. Okay, 1999, not 1998. Actually, did I update with that one? Let me check that. This is from Konami and Konami Computer Entertainment of Tokyo. The flow of blood tends to create fear for the flesh. As we're seeing, they were going after Resident Evil a little on this one, and did it take? Oh, no, it did. It just doesn't look like it did on OBS for some reason. But yeah, this is the first game. This is Harry Mason. Case where, yeah, some weird stuff's happening. He's called to this town that's known for fog and a lot of psychological horror elements. Now, unlike Resident Evil, this game is something where, it's maybe more psychological and maybe more disturbing for that very reason. I know with the second game, but I think also with this one, they're really inspired by a lot of the cult elements. I know David Lynch was a heavy inspiration, particularly for that second game, as far as it. And they've remade this game once, that is Silent Hill Shattered Memories, which is on the PSP, the PS2, and the Wii, and they're remaking it again. It's Bloober Team who remade Silent Hill 2 about a year ago. And they just put out Chronos the New Dawn, as far as what there is. But now that they finished that, they're going off to Silent Hill Remake, as far as it. But this is the original, as far as it, which you can download on this, and it costs a lot of money on the PS1. I probably should mention, as far as Resident Evil Director's Cut, they made many more copies of that, so it doesn't cost a fortune. This one does. And it's cases where, yeah, if you like the more psychological element, but it also is still twisted, very twisted. And sometimes a case where it's so twisted that, honestly, you have to kind of stop and think about it to realize just how messed up it is. Something where oftentimes when you just look on the screen of the game, you might think, well, you're seeing some weird stuff you might not be able to explain, but then you stop and think about it and really give it time. Oh my god, they're doing that. I'm talking about the rape scenes in the second game. And we can show that because it's something where it's not anatomically correct. And honestly, what you're seeing, first time I played it, I didn't know that that's even what it was. Because above anything else, with that one and sort of with this one, the idea is his daughter is missing, and it draws him to this town of Silent Hill. The case of a lot of the terrors that come out of this franchise for its main characters, and honestly for the player as well, are cases where there are these kind of twisted things that maybe come out of a nightmare. In a case where even something like what I mentioned for Silent Hill 2, you might think, what is that? But then you look at it and you're like, wait, is it what I think it is? And if that matter, what is that necessarily? So in that case, these games are definitely adults-only cases, but also cases where it's something where even if you gave it to a kid, they'd be disturbed by the weirdness of it. And also cases that I don't know if they'd understand what they're seeing either. I was that way when I played Silent Hill 2, because when I played Silent Hill 2, let me think about that. I was 16 at the time I played Silent Hill 2. And I did not necessarily know a whole lot of what I was looking at. When it came to this one, I didn't play this for years later because, again, I didn't have a PlayStation. I didn't get it right away. And then when it went up in price, it's on PS3, and you can get it for like $6. Okay, so for this one, we'll get a little bit of a sense. We have stereo mono, auto load as far as how it loads the game. Controller config, let's take a look at that. It is like Resident Evil as far as how it plays, but it's also something where you're running the flashlight as far as how this is. And that remake definitely goes as far as that. I find the first remake, Shattered Memories. By the way, if we play Shattered Memories on this show, we're playing the Wii version because it costs a decent amount on Wii as it is, but it doesn't cost $400 the way it does on the PS2. I'll go. And it was an interesting case of seeing Capcom and Konami kind of jostling for survival horror dominance. And we know this came out way after Resident Evil. Resident Evil 2 had already come out by the time this released. It was a little before Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. But still something where they really set it apart. In this case, it's the idea of this town of Silent Hill, which is foggy. And in this game, and especially in the second one, part of that was a technical reason as far as the fog there to hide elements of that, but also works as a gameplay and a storytelling device. It's very smart the way that Konami handled that. Alright, there is some voice here and there, but some of the stuff is going to be in dialogue, or text dialogue, I should say. Plays like a ghost town. And when I think about things, I see that town. Yeah, Cheryl. That is the name of Harry Mason's daughter. Unlike Resident Evil, though, unlike original Resident Evil, the first one that's not Director's Cut, you do have an analog control for this. It actually is the same control method as Resident Evil as far as certain things. I mean, unlike Resident Evil, you do sort of have a tank control a little, but in this case you also have a run button, so it's kind of the thing where you can kind of make forward progress a bit different. You're also seeing, like, yeah, what's going on here? It is fog, it is hiding aspects of the graphics, but it's also something that, yeah, what am I doing? Also, you can kind of do a quick turn around or a quick jump around. As far as how this is, also hit the start button, that's your pause menu. Select is your equipment screen. Also, many aspects of my status, you can also take a look at the map, but I don't have a map. So just keep walking. I'm probably not going to go a whole lot on this one necessarily as well, but at least give a little bit of a preview. And then I'll show Echo Knight, because I think Echo Knight's the one that's the most oblique of all of these. And one I honestly don't have much experience with either, so in this case I'm saying, well, let me give you a little bit of a bonus, because I finished MediEvil pretty quick. And cases where, yeah, we'll definitely get to this game, no question, and also to Resident Evil, and I guess to Echo Knight as well. But also we're hearing on this game, not that Resident Evil didn't do this. Okay, it didn't do that. It didn't do the case that as Harry Mason's running, he has to catch his breath. But in this case, the way this game uses its soundtrack and its audio, it's all about kind of these unsettling sounds. You listen around and think, what was that? It's one of those games. Or it's like if you watch a horror movie. Or I'm a big one, admittedly, on the Blair Witch Project. I know that's a sometimes controversial thing to say. I know people who hate that movie. Or those overhyped. I adored that movie. And part of the reason I adore that movie is because of the way it uses sounds. Wait, what's that? It's like, I'm kind of just focusing on what's going on as far as that. And Silent Hill does that very well, too. And also the idea of how the fog is working. Saying, yeah, it's a foggy town, stuff going on, what's down this way. You can't see much as far as where you're going. As you're seeing the not 7-Eleven, I guess it's the 8. Like, uh-oh, what's going on over there? There's footsteps. Alright, he's looking around. And yeah, again, like with Resident Evil, those CG cutscenes, my god, they're amazing.
Cheryl? Is that Cheryl?
Yeah, you do get voice acting every so often as far as how this is. Like, oh, there's Cheryl.
Where are you going?
Yeah, why are you running away?
wait.
Why are you not talking to your
Stop.
father? I can still sort of see her in the graphics, but now she's gone. Where is she? I'm gonna run through that. If nothing else, also, the other thing about this one is that because of the way the story goes on these games, because unlike Resident Evil, where in Resident Evil's case, you're playing like police officers as far as what we saw, and in a lot of cases, characters that have a lot of strength to them through training and stuff of combat. A lot of the Silent Hill games are all about cases where you're playing as kind of everyday people. In the case that maybe they don't have these skills, but oh my god, what's that? It's just kind of quiet horror, but also really tapping into the psychosis of its characters, especially the idea of, thinking about this, the idea that Harry Mason's biggest fear... I just also make sure I'm saying his name right. I think it is Harry Mason as far as this. I just want to make sure I'm not saying that wrong, because, yeah, Harry Mason it is. I was like, wait a second, am I saying that right? The case of, just to go back to what I was mentioning, the idea that the ultimate fear of him is the idea of a father losing his daughter and saying, I can't find my daughter, now she's running away from me. It's very quiet and very subtle how it's going, especially also how it does the camera shift. Because it does have the fixed camera angles the way Resident Evil does to an extent, sort of, but also this case, it's kind of was getting jittery there as it go along, and also more dynamic even as you're moving, which is something that Resident Evil would not do until Resident Evil Code Veronica. Even in that case, it's kind of doing twists. You're seeing right there as we went along, and went back in, it's kind of turning the camera on the side. It's really effective and also kind of quiet. It's also something, it's not something that necessarily draws a whole lot of attention. So I was like, oh my god, look at this camera movement. It's something that you say, wait a second, what's going on? And then you kind of think about what it's really doing underneath, and it kind of becomes more terrifying and maybe in its way profound. Strangely enough, you know? It's getting darker though, I can't see. So yeah, get the light. So there you go, look at the lighting effects here as far as where we're going. Oh Jesus, it's looking dark. It's looking like it's very greeny. Uh-oh, what was that? Broken wheelchair. And very quiet about what you're seeing. You're seeing all these blood spurts on the ground. You're seeing the stuff went in because we went through that fence and said, beware of dog. Oh my god, something horrible happened. And in case that you see stuff, this game definitely shows you stuff. This game is definitely mature rated. But also the case of this game knows, Resident Evil, I think you can also put in this category. Differently, yes, but also in this way. It knows what to show you, what not to show you. It shows really effectively, so what are all these red things on fences? Is this blood? They pull the music in. It's getting much more intense.
What is this?
Yeah, look at that.
What's
oh my
going
god.
on?
Right there. It knows exactly when to show you that. There's just little hints as you go along, and you look at it, oh my god, what's going on here? What is this doing? And then you have these enemies here. Saying, what am I going to do? Because I don't have anything on my person to keep myself safe. In this case, I'm going to run away, because I don't know what's going on, and I don't have anything here. Again, going back to the case that all these characters usually do not have... Uh-oh, it's blocked by fence. Uh-oh, where the hell am I going? Oh, no! And I'm dead. I don't think that's supposed to happen. I think I did actually just die. I was trying to get my way out. Actually, no, it is supposed to happen. But wait, what happened? Why am I here? Was it all just a dream? No, it's been a while since I played this one too, as well. Just going to that.
Was I dreaming?
Also, unlike Resident Evil, this game is subtitled, so we can definitely get in that case as well as we play.
Oh, like I've been run over by a truck.
Yeah, what happened?
Yes.
Glad to hear it. You from around here? Why don't you tell me what happened?
Yeah, she looks like she's a police officer, so I think we trust her.
Wait a second, I'm just a tourist.
Yeah, sort of.
I came here for a vacation.
Did we?
I just got here. I don't know what happened. I'd like to find out myself. Have you seen a little girl? Just turned 7 last month. Short, black hair. My daughter.
Oh yeah, this is, yeah, going into that as is. You haven't seen her?
The only person I've seen in this town is you.
Okay.
Where is everybody?
I'd tell you if I knew, believe me. But from what I can tell, something bizarre is going on.
Right.
That's all I know.
I mean, it's better than nothing as far as that, and thank you.
What's your name?
Harry. Harry Mason.
Sybil Bennett.
Okay. Yeah, I was trying to remember what her name is.
I'm a
Sybil
police
Bennett.
officer from Brams, the next town over.
Okay.
The phones are all dead, and the radio too.
Yeah, so we're
I'm going back
basically
to
stuck
calling
here.
some reinforcements.
Oh, I see. You're gonna leave town and come back. Gotcha. Maybe a good idea.
Hold it. Where do you think you're going?
I mean, we're going to find my daughter. We gotta find her, you know?
No way.
What do you mean, no? We gotta do it. We're not leaving our daughter out there.
In that case, I need to find her now. Cheryl's my little girl. I can't just leave her out there by herself.
Have you got a gun?
No.
No.
Take this, and hope you don't have to use it.
Okay, thank you. By the way, you're also hearing this unbelievably wonderful music, and especially moody music. It is Akira Yamaoka who did the music for this. Of course, we heard last year when we played Sparkster for Super Nintendo, and also Smart Ball for Super Nintendo. And we also heard him when we played Contra Hardcore, and he also did music for Shadows of the Damned and The Medium, and that version of Time to Make History out of Persona 4 Dancing All Night.
You do best.
He's known for this franchise. He's done music on basically every game in this franchise, and he directed every game in this franchise, by the way, as well. And my God, he knows what he's doing when it comes to this stuff. Okay, but I do have a gun. Let's at least show gun. Show the idea of how combat works. I think it might be worth getting an indication of that. Okay, there is our handgun. I think it's the same way as Resident Evil is in that you pull the R2 button in the case of this as opposed to the R1 button and the X button to fire off a round. Let's check for something useful before I leave. There you go. And just like Resident Evil, you're taking a look at some stuff. You're like, someday... Oh, wait, you can save here. Yeah, someday you can use this for saving. Alright, let's put it on slot 2. I need a free block. Okay, I did save it, so it's good. Let's take a look around. I also have a picture of what I skipped past. I didn't remember that save point. Oh, with a knife. Yeah, the kitchen knife. You use that the same way as you use the knife in Resident Evil. So actually, let's pull that out to show that idea. Hard to use, but better than nothing. Okay, that's true. Same deal, ready your weapon when it comes to R2 button and do slicing. Different as far as how the slice is, you're basically just going straight. You're not aiming downwards or upwards the way you were in Resident Evil. And health drink. Use that as far as purpose of getting your health up. It's like, what else is here before I go? There is, I don't know, that looks like an ashtray. Or radio. But it's busted, so we can't use it. Another health drink, and it looks like a walkie-talkie. Or flashlight. We did have the flashlight going on, and then a map of the area. So in this case, we do want to take this, so we can use this to get a sense of where we're going to go. There's a pinball machine. It's nothing useful, or nothing unusual, and we can't play it. Also, just to give a sense of this, take a look at the map briefly. You can use this to get a sense of where you are and where you can be going. And all the other areas we're going to go in town eventually when we get to this game. As far as who owns this game, I don't know who. Is it one of my coworkers? I know we talked at one point. Case of that. I don't know if it's a case where he would be involved in this or not. Although I guess if not that, I know Kazan22, he's a big one on this game. As far as a lot of stuff with Silent Hill. He played Silent Hill 2, which remake as it was, and he said it's awesome.
What's that?
Oh, the radio does work.
Radio. What's going on with that radio?
Yeah, it wasn't working when we last looked at it. Uh-oh. Oh, enemy. Let's kill this thing and then we move on to Echo Knight. Give me the gun, give me the gun. Kid's like, yeah, what the hell is that thing? Whatever it is dead now.
This is not a dream. What's happening to this place?
Yeah, you got me. The radio might be useful, so let's grab that radio. Yes, first it wasn't working, but now it is working, so let's take it. Pocket radio. Also, I believe this game you do have a bigger item management case going on in this than you did in Resident Evil. At least Resident Evil 1. The later ones would enhance it more. Let's overwrite that one. And I believe this game does also give cases of saves, because it does record how many times you've saved. I know with Silent Hill 2, there's cases where there's multiple endings. I believe this one's the same case as well. And we figured that when we get to this game, as far as when we do, I don't know, but it's just to give a sense. Yeah, where could Cheryl have gone? So we can go back to that alley. I'll get a sense of, hey, where on the map do you think she could be? Try that alley right there. Cheryl might be here. Okay, so there you go. That is first look as far as Silent Hill is concerned. And also, like all the cases, this is a software manual as far as when we get to this game. Okay. So lastly, I'm going to take a look at Echo Knight. It's definitely the most obscure of these. Alrighty. So, yeah, this is a bit of a more, as I mentioned, obscure one, but also a case where, where is it? Yeah, this is from Agitech, who published it. It was developed by From Software back when nobody knew who they were, including myself. This came out in, I believe it was summer of 1999. I think it was after Silent Hill came out. I'm not as familiar with this one compared to Resident Evil and even Silent Hill, although as I mentioned with Silent Hill, my experience with that one is mostly Silent Hill 2. I played a little bit of Silent Hill 4 and 3, very little. And that's kind of the end as far as that one. But with this one, I got this because it was cheap, and also, it's cheap to download on this compared to getting it actually on the PlayStation. And also, because I'm curious, sometimes you have a company like From Software, which now they're known for stuff like Elden Ring and Dark Souls. But saying, what were they doing earlier? And I always love to be that guy who says, hey, did they really make anything great for Dark Souls? Which the answer is yes, they did, but also cases of sometimes like, wait a second, they seem like they're kind of banging their head against a brick wall when it came to certain things like some of the Armored Core games, stuff like Chrome Hounds, which was on Xbox 360, and also some other weird stuff. Like, hey, they made this, but at least kind of something interesting, like The Adventures of Cookie and Cream for the PlayStation 2, which seems like totally not a game of theirs. All right, this takes place in 1913, by the way, as far as a passenger liner, as far as missing ship. But also in this case, yeah, they are telling it almost like a movie story, saying, yeah, From Software's presenting this game. And there's another game they have that you can download on PS3 that also is a PS1 era game. There's that Shadow Tower, which is a game that, from what I understand, is basically, people said it's like Dark Souls. It was in first-person perspective, and the idea of, if you look at that game, there's a lot of stuff that kind of inspired where Dark Souls, you find Demon Souls and then Dark Souls and then Elden Ring and other stuff kind of came from. We're seeing this game does look really good. It's kind of more of a ghost story of what little I've played of this. And Ica Night Beyond is definitely a case. That takes place kind of in space, as far as how it is. It seems like it's taking place all over the place in the sense of we're going to castles, we're going into like catacombs, we're going on ships. And interacting with a bunch of characters and I guess ghosts. Because I played this game very little, but it's just one of those cases where I bought this when the PlayStation 3 was thought to have their store shut down. They haven't shut it down as is, even though it's been long enough, really long. But a case where, yeah, when I realized that it was here and that goes for all the money, it's like, yeah, it's an economics thing at that point, saying, what would you do? Would you be paying $6 for this game when you have to otherwise pay like 100 something for this on the PS1 normally? Yeah, you'll take the other option when it comes to this. And also, it's one of those cases where, if nothing else, buying a game like this off of a digital store like this, nothing else shows this company saying, hey, you know, there's some interest in. I don't know if they're seeing that much anymore as far as PS3 is concerned, but at least getting a sense of that there's people who are saying, hey, they want to look at this stuff and maybe a return, another release, or something. Or sometimes that case of, like with MediEvil, realizing you have a game that was lying around for all these years that maybe you missed, you're kind of curious. Like, there's a cheaper way to get this that's not pirating it. Because, look, it's easy to say pirate the game. And it's questions about the morality of that and the legality of that, for sure. But that's why I want to buy games, as far as even like a digital release like this. Like, I want to say like my $6, I'm getting a discount from what I would be getting it physically. So in that case, I'm not one of those physical only people. Because as we're going to see with something I'm going to talk about in the Switch 2 Chronicles Part 3 and a certain game of Nintendo's that came out last week for $70, that is not something that's a guarantee anymore as far as how that is. And also a case of saying, well, for the purpose of this, I'll take it as far as a digital case of itself. And I'll also say this, if I do have to pirate it after I bought it, if my PS3 gets wiped or something, or the CMOS gets corrupted, because I've heard that sometimes happens with PS3, at that case I'll do it because I paid the money, so I don't feel like I'm guilty saying, well, I want to. It's sometimes the question of people pirate stuff for the purpose of preserving it and getting a sense of, hey, you know, having some kind of record of this, so hey, it's held on to. But we're going to get to that when we go to our Delisted Xbox Live Showcase Volume 2 next month. Again, we'll go on that for sure. So in that case, I was like, yeah, let's see what they got. What's Echo Night all about? I don't know anything about it. I heard the name. I knew it's from Software. I saw a review of it in like Time Gaming Monthly back in the day. That's basically all I knew about this. I said, sometimes those are the best case you come to a game like, I don't know anything about it. Let me just take a look at what this is. And sometimes you find something great or something interesting. As I was talking about Harry Osmond. First letter I received from my father since the day I left home. We were set in the 1930s here. All I got was this key. I don't really have any recollection of what this is. Not the slightest idea of what my father was trying to get across as far as what this letter I got from him was concerned. But there's a phone call. Hello? Is it Richard Osmond? Yeah. It's the Anchor City Police Department. Yeah, I want to ask you a few questions regarding your father. What do you mean? And from what I understand, this is a first-person game. No, it is. Of what I played of it so far, it's first-person. Father's a strange man living alone in this place. He doesn't show when his own house burns down. Okay. Alright, we're here. Also, the aspect of the Karen models actually do look pretty good given the kind of things they are. There's a lot of detail on the faces that you might not expect to see. I mean, of all these games, I think, outside of MediEvil, I'd say maybe Silent Hill might be the best looking one. But still, cases like looking at that saying, oh yeah, there's actually some stuff as far as like age marks, kind of as far as like, yeah, since you're family, you can look around all you want. Try not to touch too many things, though. We're still doing investigation. Why do you live alone here? Yeah, he was an artist or something. Come to think of it, I haven't seen any art tools. Okay, so here we go. Also, I want to check something. I'm going to go in controller settings. Remember, it does default you to digital mode. Well, okay, it didn't for Silent Hill, but for, actually, no. Right, this game doesn't do that. Right. Okay, let me say something. From Software did not believe in analog controls for actually a long time until after the PlayStation 2 came out. Most of the games they made ran on D-pad only. Even games like fully 3D, we're like, put an analog mode in this. They said, fuck that noise. They're like, no, we're running digital on basically everything. Armored Core was digital for years. They make multiple versions on the PlayStation, then Armored Core 2 came out at the launch of the PS2. I was like, that's D-pad only. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? What's going on here? We have these nice analog sticks on this controller. Don't you think we use those? Honestly, the one case they really did was, again, The Adventures of Cookie and Cream, which is this kind of sort of single-player, dual-player game where you're basically running around as Cookie and Cream. You're using both of the analog sticks to control them, one on the left and one on the right. So in that case, they used it. But other stuff, like, wait a second, they're not going analog with this? Especially because this came out after Silent Hill and even Resident Evil, which has a version that's that way. Yeah, he one hell of a strange father. But yeah, in that case, you're kind of just walking around. See what's going on. You can also look up and down. Okay, up and down is on L1 and R1. Move forward as far as D-pad up and down. And you're strafing on R1 and R2. And I don't know. Let's look at the key configuration. Okay, because remember, they also made Kingsfield going back in the day. I forgot about that. So you can get the sense of, like, what controls do you want to run. So you can put the strafe that way. You can put the strafe on the L1 and the R2 button. You put strafe on D-pad as far as how that is, and then do rotating. Alright, I'm going to go the Kingsfield way. I've actually never played Kingsfield, just to go into that. But that's like, wait a sec, that's weird. Yeah, the buttons on the face are fine. Those don't change for any of it. It's basically just how do you want to handle this. We're going to handle it this way. Because honestly, I don't know. Maybe it just seems weird to me. And then as far as output, speech on when you have that going on. Sound effects, background music, and in stereo or mono. We're on stereo, of course. Nowadays, there's no reason to not do that. And you have condition aspect, and I guess ranking, and pedometer. So you have walking. It's like Shadow Hearts Covenant. And apparently the time of day, it's sunny. There you go. So, all right, there you go. That makes a little more sense. Although then again, we've sometimes talked about this. The idea of awkward control schemes, or fine, oblique control schemes, or I guess control schemes are not what you expect. Sometimes the thought is like, oh, I was saying this. I'll give From Software this much. Saying, look, I'm not saying they should have done analog controls all the time, necessarily. But sometimes it's a case where, when you think about this, they give you a weird control schematic, but sometimes you play a game and you kind of can adjust to that. Even in this case where, for certain games, I played Indiana Jones and The Emperor's Tomb. That's a case where jump is on the B button. Like, why? I'm so used to it on the A button when I was playing that on the Xbox. But it's like, well, you're using the fighting for X and A. So honestly, saying on the B button, like, you know, that kind of makes sense. I'm able to adjust to it. I don't have to put that to A button. In fact, I think you can. I said, no, that's strange. I can't play it this way. Even though that's the way I usually would play it, you know? So if nothing else, I guess From Software's thinking, well, wait a minute. We're going to have a different way to control it, and not necessarily just different so we can say, oh, yeah, it's different. So somewhere it might make some sense. And honestly, I'll say it's not totally wrong to say put the strafing that way. Maybe put it on one side and say, you know, I want to do aiming. But in this case, it's saying, well, I got left and right. We get one to go left and one to go right. It seems like that's the way to go. And they do give you an option to do that. So if nothing else, you got that set. But also moving up and down, that's weird. But either way, we'll take a look at this. Alright, it's locked. What do we got on this clock? So a lot of stuff going on clocks actually tonight, except for Silent Hill. It's like every game we looked at tonight kind of had that as a factor. Alright, here's a bed. So in this way, it's, to start, kind of a point-and-click game. A little. But I know I'm just scratching the surface, because as I mentioned, I've not played much of this, but it's also something I said it's worth taking a look at. As far as, I guess, an impromptu horror or Halloween showcase for the PlayStation 1. Only because we beat MediEvil as quickly as we did. Sometimes I love tossing this stuff in, you know? Give you a little more, and also, I guess, make up for the fact that we didn't have a live show last week. We did have a finale of the game last week, too. And I'm not going to go too long on this one. I think at that point, then, we're going to stop the show for tonight. Although, I think what I'll do is I'll pick out something to get set. All right, in this case, I can pick up a chair. I can put it down, saying, oh, let me put that down there. What about this? Hi. I had strange file. Yeah, I did. But it's like, well, wait, where am I going? What's this? Because I can't pick it up. Yeah, they said this place burned down. What does that mean? Yeah, Chad, you ever play this? I mean, I think maybe not, but it's also something where, I don't know, I mean, that thought of people maybe grew up with stuff from softwares, and nowadays they're looking at it saying, well, fine, maybe people don't always say everything they made was amazing. And to be fair, when it came to, okay, here's the deal. My element of saying that is the case that people now pretend that, oh yeah, everything they made was brilliant. But back then, some of these games were not well liked. This was a middling as far as how this was reviewed. This game, Armored Core, was a case of saying, you know what, hey, you know, they didn't evolve this for like multiple versions on PlayStation. I know GamePro Magazine, they have their section, The Watchdog, where it's a case where they have letters coming in as far as like issues that people have with games, but maybe there's like cases of games being broken, like they talked about the missing no glitch. I got that item there. It's like a key crank or something. Let's take a look at what we got. A winding key. Okay, we can use that with the clock. Let's go take a look at that. But a case where even when it came to Armored Core, we're getting letters as far as things where there's a lot of bugs and glitches where it's, I don't remember what it was doing. It might have been deleting save files or something it was doing. And even they were grumbling, it's like, this game is insanely buggy. It's like, we've been reaching out to Agitech and From Software to get refunds on this thing to people because it had a lot of problems. And case where even people saying, like, Armored Core seems like it's on autopilot for so long. And he's like, first off, when are they going to do the next game as far as the second one? And then when they did later ones, like, well, it seems like it's kind of whatever. And obviously the more recent one, Armored Core 6, that's where it seems like a little more of a modern case, and then people looking at it through the prism of the idea of the Souls-like hack and slash game. The way it's they kind of help pioneer that idea of that kind of hack and slash game, where it's not so much like a Ninja Gaiden or a God of War or something like that, where it's all about the quickness and fluidity of your combat. It's more about saying, you know what, you're like a ninja or a creature as far as like a warrior with like a lot of heavy armor and things. You have to take into account a lot of things, the weight of your weapons, the weight of yourself because of all the gear you're having on, how you're going to handle ideas of having to do dodging, because when you get sliced by something, goddamn, it hurts you really badly. So in case of saying you have to kind of think that through, kind of making it more like the thinking person's, you know, hack and slash game, saying you really have to think about what you're doing and kind of get ready for the wind up of your attack, get a sense of like what that's going to be. And it was a case where it kind of came with some interesting stuff. Okay, you use this to run a main spring. Do you want to use this? Yes, we do. Or want to try to. It's locked. So, all right, let's try this again. I do want to at least try and get somewhere with this. All right, it unlocked. Now, it did unlock. We can open this. All right, that's the minute hand. That's the hole for the winding key. I got to put the winding key in there, but I can't. Wait, can I? Hang on. Let's open that. Okay, no, okay. On the hole, I got to hit square, and I can pull up the winding key. I was trying to hit select or go in the menu. I was like, no, I got to turn this. Okay. Alright, so like with Resident Evil, there's something behind this, but in this case, what do? We crawl in. Alright, I forgot, there's no analog control. What am I doing? I don't have an item, so hold on. What's my controls again on this? Oh, I hold down circle to do a crouch. I knew there's a way to do that, so I just gotta remember what the controls are. Okay, there we go. Alright, what's that? That looks like a book. Alright, let's take a look at what the book says. Also, trains again, so yeah, it keeps coming back to that. Clocks and trains that we had with MediEvil. And we had clocks and everything that's not Silent Hill. As far as this, you had East Anchor Terminal. Actually, I'll say the graphics look really good. There's some really good details in stuff of the models and even stuff of like signs you see. You can actually read it really well. So yeah, this game's very interesting. If nothing else, I'll tell you. I also know why the game looks like it's outputting in mono now. Okay, now it doesn't. I'm looking on the audio as far as OBS is concerned. If not, all I'll say this is that even if a case like, hey, maybe we play a game, how is it on the show, as far as whether it's good or not. Sometimes the case of just look at something that's really interesting. Sometimes look at stuff like, what is this? Sometimes there's a really good case just to show something like that, because maybe people are not showing Echo Knight. Oh shit, I didn't actually change the fact that we're playing Echo Knight. Okay, fine, let me put that in. This is gonna look really late as far as saying, oh yeah, looking at Echo Knight. But when I do the edit for the YouTube site, it'll actually be a case where I indicate that we started playing Echo Knight way sooner than we're starting now. But yeah, here we go. Here's Echo Knight. We're getting on the train. So, oh wait, we went out of that and we snuck out. Okay, so, well, right, we don't have to, because wait, we went through, found this book and got everything. Please remain seated while we pass through the tunnel. Okay. Let's take a seat. Yeah, it's kind of slow, but I also kind of like that in a weird way, you know? What is it? Go away if you don't want anything. Your youth? Oh yeah, can I take a seat? I was gonna say, is this seat taken? I'm trying to find a seat. Alright, I guess you gotta go through the doors here. Or go up on the... I don't know, I probably shouldn't go up here if this is, you know, what is it? We're in a tunnel. Yeah, yeah, no. I don't want to do this. I want to go back down. See, this is a different case as far as a horror game. Honestly, anything we look at. It's kind of like a, as I mentioned, first-person point-and-click game. But wait a second, who are you? Yes. Yeah, I don't know. What's up? I mean, I'm intrigued by the idea what this is like. Uh-oh, shit, no, I guess we gotta... I want to take a seat. I'm trying to, but they're not letting me sit down. I don't think I want to crouch either. I just want to sit down, take a seat. It's telling me take a seat on the train to get through this tunnel. And I'm going to assume it's not on time as far as us being on tunnel. Can I sit, please? Passenger tunnel. I know. I'm trying to. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, let me be. Okay. Alright, I think in that case... Alright, this is the past. Alright, so, okay, we went back to 1889. So, wait a sec. What's going on? Oh, we're playing as our... Is that our father now? Oh, no. Maybe, no, it's not. Okay, never mind. We're in good condition as far as what this is. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where to go right now. So I think that's going to be the end of it. Okay, yeah, that's Echo Knight. This is an interesting one, if nothing else. Yeah, I'm glad I'm showing this. Just the idea of this. Alright, so... I think with that... I think we're going to be done with the show, but I don't want to end on just... What is it? I don't want to just end on nothing with audio. Or nothing without audio, I should say. I want to end on something with sound. I don't know, let me think. Even if it's a case of a game we've played before. Something that goes well with this, or I don't know, do I show up Castlevania Chronicles? Or, I don't, I'm trying to think, what's a good case as far as something horror-based that I can put in my PlayStation 3, even if it's on a disc. And see, let's get that through. I don't know. Let's see. I'm looking on my shelf of something. I could pull something out as far as a dissonance, but I want something that's good to talk over. I do have Castlevania Symphony of the Night. That's something, but I also don't have... Yeah, I don't have a save on this to really kind of... You know what? Fuck it. We're going to look at it. I don't care. I don't know when we're getting to this game. I want to show this game in particular. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to go through the first boss of this, and then we're going to... I'll get to where we have Alucard coming up, and then we'll end there. Thank God that the PlayStation 3 is backwards compatible with everything PS1. Alright. See, in this case, I'm just going to... I also be trying this, because I've actually never done this when it comes to PS1 discs, as far as for the show. So let's do that. Because remember, PlayStation 3, it will take any PS1 game you toss at it. Certain models of it will take PS2. Good luck finding one of those nowadays without paying a pretty penny. And in this case, yeah, just load this up and we'll see if it does load up. Which it should, I think. Hopefully the disc takes. Hey, right here. I guess it's just not loading on its own. Okay. Alright, so we're taking a little bit of preview, very bit of it, of Castlevania Symphony of the Night. This came out in 1997 for the PlayStation. I don't know if this is going to be the Castlevania game we play after we play Castlevania Chronicles in 3 weeks. But I just want to toss this in. I want to have some music. I don't want to put in Chronicles yet because we're going to look at Chronicles in 3 weeks. It's getting its whole show. And I'll talk a little bit about how that's going to go. I definitely have more practice I got to do. I definitely have more practice I'm going to do. I'll probably be practicing that game a lot over the next couple of weeks. Especially over next week because I don't have a whole lot of stuff that I'm going to be playing except for Mega Man 7, which I can handle that. That's going to be my idea. And then, what is it? And then Shadow's Covenant's next week. We'll talk about that. Oh, wait, no, I don't have a file. I just want to get something set. Also, I'm going to have to... Can I start a game? I just want to start a game, if you don't mind. Alright, I'll pick something, and I'm gonna actually have to clear out memory card off screen. Alright. Alright, Sogs, let's talk about this. This is the first Castlevania game I ever played. I love this game so much, and we're gonna have to do a show on this. We will, trust me. We're going the whole way on this baby. That also includes us playing it twice, because it has a reverse dungeon. Or reverse version of the castle, let me put it that way. But it's covering dungeons, it's covering a lot of stuff. This is perhaps the Castlevania game that you think of when people talk about the franchise. It is the first Castlevania game I ever played. I did play it late in 2004. It's a game like Resident Evil where the voice acting is cheesy as anything, but it's also something that it's went into gaming's lexicon for a damn good reason. It is the first case of the Metroidvania style of this franchise, where basically they took a look at Super Metroid on the Super Nintendo and they said, hey, let's take Castlevania that way. The entire castle is an interconnected area that has a map that you're going across. My god, they did it brilliantly. I'm not going to say this spoiled me for the other Castlevania games because I realized the value of other Castlevania games that are not doing this. And now it's the case where I guess I kind of missed that too because a lot of them are in this style. Also the case of where a new Castlevania is, which I think Konami could get a sense of, particularly as things are going. Also, when you're on the loading screen, hit the D-pad, it'll go rotating when you go in different directions. Okay. Fitty was showing this, though, because remember, we showed Castlevania Round of Blood. This is a sequel to that. And it retells the end of that game, where you have Richter Belmont hitting jump button on X twice to do a backflip. You also do that run, you can do that hit. And hit up in this area to hit the switch. Get the area that I also want to make sure I have the music going enough but not too loud. Yeah, to go through that, I'm trying to remember, what button is it? Alright, you do the slide, right? You hit down in the X button, and when you do that, you just slide and you hit it again. So yeah, Richter's very, very acrobatic in this game. He's like, wait a second, why are we playing here? And I said, hey, you know, Alucard. We'll talk about that in a second. If you trust me, we're doing this for the show. This game is all mine. Nobody else is touching this as far as nobody's called dibs on it, and I'm not going to let anybody call dibs on this game. I love this game so much. Not just because it's the first Castlevania game I ever played, just the style of the music. That's what I'm saying. That's the other reason I picked this one in particular thing. I want some good music to come through. I gotta pick this one. First, I'll do Chronicles. No, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, we got a bunch of items. Hit start button, and it is looking a lot like Run of Blood. As I said, understandably so. Also, what's my hat? Alright, I forgot. I have the cross. Remember, Castlevania law dictates use the holy water of the cross. Alright, because remember, this is retelling the end of the game where we beat Dracula, but there's something else that kind of is going to go on with this one. As we're going to get a full case of voice acting here, I am going to let it play. I'm gonna fight every urge to quote every line of this. Let's go.
Die, monster. You don't belong in this world.
It was not by my hand that I'm once again given flesh. I was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you?
Yeah, that took so much restraint not to talk on that. Okay, let's go fight. Yeah, we're at the end of the last game. So like that one. We had the fireballs of Dracula. He works the same way, but because this is the beginning of the game, this is way easier. You also have the holy water if you want to use that. But like, no, I'm using the cross. And like the Castlevania Days of Yore, you hit the up and square button to use. That squares your attack as far as using the whip. So we do have the vampire killer running that. You also flick it around and you hold square. Oh yeah, he does that shit too. And it's on wonderful music that is remixing the original music from the final battle of that one. Okay, in that case, I can also use the slide thing as far as getting out of the way of the fireballs. This is also how I fought it when we played this game a couple years ago. Ouch. Okay, I don't want to hit him. Yeah, fear true power. Like, no, I gotcha. Ow. Okay, so there you go. Like in Round of Blood, as soon as you hit him and knock his first health bar off, he gets the second form. Although, way easier in this game than it is in that one. It's still a case where I gotta be careful, because if I get my health down, there we go. Yeah, I'm glad I get to show this, because yeah, you do have Maria Renard come over if you do get your health down, and she gives you the power of all of her animal creatures. And there you go, you were fully powered up. And also, you have the Holy Cross, you up and the triangle button to use this. In this case, he's dying. That's technically the third way we beat Round of Blood, as it is, because we beat it the actual way as far as the original game. We beat it with Maria, and now we're beating it the Symphony of the Night way. Yeah, because we saw in that game Richter Belmont, he was the vampire hunter who did defeat Count Dracula. Except who was brought back by Shaft. We mentioned that as far as Round of Blood. But 4 years after Round of Blood, Richter mysteriously vanished, and Maria didn't know what happened. She said, I'm looking for him, because remember, we go back a ways as far as especially on the back of what happened in that game. But then, Castle Dracula, that being Castlevania, where this game gets its name from. I don't know if I've mentioned that name of the Castlevania games we played so far. It's supposed to come around every century. It came out here, and she's like, wait a second, I think that's a sign. And, Final Force was struggling for the soul of a man named Alucard. If you ever played Castlevania 3 on NES, it's that one. He teamed up with Trevor Belmont in that game to battle Count Vlad Tepes Dracula. Alucard, who is Dracula spelled backwards, by the way, said, I'm spurging my vampiric powers into an eternal slumber. That was the idea, but he's awakened, and now evil's at work. So yeah, the forces of good and evil are engaged in their ancient battle, and Dracula's castle beckons, and no man can say who shall emerge victorious. It'll be us when we play it, or it'll be anybody if you play this game, because this game is a masterpiece. We're going to play this version, but I also do want to give a little bit of lip service to that PSP edition when it comes to its other voice cases, which is also the version that's in Castlevania Requiem, which is on the PS4 as far as the down, which also comes with Round of Blood, which is ported to the PSP game we played. And that's also in Dracula X Chronicles for the PSP that we used for our Round of Blood play. And also, this game, is worth pointing out, this costs a lot of money on the PlayStation, like $150, but It is on Xbox 360. You can still get it by downloading it off of the Xbox One or Series S or X. There is a Capcom Classics disc. I think it's Volume 1 that has this version on it. It is compressed, admittedly, from how it is on the PlayStation here, which does have the original voice work. There's also versions on the Sega Saturn in Japan, which we never got here. There's also a little bit of a quick port in the sense that there's a lot of slowdown. You think, wait a second, with the 2D game on the Saturn, what's going on? But it does have a unique area that is in no other version. So, maybe a case where they can get that re-released as far as that. I mean, my idea of the Castlevania Remake collection still stands, which is Castlevania 1, Chronicles, which also is Remake and Remake of Remake, which I'll mention when we get to schedule, Rondo of Blood, and Dracula X Chronicles, and then Symphony of the Night, both versions, and then Castlevania Adventure and Castlevania Adventure Rebirth from Wii. Please, 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 Konami, on top of a new one of these, as is. There you go. That is my pitch as far as that. So yeah, we're going in the castle with Alucard. Here he is. Unlike with Richter, fine, hit the select button, that's your map, and it does fill in as you go along the same way that Metroid does. In this case, yeah, it's like an RPG a little bit in the sense you have a lot of weapons and things going on. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to one area, and then we will go on. But yeah, we're going into the castle. Boom, alright, there you go. They're dying in one shot. And as we go on... Oh my god, as the music starts... Oh my god, this music is so good! I know I say that a lot when it comes to music, but... Not only do I really mean it this time, this might be one of the best pieces of music ever in any video game. I know that's a wrong statement, trust me. Well... Yeah, well, you know, I should show the one part of it. As you're going along, you are getting, you're getting upgrades as far as your levels. Turn that music up, oh my god. Fine, I'll let it start again from the beginning, because the idea is we gotta go through the castle, certain areas, but there's one thing I'm gonna show off. Yeah, put on right now. Yeah, they're going down, so don't worry about that. Alucard's pretty strong. Get the turkey. You also use this as an actual item. We'll do it in a little bit, because here's the deal. Yeah, Death is here. Pretty quick that we're seeing him. We usually see him at the end of a lot of Castlevania games. That's gonna be the case when we get to Chronicles in 3 weeks.
I've come to put an end to this.
Yeah. As Robert Belgrade, by the way, who is the voice of Cool Z in Shenmue 2, and he's also the voice of the one in Shenmue 1, the other worker of Terry's. I don't know why I'm forgetting on his name. But yeah, he is the voice of Alucard, of course, in this, and he does a great job. So Death is saying, like, yeah, go away. He's like, no, 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 I'm not going away. And so he's taking all my stuff away. So, with that, just to give a sense of this, I also want to get a sense of system, sound. Why the fuck is that in mono? It's going to stereo. Sorry. I need to make sure we're getting set of that. I mean, wait a second, it seemed quiet. But yeah, all my stuff that was nice, it's gone. We're starting from square one. Okay. There we go. Okay, I just needed to wait as far as where I was going to go. It is great music, oh my god, of Alucard's theme. It's so good, my god. I'm not going to go much further on this one. We will play this game for the show. Trust me. When? I don't know. We can relitigate that when we get to Castlevania Chronicles, which is the next one we're playing, which is going to be 3 weeks. I don't know if we'll play that afterwards. But this is, I know this game is going to take multiple parts. And it's something where, even though I do know this game pretty well, I do want to be set for it, and that does mean I want to practice. I need to put Castlevania Symphony Night on this one, as far as it. But alright, there you go. So yeah, that is the end of our show for tonight, for Super Old Game Saturday on Friday. So yeah, it is almost Saturday, but because of this, we are not going to have a show for tomorrow night on October 11th. But our next show will be next Saturday on October 18th. It's worth pointing out we are going very early, so we're opening the schedule now. And thank you so much for everybody for watching the show, and hope you enjoyed. And I'll leave MediEvil. Again, thank you so much to I'm Laughing to Death for that request, and also this inadvertent PlayStation 1 horror game showcase. A lot of interesting stuff, and we're ending on this wonderful music of Castlevania Symphony Night, which we'll get to. That schedule, go back to that. October 18th is our next live show, next Saturday. That's going to be at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're starting very early on this one. We're going to be continuing Shadow Hearts Covenant. Standard 64 and Chasm 22 are coming back. They said, we want to make sure we can beat this game with the side quests we have left, and then also finishing off what we got. We don't know if we're going to have enough if we start at 3 p.m. the way we normally do. So what's going to happen is we're going to start really early at this one. We're going to be going a while. I'm also going to talk to them this way, which is that we probably going to be streaming the whole damn day. So what that means is that it's probably going to be longer than 9 hours. It means I will be editing the video in 2 parts. Because usually I tend not to want to put videos up that are longer than 9 hours, but that changed when I did the Switch 2 showcase a couple weeks ago. Or fine, the Switch 2 Chronicles Part 2, about a month ago as it is now. But I said, well, I'm going to split that in 2 and I edit, but it's also something I might also talk to them saying, hey, you know, we got to make sure we're set as far as this. We can't necessarily be playing this game so constantly. So I might ask them what Edwack and Nikki and I do when it comes to certain cases, especially when she does the Humongous Entertainment games where we have to switch stuff on Steam and I don't want personal information of theirs or mine revealed. And that is, we stop the show for a brief period and take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back for another half, and we complete the game. I will talk with them as far as that idea, because I'm going to finish this game next week. So this is going to be a month of finales, basically, as it's turning out. We had the finale of The Wolf Among Us last week, we had the finale of MediEvil Night, and next week is going to be Shadow Hearts Covenant. We're going to see the rest of where the story goes. We only have that one area we've got to go through, but we also have other side quests we've got to go, and it does include a couple of dungeons we've got to go through. So we're starting at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so that's going to be the idea of how that's going to go as far as our Halloween block, because it's in full swing. Then the week after that is going to be on October 25th. Nocturne's coming back. That's going to be for Mega Man 7 for Super Nintendo. That was on the request of Alec first. It's a case we've played that game before, but so it's our second chance. He mentioned that it is his favorite of the classic Mega Man series. It's probably mine, if you pin me down, honestly. I think as well. It's also the first one I ever played. So I said, we're going to play this game again, because I played it 5 years ago. Very early days of Super Old Game Saturday. And I said, we can take another look at this. We should. We're going to go further with this one. I'm going to be using the Wii U Virtual Console version, because it's a straight emulation of the Super Nintendo game. And also, Nocturne's coming in because she's a big one as far as the Mega Man franchise. And for that one, also going to show the 2-player mode. We did not show that off last time, as far as that hidden mode. We're going to go through 100% like we did before, but also we'll have more stuff going on. More of a celebrations game. The tech is going to be better. It hopefully won't... Okay, it's not gonna. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to plant my flag in the ground now. It does not crash on me the way that the Mega Man Legacy Collection 2 did when we played on Xbox One 5 years ago, or the controller becomes decent. The Wii U tends to be in a better case as far as that, so I don't think that's going to happen. But that's going to be our show for 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on October 25th, and then 3 weeks from tonight on October 31st. So Halloween night, we have a show. Our show is going to be for Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation. So we are coming back to Castlevania in a couple weeks. With that one, Alec first wanted to see that. That is his request, or the viewer request of October. For that one, we are going to be playing it also through the PlayStation 3, so that's how I have it. And it is a remake, or there's a remake of Castlevania from NES, and it's a remake of that remake. Within this game is Akamajo Dracula, which is on the Sharp X68000 from 1993. We didn't get it in the US until that release, which they only made about 30,000 copies of on the PlayStation as far as a physical release. That was $20 when it came out back then. It is not $20 anymore. If you download it on PlayStation 3, it is only $6. And also in that box, it has a couple extras, which I gotta get to unlocking. I gotta beat the game actually to do that. And regardless of how I do it, it's gonna be a hard case, but I'm plugging away, make sure we get this stuff set. But the remake of that remake that's in it, it's a case where it is made easier in the sense that you don't take as much damage in certain cases. You do not have backwards falling. I think I said years ago saying there are a whole lot of games in Castlevania where you can have that as an option. This is one of them, as far as how it is. And we're going to have a look at that. I know, like Chris said, he thinks it's a better game than even Castlevania on NES. And we will do Castlevania on NES at some juncture because Gemini96, who's still going on Paper Mario's speed run. Oh, he's almost at the end of the game. He's at Chapter 7. 3 hours going. I don't know what the speedrun on that game is, but I'm definitely curious seeing what it is, and I'll probably jump onto that when I'm done here. So yeah, he'll play Castlevania on NES, but I'm playing this one I don't know if I'm going to be beating both games as far as how it is. I might have to go through just the normal one. I'll be doing it, or find the remade one. So we're going to give credit as far as that. We're going to go through it. We're going to have a great time for Halloween night. You're not going to want to miss it. It's also a case where I got to be set. I guess have my windows open, say to all the kiddies out there coming for trick-or-treats, like, yeah, please take one bit of candy out of the bowl I'm going to leave out there. Like, sorry, I can't talk with you now. I can't come to the door, but I can't come to the door when you ring the bell because we're doing a show for the program. I don't know if they're just like, yeah, we wanted to get set to, like, playing Castlevania Chronicles, but I don't know. I doubt that, but we'll see as far as that goes. But Halloween night, we got a program. And then we're going to be off on the 1st because that's going to be our show for the week. But then we're going to have also a show we're off on the 8th. That is unless we don't finish Shadow Hearts Covenant next week. But based on how we're doing it, they're pretty sure they're hell-bent as far as Crusader 64 and Castle 22 and doing. So I do expect that that's going to happen. So if that's the case, I'll be off on the 8th. We're going to be having another instance of the Switch 2 Chronicles. It's a case where as much as I tried, it's still going to be over 10 hours as far as the stuff I recorded, seeing more stuff for this. I will split that in parts as well. They will both go, or they will all go up on November 8th at a time to be determined. Don't know when in the day, but I'll have it up for that. So we'll not have a live show, but we'll be on our YouTube site for it, as is usually the case with these. And then we're back live on November 15th. We're going to be playing Shadow the Hedgehog for our second chance as far as November. That is 20 years to the day of that game. We're playing the Xbox version. We show off the extra, or the expert mode, going through all the levels that way. Take a look at Shadow the Hedgehog as far as a game after 20 years seeing, okay, now that the Sonic Hedgehog franchise is in a bit of a better place, especially with the release of Sonic X Shadow Generations last year, that they did well. And even on the Switch, I remember going back to some of my videos, getting ready for our Year compilation video, and realizing, yeah, I said they're going to fuck that up on the Switch. They didn't. And I'll be first to admit, yeah, I was wrong. I'm glad I was wrong. But in case where they did that game well on everything, as far as how it is. And it's on Switch 2 now, as far as how it is as well. And also with the release of Sonic Racing Cross Worlds like a couple of weeks ago. And they did that one right as well. I've not yet played it, but it seems like that was a good case of itself. Yeah, with Sonic in a better case. Take a new look, I guess, at the Sonic game. The first one I looked at and said, this is good. But maybe there's something that was missing. Maybe it's a case where a fresh perspective 20 years out will have a sense of maybe there's something that was missing. Something better. I've heard that the expert mode, which I've not played through, basically go through blind, is a case where, along with bridging the story gap of Shadow the Hedgehog to Sonic 06, a case where it changes aspects of the design of Shadow the Hedgehog in a way that makes it a game that maybe you can appreciate some of the stuff it's doing as far as its gameplay, maybe a little better, perhaps. But the aspects of level design to certain degrees, maybe not. We'll see as far as how it's going to look on November 15th, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then, week after that, I gotta let you know something. Based on how schedule's going to go, I'm actually going to be taking some time off of the show in December, the last week of December in particular. I don't know if I'm going to take the first weekend of January off. That's going to be an up in the air thing. For the purpose of the rest of our shows for the year, I'm going to make sure we're not going to be missing. So, for the week after that, I mentioned we have our annual pre-Thanksgiving Disney game on November 22nd. We are going to have that. We're also going to have another show that same week. We're going to have shows on Friday and Saturday. And I'm going to be doing 2 second chances next month. On November 21st, Friday, November 21st at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be doing our final Super Bowl Game Saturday second chance as far as our monthly ones. We'll keep doing them going ahead every so often for certain things. But for the end of this initiative, coming back to a game I played about 5 years ago on that weekend as was. Castle Illusion starring Mickey Mouse for the Sega Genesis. I want to give it another look. I want to go fully deep into information about the background of the game, people who made it. I didn't before. I was able to pull that game, every bit of information I knew, pretty much out of nothing because I grew up with that game. And we're going to celebrate 35 years of the game. It'll have better tech as far as how it looks. I am still going to be using the Sega Genesis Mini version because it is going to look the best as far as how the tech is looking. I'm going to show off all the difficulties. I'm going to try the hard mode, but I'll see how that goes. But I'm not going to do that just as the first game. We'll go through on practice, and we'll go through normal like we did last time. but we'll also do for hard. I'll see what that's all about. Give a perspective to this game. Love this game. It is a fantastic game. So we're actually giving you 2 Disney games for the price of 1 as far as that weekend. Then November 22nd, the Saturday, we're going to have a show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time that night. And since these games are short, this is the reason why I'm doing it as far as having 2 shows that week. That's going to be the viewer requested Dolly Fins on the 22nd for Pinocchio for the Super Nintendo. Again, Sega's side of things and then Nintendo's, although Pinocchio was on the Sega Genesis. But Dolly Fin picked Super Nintendo, I'm glad she did. It's definitely the one to play of these. And I never played it on Game Boy, so I don't know, and 32X, they never made it. They were making it, but it didn't happen, eventually, as far as how it went. But imagine that, Pinocchio on 32X. That would be hilarious. But yeah, that was what we got as far as that weekend, and then everything else is mostly going to be the same. The weekend after that is going to be on November 29th at 3 or 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll get a sense of it in the next couple of weeks, I think. Our delisted Xbox Live Showcase, Volume 2. This was spearheaded by AG42. He mentioned last year when we did Volume 1 of this. I forgot to mention some games I wanted to see, particularly Penny Arcade on the Reigns of Precipice of Darkness, so I said, okay, let's do that. We'll do one more of these. I mean, I'll have content for a third one, but we're not do a third one next year. We'll might do that down the road. But for our second volume, we got more stuff. I got a lot from Sega, as it turned out. I got Jet Set Radio. I'm going to be able to show that. Thank God. I wanted to show that in some cases. At least a little bit of a preview, because I know I got to dance around licensed content for that game when we get to it eventually. I'm going to show a little bit of that. I'm going to show off Penny Arcade and Reigns of Precipice of Darkness, as I mentioned. We're going to show the Fancy Pants Adventures, which I indicated earlier as far as having a demo on the PS3 here. Found a way to get the 360's demo, as was. We have Sega Rally Online Arcade, Outrun Online Arcade, Fez, Limbo, Castle Crashers, Happy Tree Friends, False Alarm, and we've got many more. And it's also covering games that are back to Pat on the later Xbox consoles when we bought them. So I'll also tell you where some of these games are if you missed them. Some of them are available in other places. Some aren't. We'll go into that as far as how it is as our big post-Thanksgiving celebration. We always do on the show every year. Not wait to get to that. And then for December shows, I basically pulled out Castlevania just to give you a sense, putting that into November for the purpose of this. So what we're going to do for December is on December 6th, I'm going to start our play of Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island for the Super Nintendo. It's celebrating 30 years this year. I am not missing 30 years of this game. Because it's a game I love growing up. It's a game I've wanted to show for a while. It's a game I stole from Edwack. Okay, I didn't steal it. He didn't ask for it. I just said, I'm going to be the one handling this. He loves Yoshi, of course, but still, this is going to be one of mine. Especially because I'm going 100% on this one. So there's going to be multiple parts as far as how it is. We're going to play on the Super Nintendo. I'm going to use the Switch Online port just again for cleanliness of the graphics, so it looks really sharp. And also because I have the controller for running it that way. And then we're going to do at the end of the plays, along with showing off all the extra levels and 100%ing every single one of them. I will also show off the extra levels of the Game Boy Advance version. For that one, I might take the Game Boy Advance cartridge I have, because I do have all the levels unlocked on that. On the Switch Online version, I do not. So, I don't know how I'm going to handle that, if I'll try and unlock them all on the Game Boy Advance version on Switch or not. But if not, I'll just pull the Game Boy Advance version out as far as a showcase for that. I can do that between show or within show, depending on how that goes. I'm thinking I'm going to need 4 parts for Yoshi's Island just to kind of give a bit of a barometer of what it's going to be. But I'll maximize it and we start on December 6th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that's going to be our viewer request for December. That's going to be for our first Nintendo 64 game in 2 years, and also our 4th annual, I think. Yeah, 4th annual Tetris game. As it's turned out, we played a Tetris game every December for the past couple of years running. We played Tetris Plus on Sega Saturn. We played Tetris Sphere for Nintendo 64. We played Tetris and Dr. Mario last year. And for this one, we are coming back to one of the very few games of Capcom's for Nintendo 64, that being Magical Tetris Challenge. It's a Mickey Mouse game as far as it, but also has Minnie Mouse and Donald Duck and Goofy and all of the characters doing Tetris cases with a unique back and forth case as far as how its chain system works. Weird pieces that come around the way the combos go. We talked about this on the show before. The thought of, is this part of the Magical Quest franchise of Capcom's because of the magical element? It's Disney. It's not officially, but for Super Bowl Game Saturday's sake, it is. It's a case where it's a really good game. I picked this game up at Too Many Games a few months ago. It's one I've wanted to show. I was like, yeah, this game is really cool. I want to get a copy of this. It is actually developed by Arika, the people who made Tetris 99, as is, and Tetris the Grandmasters. We're doing a lot of stuff for that. And we're going to take a look as far as that. We're going to have a great time as far as looking at the Magical Tetris Challenge. And our last show of the year is going to be on December 20th. Dolly Finn's coming back. It's probably going to be a 3 or 4 p.m. program, I think. Because we're going to be coming back to, actually, so we start with Halloween block. So we're ending Halloween at the end of the year, as it is for our program. It's going to be for Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. We are going to be completing the game for that show. Off-screen over the next couple months, I'm going to be using one of my practice files to get all the Scooby snacks out of every area to unlock all the concept art, and I will also get all of the monster tokens. So we show off everything in the gallery. What we're going to do is we're going to show those off later after we complete the game, because we're about halfway through. But as far as playing through for our show, it means that as I go through that, I'm not going to be in that much of a case of saying, wait a sec, I got to make sure I collect all this stuff. I'll do it over. I'll do it off screen, because I think it's going to work out best that way. And that'll be the end of Super Bowl Game Saturday for 2025, at least until December 31st, where our Super Bowl Game Saturday Sings compilation video is going up on the final day of the year as our last video exclusive to the YouTube site. We've got an album. We got a bunch of clips of stuff of us doing singing. Some I got to still put together. I also have original content of those clips I'm going to be making, so it's not just going to be an end-of-year clip show. We have the intro that's, of course, unique, but I also have other stuff that's unique that has never been heard before or seen before as far as this on the show. So I'll have that going, and then that's going to close the book on that. And then 2026 with dates as far as all the stuff, a bit up in the air. We have Yoshi's Island is going to be continuing. That's going to be our continuous game, and also my gift to myself as far as this year. That's what I also have as far as December. Something I want to play, then want to get to eventually. We do. So that's going to be that one. We'll have Digimon Racing for Game Boy Advance. That's going to be in April as far as the April Fool's Day game to see how is it. Maybe it's actually pretty interesting. If I played it, it seems like it's not a bad game. But I'll get a sense of that as I play more, get ready. And then we have our compilation show in May. I'm not sure if it's going to be Cinco de Mayo or Memorial Day. We're coming back to Midway Arcade Treasures. We're completing the trilogy with Midway Arcade Treasures 3 for the GameCube. I will also be showing off other Midway ports from Nintendo 64 because that collection does not have a whole lot in it. I want to buttress that a little bit. There's some other stuff, including another collection, so I'm giving you 2 collections at the price of 1. Also, other arcade ports of Midways from Nintendo 64 of stuff maybe they could have included, maybe they couldn't have, as far as how it is. We'll go into that. And, of course, our big initiative of next year is going to be our Super Bowl Game Saturday scoping sessions, unless Nick comes up with a better name as far as that idea. The point is, we're going to take a game that either I want to show or chat's want to see that I know goes for a long time. I want to represent them. I want to get a sense for some of these games. What do we do? How do we show them? Because I don't know how I want to show certain things, but I know there's stuff we've said for years ago. What are we doing with these games? Like BlazBlue Calamity Trigger and Persona 3 FES and Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories. And other stuff I've wanted to show, like Skies of Arcadia and Okami and Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. And I'm Nocturne is something she's going to want to do. And of course, blind first look at Final Fantasy XIV from me. That can be later in the year. We do one of those a month. I think we start with Skies of Arcadia in January. I don't know when I'm going to do that. But I do want to show that we're going to play it on the Dreamcast. There's going to be flashing light warnings aplenty on that game. The purpose of it, but it's also because I want to get a sense of what this is. I want to show it, at least. So we can take some of these really long games and give it a representation that it deserves. And people love this stuff. And I think it's worth having that celebration of it and feeling a sense of it's the best way to show it. And that's going to be where all of you, chat, it's going to be up to you to tell me what do you think is the best idea. I've realized how collaborative a show this is. Not just myself and guests on the end, on this end, but all of you in our best chat. You know, tell great ideas as far as games you want to see, and of course, your requests are still going to go on. We always are going to have one of those a month. That's always going to go on as far as it. But also cases I have ideas of what I think is the best way to go. And sometimes I've asked that Sometimes I asked when we did Twist Metal last year, I said to Electra, how do you want this to look? He said, do what you think is best. And okay, I was able to figure that out, but other ones, I don't know how. I want to hear your input. And I love your input as far as games you want to see, experiences you have, stories you have to tell as well. I mean, I'll share mine, yes, but that's what I realized is the heart of this program. Being able to kind of get that sense of everybody else there. What are your shared experiences? In cases of people, I mentioned this, I'll mention this in the video, in the Switch 2 Chronicles Part 3. In case of people I had seen while I was at Edwack and Nikki's wedding last week, putting up, people in the chat, including the Wolf 420 Blazin. I had sort of known him through Edwack as was, but I had met him for the first time. Him and his wife mentioned games they want. That was the first thing I asked. We were kind of just getting into game discussions. What are cases of games? What are some games you love? We first talked on Treasure. Oh my god, we got Treasure, and he was the one who wanted to see Radiant Silvergun. We were doing Radiant Silvergun next year. I promised that. There's a ton of games that he and his wife love, the games they grew up, mentioning stuff like Awesome Knots, and also mentioning Trap Gunner, another PlayStation game I never heard of. Tell me the story. And you know, that is a really interesting case of itself. The idea that the sky's the limit. It's a great discovery, yes, for me, but also for all of you. And sometimes you coming in and saying, hey, I have a great memory of a game. Maybe people don't know what this is. Maybe they don't know what Echo Knight is, for example, that we showed tonight of stuff that's the most obscure. Let's get it out there. Let's get in the discussion. Let's talk about it. Let's look at it. Maybe it's a case where there's something great. Maybe you have this great gaming secret that you think maybe nobody knows. I might not know it myself. And my thought is that I want to bring that to all of you as far as being able to share that for what your memories are, but also mine. And I learn a lot myself. And not just because I do notes and things that do. We do, for sure. I kind of learn more. But I want to learn everything I can about anything we play. Even if it's just my own personal reason. But I said, well, let's figure some of this stuff out. And even in the case of my excitement whenever I hear a game like I never heard of, what is it? I want to find out. And all of you are helping me find out. Along with me sharing games that I know I love. But maybe they don't know some of the stuff that I want to tell you about. It's like you want to tell them to me, and I appreciate that so much. And for that aspect, I can't thank every one of you in our best chat on Twitch from the bottom of my heart, whether you've been here once or however it's been, if you're regular as far as how that is as well. I just want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, and that is kind of what drives the program, and also kind of goes a little bit of an underlying place of what we do and where we're going and why we're still going after 5 years. And all of you make it possible, and I can't thank you enough. And a good underline for our play of MediEvil. Again, I'm having to thank you so much for the request of this game. I had a great time experiencing MediEvil and going the hallway, and also some extra stuff as a little bit of a bonus. And next time we come back to MediEvil again, it'll be MediEvil 2. Eventually, we'll figure it, but we got other stuff, and keep those viewer requests coming. We will get to them, I promise. And I'm looking forward to every single one of those and every show. Okay, so with that, this is going to be the end of the program for tonight, and it is almost Saturday. So, with that, thank you so much for watching the program, everybody. Keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Have a great rest of your weekend starting now. A great weekend as far as the ending, and a great week coming forward. I'll see you next Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Crusader 64 and Castle 22 for the finale of Shadow Heart's Covenant. So then, thank you so much for everything, and have a great night, everybody. See you next week.